They're blaming the girl with the wounded soul for daring to make Lillian cry. Damien Keen, the Archduke Deus, her fiancé, sees her as nothing, just dead air. What he feels for her isn't love, hate, or even animosity. It's just pure, unadulterated loathing. The girl fell head over heels like an idiot 4 years ago and chased after him every single day. He was practically waiting for her to finally get tired of bothering him, even on a day as awful as this. Her only wish, to be near the Archduke, just amused him. He flat out mocked her. That rainy day, burned into her memory, opened her eyes to the Archduke's serious condition. To get his attention, she cured the condition that Damien had been suffering from for ages. The Serkia family, under the protection of the imperial family, has passed down the power of healing through generations. Seeing Arendt's abilities, Damien suddenly proposed to her. Of course, she knew he was just using her, but she hoped that if she tried hard enough, he might actually see her, just once. Time kept passing, but Damien kept putting off the wedding, always with some excuse. And the day he got hurt was the only time Arendt ever got to touch him. But she could handle it, until he brought home this girl Lillian and asked her to heal her. The young healer obediently did what her fiancé asked and healed the girl, who quickly came to. Everything changed the day Arendt unexpectedly caught Damien doing something he shouldn't, and that was the moment her feelings just died. Deep down, she knew those 3 years of suffering were a complete waste of time. She just kept denying it because she loved the guy so damn much. But if that's what he really wanted, Arendt offered to break off the engagement. She figured she was getting in the way, so she took herself out of the picture, hoping they'd both live happily ever after. Damien's betrayal was the final straw. His fiancée took off her ring right then and there. The Archduke wasn't ready for that at all, and he didn't understand what she was talking about, breaking off the engagement. The silly girl from Serkia who loved Damien to death is gone, so it's time to call off the engagement. By breaking off her engagement with her fiancé, Archduke Kane, Arendt overlooked one important thing. Her fiancé turned out to be crazier than she thought. Damien thought she'd be a compliant little thing, and he couldn't let others exploit her powers. The poor girl fell so stupidly in love with a real piece of garbage. If she could go back, she'd never make such a dumb mistake again. The Archduke tore her heart and mind to shreds, and Arendt wanted to do the same to him. Next thing she knew, the girl's eyes fluttered open, and she was back in her room, like she'd just dozed off and woken up. Even weirder, her dad, who'd passed away 2 years ago, was holding her hand. Dad was super worried that his daughter had been sleeping so long on her birthday, and out cold, too. Those painful memories are the last thing Arendt remembers, like it was all just a bad dream. It's the year 829 on the imperial calendar, June 15th. Arendt's back in the past 4 years ago on her birthday. Back in her old life, she couldn't believe her eyes. There was her beloved dad. He gave in to his awful daughter, who was pushing for marriage, betrothed his greatest treasure, and went off to the battlefield. Now Dad's standing right in front of her, even though he recently went to join Arendt's mom up in heaven. For 4 long years, the girl had dreamed of hugging her father. Now she just hoped this wasn't a dream. The old man chalked up that sudden burst of affection to a bad dream. Figures. He told the cook to make everything exactly the way his daughter likes it, then told her to get ready and come down for breakfast. Obviously, this wasn't just some dream. Those miserable days at the Archduke's estate, their apparent end. Whatever the case, our girl wasn't about to let this chance slip through her fingers. The only good news is Damien's sick right now, and nobody, not even the best doctors, can figure out what's wrong with him. He still doesn't know that Arendt is the only one who can cure him, and that's exactly what she can use to take him down. First things first, she needed to find and recruit someone who could protect her family and go to war in her father's place. There's one guy who fits the bill, the only person in the entire empire stronger than Damien. Cassidon, a man who started as a slave, caught the Crown Prince's eye and rose to become commander of the Imperial Knights. Back in his past life, he had a ton of nicknames: War God, the Crown Prince's right-hand man, Mr. Gorgeous, blessed by God himself. Arendt can't lose her father in another war. That guy's tougher than Damien, and he'll come back alive, even if he walks onto the battlefield. There's nobody like Cassidon in the whole empire, not even on the entire continent. And right now, Cassidon's supposed to be fighting as a gladiator slave. About a year later, the Crown Prince found him and brought him into the imperial family. The Serkia family's daughter wanted to find him before the Crown Prince, raise him right, and feed him well. Train him up good and make him a sword that protects her and her father. The old Arin's gone. If it's to protect her and her father, she won't hesitate to use anyone. On the heroine's birthday, they set up an unbelievably lavish spread, packed with amazing dishes and treats. For her dad, it's only natural. He just wants his daughter to talk about everything she wants, even though he's already got the decorations and dresses ready. There's something Arin's been dreaming about for her birthday, a little brother. That news hit the old man hard. He thought he'd have to get hitched again, but no need for that, because she's already thinking about bringing a little brother home herself. She's the only one her dad trusts, but suddenly she's talking about a little brother, and the guy's totally thrown. In the Seville Empire, since the war started, one man from every family has to go to the battlefield. Break that law, and you're looking at losing your title, your property, or your life. They have a shot at taking in this desperate guy, Cassidon, keeping him close, feeding him, and treating him right, which would make him the little brother who goes to war instead of the old man. And even if Damien comes after Arin, Cassidon could be a temporary fix. He's the only one who can take Damien down. Her dad's happy just having Arin. She's his family, but she was trying to tell him her little brother would be her protector, someone who could keep bad stuff from happening. She wants to bring in a kid, strong and obedient enough to protect their family. Not even in his wildest dreams would the Lord have thought his daughter was worrying about something like this. He was convinced his daughter wouldn't say this without a reason, figuring there was some deeper meaning behind it. Whether it's her little brother or someone else, first the old man wants her to introduce him. He's expecting to see a good guy in return, 'cause he's not letting just anyone set foot on the earldom's lands. Seeing the lady in that killer blue outfit, really making her eyes pop, the maid Sasha was totally stoked. To complete the look, she suggested earrings and a necklace with blue gemstones. It's Arin's birthday today, but she's heading out on some seriously important business. Soon she arrived at the gladiator arena she'd been talking about. Lucky for me, no royals in sight. I'm gonna make this happen before that crown prince even gets here. I weaseled my way through the line and asked the guy to hook me up with the best seat in the house. I was gonna slip him a fat stack, and to make up for cutting the line, I offered to cover everyone else's tickets too. The Serkia family's loaded, so this is just chump change for Arin. In exchange for the royal family hogging all the healing powers, the Serkia clan's been raking in the dough for generations. That's a secret only the royal family knows, but our girl spilled the beans to Damien. Showing off her powers was a dumb move. She got played and it got her killed. She's not repeating that mistake. Today's the day she meets that guy in the arena. The silver-haired dude? He's a total knockout and a freaking beast in a fight. Half the crowd's here just to watch him kick ass. Cassidon, with those unbelievable violet eyes and hair blowing in the wind, is a total knockout. That gladiator slave is the most gorgeous guy Arin has ever laid eyes on. Eye candy for sure, but what's looks gonna do for him when he's a gladiator slave? The crowd's hungry, thirsty for a show. They've been waiting, so the announcer's gotta lay down the rules first. The weapon goes to whichever slave grabs it first. Only rule here is, kill all your opponents and be the last one standing. They don't treat slaves like people around here. If they're useless, they pawn 'em off here. That's how they get rid of 'em. The survival match is on, and the slaves immediately take off trying to snag a weapon for themselves. Watching the brutality as the others scramble for weapons, going at each other's throats, Cassidon just hangs back. Even knowing slaves get treated worse than animals, seeing it firsthand, Arin feels terrible for them. Cassidon was disarmed just as his opponent lunged, looking to end him, but that wasn't a problem for the warrior. He used his own agility and strength to flip the enemy. Using the enemy's weapon against him, Cassidon slashed desperately at one of the slaves. Like a phantom, he took out all the rest in seconds. You could hear the crowd gasp. This goddamn beautiful guy, blessed by the gods themselves. His name echoed through the arena, people shouting it from the stands. Cassidon is the winner of this match. Slaves this strong and good-looking are super rare. And now, whoever bids the highest gets to spend a special night with him. Desperate to get their hands on the gladiator hunk, people were practically at each other's throats, raising the stakes. Some cocky old dude in the crowd bid 500,000 gold for the strong guy. That's his final offer. Just then, Miss Serkia bid 5 billion for him, but not for just one night. 5 billion gold to buy him outright. The girl finally went to speak, but all she saw was the gladiator, stripped bare, his eyes lowered before her. He was expecting this, knowing full well why his mistress had bought him. Right now, Cassidon was about to spend a steamy night with his owner. But Arin told him to stop. She didn't buy him for that. The thing is, she couldn't look away from his eyes, which seemed to be begging her for help. To lull him into a false sense of security, she'd have to mix truth and lies skillfully. The mistress saw despair in the gladiator's eyes and scars all over his hands. Originally, she was going to buy him and set him free, but he could just get dragged back to the arena. So she decided to use a magical ointment first, secretly passed down in her family for generations. As precious as this stuff is, it's nothing compared to a human life. Even though Cassidon's the one who's killed countless people, for Aaron, he's the only choice she has to survive. After all, he didn't kill people because he wanted to. The slave gladiator's story is bleak. His whole family died, leaving him alone. He started wandering and ended up in the arena. Introducing herself as the only daughter of Count Circia, Aaron said that her mother died soon after giving birth to her. Since Kassadin is 18 and she's 2 years older, she offered to make him her little brother. That way, the guy can ditch his slave status and become a member of the Count's family. He won't have to live such a miserable life like before. He won't have to off others to survive, and nobody will dare disrespect him. If that's what she wants, Kassadin was ready to be her family, but he doesn't have to call her that formally. Lowering his head, a blush appeared on the guy's face. It was the first time he called the girl older sister. In that moment, Miss Circia felt some kind of icky feeling, deciding it was just because of his adaptability to his surroundings. Thing is, she's only bringing Kassadin into the family to protect herself and Dad, so she doesn't give a damn what he thinks. Now she's telling him to go where he really needs to be, her precious little brother, who'll become her shield and sword. He can use her too, just like she's using him. Dad would think Aaron's lost it, even if she asked him to knight a gladiator slave, but a little brother? That's crossing the line. After hearing everything, the Earl couldn't figure out what she was thinking, especially since she didn't mention bringing a slave. Aaron apologized for acting on her own, but asked her father to think it over carefully. If war breaks out, Dad, as the only man in the family, we'll have to go to the battlefield. But we can avoid that by adding a man to the family, a stand-up guy who's likely to make it back from the war alive. Just thinking about his daughter worrying about all this alone made the Earl feel sick to his stomach. He got what she was saying, but he needed a minute alone to get his head straight. Just then, the red sunset dropped. The same hour, Aaron bit the dust thanks to Damien. She healed his heart and he ran her through with his sword. Those bird cries, sounding almost human, keep reminding her, over and over, not to forget who killed her. If only to pay Damien back double for her pain, Erin can't let Kassadin slip through her fingers. She absolutely has to make him her little brother. After the kid cleaned up, the mistress ordered food to be made and brought to his room. Thing is, Kassadin rocks that new outfit. The room finally feels like it has an owner. But the kid's freaking out, thinking someone like him doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. Truth is, they're family now. Aaron brought him here and she's gonna convince her dad of that no matter what. Kassadin, touched by her kindness, vowed to prove his worth. He'd lived by the sword so long it's all he needed. Everything else felt like a dream. But one thing was for sure, he was really starting to like his big sister. He's been hooked since the moment he saw her. If this is a dream, he never wants to wake up. Even if she decides to ditch him, he could never hold it against her. Kassadin's clearly desperate, like some wild animal carefully choosing his words since they met. That's when Aaron realized that there was a reason he'd fought so hard to survive. He's looking at her with pleading eyes, begging her not to leave him. So, she promised she wouldn't abandon him. She'd be his goofy little sis until he opened up. She told him to get some rest and showed him to his room, which was right next to hers. Before bed, she dove into a book about healing and poisonous herbs that only grow up north. 19 years old. Around this time last year, the emperor's illness was cured, which made the Circia family even richer, and the nobles whispered they had a secret gold mine. And at 20, at the prince's birthday banquet, Erin met him. A ton of money ended up going straight to Damien, and in the end, Miss Circia met a tragic fate. Now she's got to dig up more dirt to take down Damien since the north is Damien's territory. Late that night, there was a knock at the door. Kassadin was paying a late-night visit, wanting to talk. He knows it's rude at this hour, but the guy just can't sleep. The lady told him he could come by any time, so he took a chance on being a bother and showed up. She'd been reading and just gotten into bed, so she offered him a seat next to her. Spotting the book next to her, Kassadin realized it was about northern herbs, and it turned out he could read. The price goes up when something gets scarce. There were a lot of things he had to learn to survive, reading and writing and even etiquette. Slaves are just merchandise in this empire. It's common knowledge, Aaron, that slaves in the Empire aren't allowed to read, let alone learn how. But the kid just read the title of the book like it was no big deal. Cassidon's too worked up to sleep, so he asked if he could sleep with her if she didn't mind. Realizing he's testing her, she decided to prove she doesn't need that. Pulling back the blanket, Aaron told him to lie down if that's what he wanted. He must be having trouble sleeping in a new place, but it's nothing compared to the people he was forced to deal with. Every night they're in his dreams, covered in blood, like they're crawling towards his bed, asking why they had to die. It's not Cassidon's fault, he knows that himself, but it doesn't change the fact that he's killed people. According to Aaron, it wasn't premeditated murder. The kid picked up a sword, defending himself. Before all this, he lived a normal life, super boring, not even worth talking about. All she hoped was that he wouldn't get too hung up on the past. And she hoped he wouldn't have to suffer the pain of festering wounds alone, because there are happy days ahead for him. Back then, there was only one person on the arena shining bright, and that was Miss Circia, but up close, she glows even brighter. It was late, and she was trying to fall asleep, but she couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on her. When the gladiator gently brushed her hair away and touched her neck, she knew she was right. He leaned in as close as he could to her lips, just to wish her good night. After that, Cassidon left, just like she figured. He's full of it. Just like she wears the mask of a sweet sister, Cassidon's got his own mask on tight. He's been through hell in the arena, so no surprise there. Aaron wasn't kidding herself, thinking he'd trust her right away. She's just waiting for the kid to naturally become part of the family. He's bound to run into Damien at the banquet. Before that happens, Lady Circia wants to officially add him to the family records, but she knows next to nothing about him. Even digging through her memories, all she can recall is catching his eye when he was standing next to the prince. Milady's gonna pull out all the stops, give Cassidon everything his heart desires, and in return, she'll only ask for him. The next morning, Cassidon stood before his new family. No doubt about it, he's got that sedge scent about him. Aaron couldn't figure out why he brought grass that only grows in caves on steep cliffs out west. The old man spent all night wrestling with what to do about the kid. He did a lot of thinking and made a decision. If Cassidon makes it through all the tests they've got lined up, the head honcho will recognize him as family. So, he was gonna give him the second trial since he passed the first, but the girl cut him off right there. The kid said he was totally fine. The blood on him was just from the monsters in the cave. Since the boy already got the herb, Aaron insisted that no matter the trials, he'd nail it. He'd proven his worth. So she asked for permission to register Cassidon as her little brother, so he could become their pride. She was the one who brought him here, so she was ready to be exiled from the clan if her father didn't accept his new son. She's got no choice. Even if she seems like an impulsive kid, she can't keep wasting time on the registration. Those words are tearing the Count's heart out. He thinks his daughter's obsessed with this slave. Like the girl said, the tea her father loves so much is grown by slaves on the farm. Most of the slaves on the plantations are former nobles, crushed overnight by the empire, stripped of their titles and property. Now they're forced to live as slaves, having lost something as worthless as a title. Like a summer night's dream or a sudden freeze in the dead of winter, a young man can vanish in the blink of an eye. They say no parent can truly win against their kids, and the Earl's definitely one of those parents. Aaron was super grateful to get permission, but her dad told her to never threaten to leave the family again. As they finally got closer, the heroine felt like she'd taken a step forward. That night, Cassidon replayed everything his older sister had said about him. Looks like a little sister who's willing to give up her inheritance for him really gets under his skin. He realized it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, wanting to see what she was like when she's pissed. So far, she's acting like a spoiled brat, but Cassidon doesn't mind after all. He's got one goal. Just use her, squeeze her for everything she's worth to reach that goal. Since Big Bro said he needed a sword, Aaron decided to give him one as a welcome to the family gift. That sword from the shop looks pretty comfy to carry. Turns out, it's not just any sword. They say it belonged to the crown prince of the fallen kingdom of Haran. When the merchant told her the price, the girl understood why it was still on the shelf. But, thinking it would be perfect for Cassidon, our girl decided to buy it and show her brother a thing or two. Back home, Miss Circia popped into his room and caught him, less than fully dressed. Aaron immediately handed him the gift. Seeing that sword, Cassidon couldn't believe his eyes. The girl explained she bought it at a stall nearby, but it didn't come with a scabbard. But the young man was sure it had to have one. Usually, swords like that always come with a scabbard. Like the seller told you, milady, this sword originally belonged to the crown prince of a kingdom that bit the dust. This guy knows his way around weapons, so even without a scabbard, no sweat. Besides, he's stoked his sister got it for him. It was a gift to celebrate Cassidan finally becoming part of the Count's family. Meeting his big sister was the luckiest thing that ever happened to him. If it weren't for her, the guy would still be stuck in the gladiator arena. He doesn't want to lose her warmth. In the arena, she was the only one he saw. Aaron was like an angel who came down from heaven. Brothers and sisters don't usually hug like that. Cassidan hadn't felt warmth in a long time, so he chalked it up to his own mistake. Even though she looks like a fool in his eyes, the heroine decided to keep watching him think of her as a silly girl. Just like paint dissolves in water, she wanted to bring that gladiator under her control. She told her brother he could come into her room whenever he needed to, and promised to hold his hand until he fell asleep. That's not something a brother and sister normally do, so Aaron suggested they not be brother and sister. Only right before bed did she reveal that she was ready to leave the family herself to get him accepted, because she had promised. Because Cassidan asked her not to abandon him, he looked like he was about to burst into tears in her eyes. Lady was determined to make him happy, no matter the cost. Today, she decided to just sleep, hoping to lower Cassidan's guard. That night, she dreamed of Damien and woke up with a crushing weight on her heart. Seeing the empty room, she realized her brother had left in the night. Suddenly, she noticed a book was missing from her personal library. Just then, Sasha rushed into the room, bringing some seriously important news for her. The maid knew it sounded crazy, but she wondered if Cassidan might never have been a slave to begin with. See, she barely managed to meet the slaver, the guy who actually found Cassidan. He said that when he first saw him, the kid was lying on the road alone, dressed in expensive clothes. So the slaver immediately figured he was some kind of aristocrat. The boss clearly remembers where he found this kid and what his first impression was. Doesn't sound like a lie. For her hard work, the lady rewarded Masha with some serious bling. Even though just being helpful was enough for the maid, lately she's been worried about the lady's health. Miss Aaron's been worn out lately, so it's no surprise Sasha noticed something was up. Means she's paying attention. Miss Serkia sent the girl to rest and asked her to accept the jewelry box as a thank you. You'd expect things to change after dying and going back in time, but Sasha was the first to pick up on it. If Damien's mansion had even one maid like that, maybe things would be different. But he wouldn't let his bride bring a single maid. Aaron was a bird trapped in a cage. Damien was only nice when she was healing him. The abandoned bride became perfect prey for his lackeys. The girl kept wondering what kind of face she'd make when she met Damien at the prince's birthday banquet. The next day, Aaron showed her brother the family garden where the blue roses just like her grew. Unlike red roses, blue roses are super valuable, and that's where the similarity lies. In the language of flowers, blue roses mean impossibility. That's how hard they are to grow. Cassidan's seeing them for the first time. They're so beautiful, you can't look away, just like his older sister. No matter how beautiful a flower is, it'll still wither, no matter how valuable it is. That's why Aaron can't understand what good a rose is after it blooms. When it withers, it becomes a gardener's problem. Remembering that a book was missing from the shelf, the girl suddenly asked if the young man knew where it was. She doesn't know who could have taken it. It's that book about the herbs of the north. With permission, Cassidan was ready to help her find the book. He's the only one who could have taken it while Aaron was asleep, that sneaky guy who comes to her room every night. That dazzling smile, the talk about the blue rose, it's all a crock. Ever since they met, the kid's been putting on an act for his sister. But the real question is, why was he so loyal to the crown prince back then? Then came a string of peaceful days, and Dad officially welcomed Cassidan into the family. But he made it a condition: never reveal that he was once a slave. Everyone thinks he's a handsome aristocrat, and they wonder if they're even seeing the real him. He mentioned that his father was a good-hearted man, but his mother was tougher than nails. The kid loves taking walks with his sister outside the estate like this. He wants to stay with her forever. Then Aaron mentioned that there's a banquet coming up for the prince's birthday, and she's going in their father's place. When he heard that, the kid begged her to take him with her. The imperial palace is gonna be packed. He's worried someone might try to snatch his sister. Surprisingly, the girl was ready to do anything just to get him to stop checking up on her. It's true, Cassidan's feeling something warm for the first time. He just likes Aaron, but he's never kept tabs on her. Then she got curious why he swiped the book. First he stole it, then he put it back. She knows it. Cassidan swore he didn't steal the book, even though he was the only one in her room that night. He must have had his reasons. It's not about stealing the book, it's about the fact that he's lying. Now that it's come out that she knew about it all along, the guy couldn't figure out why she didn't call him out. The real reason she kept quiet was because this dude's her precious family. His sister is like a lifeline of light. Cassidy wasn't gonna lie to her anymore. He was just curious about what she was reading. If he knew it'd end up like this, he would have just told the truth. All right then, Aaron let him pick whatever he wanted. She needed to know exactly what he was after. Turns out all the kid wanted was his big sister. Guess we shouldn't expect a straight answer from this guy. From that day on, for a while, Cassidy stopped showing up in his sister's room at night. The day before the prince's birthday banquet, Aaron read the news that Damian Keen Diaz had won the tournament. That freaking beast won the tournament with that body? No one in their right mind would think he's got a heart condition. I only found out when I saw him collapse with my own eyes, and I'd been tailing him for a whole year. The second Cassidy showed up at her door, she decided to find out why he'd stopped visiting her at night. The kid was super happy that his sister was waiting for him. She figured whatever was bothering him before must be gone. Even so, Cassidy feels the most at peace next to his sister, but he still goes back to his room in the middle of the night. If anyone else finds out, they'll be in trouble, so he just sneaks out before dawn. This dude's got it bad. He can't help sneaking peeks at her at night. Those blue eyes of hers are like a calm lake. Aaron gets lost in thought when she stares into his violet eyes, too, especially when he's zoning out with that furrowed brow. He's always thinking about his older sister at times like that. Someone saw that young guy sneaking out of the mansion late at night a few days ago. He claimed he just stepped out for some fresh air at that hour. Sasha said that Cassidy got back to the mansion right before dawn. So went a night full of fibs, and then came the morning of the day. The maids were running around the mansion like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to get the best outfit ready for the lady. Aaron's definitely gonna be the star of the banquet tonight. Lucky guy who gets to dance with her. But she figured Cassidy, not her, would be the real center of attention at the party. The seat across from my sister was open, and he could have let go of her hand, but he stuck right by her side. She smells amazing. Cassidy wishes he could just freeze this moment. Back at the palace, everyone's gonna be staring at her. That thought just doesn't sit right with me. Aaron wonders why he keeps lying to her, but he'll never give her a straight answer like always. Still, she really hopes that one day he'll open up to her and tell her the truth. When Cassidy lies, the corner of his mouth twitches up and his right eyelashes flutter a little. And just like that, they arrived at the palace. Miss Serkia's been coming here since she was a kid. Their estate's close to the palace, so they can heal members of the royal family ASAP. Because of that, there's even rumors going around that Aaron's a possible candidate to be the next crown princess. When they finally got to the palace gates, everyone there was drawn in by the incredible beauty of Aaron's escort. She introduced Cassidy as her younger brother. Finally, the Serkia family was within the castle walls. The imperial palace, the crystal hall. Aaron remembered it exactly like this. She knows Damian will only be late to the banquet tonight if something really important came up. She came with Cassidy today, and this could completely change the course of history. At the banquet, Lady Serkia suddenly ran into Lady Kristen. The girl was flattered she even remembered her. Evelyn Kristen is the daughter of the Kristen family, who made their fortune in diamond mining. Let's just say they weren't exactly known for their ethical labor practices. First things first. Cassidy introduced himself. Kristen noticed he even had a gorgeous voice. Usually the ladies are off to the side, gossiping and giggling, but now they're swarming him like a pack of wolves on the hunt. As far as they know, Lady Serkia is the Earl's only daughter. It's like she's been avoiding social events because she's been hiding such a handsome brother all this time. First things first, Lady Kristen needed to know if Mr. Cassian was seeing anyone. No way the girls were gonna let a hottie like that slip through their fingers. They practically dragged him home with them. You could cut the tension with a knife when he admitted there was someone special in his life. The day Cassidy met her, she was wearing a light blue dress that showed off her collarbones and a sapphire necklace. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She was so stunning. Looking away felt like a crime. His heart belongs to her, plain and simple. There's no room for anyone else. Just when everyone was waiting for him to drop her name, bam! The Crown Prince himself walks in. Everyone at the banquet was ordered to greet the Empire's little ray of sunshine. Leon de Crassible thanked everyone for squeezing this banquet into their busy schedules. Cassidy was originally supposed to be one of the Crown Prince's inner circle. Protecting the Aaron family was the right call, but she can't help feeling guilty about it. For today, they can all forget the grind and cut loose a little. The second the toast was made, Cassidon flashed this nasty grin and pretended to take a sip of his wine. Right then, the Crown Prince dropped his glass and clutched his face, looking totally sick. His Highness just face-planted on the floor, and everyone was freaking out, wondering who the hell would do that. No doubt about it, that's poison. Someone dared to slip poison into His Highness's drink. As far as Aaron remembers, the Crown Prince wasn't poisoned at the banquet in her past life. The banquet went on until late, and Damien showed up late that time. And right now, the only difference from back then is Cassidon trying to hide his smug smile. The same Cassidon who, in her past life, served the Crown Prince more faithfully than anyone. If he's the Crown Prince of Hiran, a kingdom that's totally off the map now, that explains his actions. But back in my past life, he was the Crown Prince's right-hand man for like 3 years. That's when Aaron realized he was doing all this for revenge. He probably had to bury that desire deep down inside. That feeling of having to hide everything behind a facade. Aaron totally gets it. He's the Crown Prince of Hiran, she said, not afraid to put it out there. Hearing that, Cassidon's face instantly changed. He demanded she repeat it. From this moment on, no one leaves the walls of this castle until the interrogation is over. That's an order from His Imperial Majesty. The culprit could be here, so anyone who tries to leave will be considered guilty. Only a complete nut job would pull something like this on his birthday, so the noble swore on his title that he was innocent. Okay, it's pretty obvious Cassidon's hands aren't shaking from fear. He's pissed at her. She had no clue she'd taken in a wild animal. Telling him not to do that again, she was advising him for his own good. Out of nowhere, Lady Aransurcu got summoned by His Majesty the Emperor. The second she walked into the chambers, he asked her to heal his son. The young master's gone pale, which means the poison's already spreading. This poison's got no taste or smell, so the young healer's gotta focus. The poison's corrupting his blood throughout his body. It's potent and fast-acting, plus it's odorless and colorless. It clicked for Aaron that this was Raven's Eye poison, a plant that only grows up north. The book Cassidon swiped said that if they didn't act fast, the prince would be stuck in bed for life. Realizing the poison was lethal, the girl understood Cassidon was completely insane. Using her healing powers gifted by her ancestors, she managed to purge all the poison. For saving the Emperor from agony, Aaron could have asked for anything as a reward, but she said she only did what was necessary. It's unknown who dared to do this on Leon's birthday, but whoever this maniac is, they've got a death wish. Good thing Miss Circia knows how to heal. She managed to identify the poison, and she decided to exploit the Emperor's trust. This is the only way to save Cassidon. The girl decided to shift suspicion onto someone else. She had to say it was poison from Crow's Eye, a plant that only grows in the north of the country. The northern territories were ruled by the Emperor's younger brother. After his death, he left behind his only heir, Damien. Aaron just needed to plant the seed of doubt and say that the smell of the poison could be masked by mixing it with jade dust. His father was never interested in the throne, but Damien was different. Even after the prince was named heir to the throne, Damien never looked him in the eye. He's more like the type who'd try to snatch the throne for himself. The Emperor loves his son too much, so even though he dodged the initial suspicion, he won't escape the Emperor's interrogation now. In this situation, Miss Circia can't let her sweet little brother get suspected. Her work here is done, so she's decided it's time for her to leave. But the Emperor has one request for her. He wants her, Aaron, to stay here until his son wakes up. His Majesty can't just lock up all those nobles in the hall and not show his face. So Cassidon is cleared and she'll follow his order. He's entrusted his son to her. She doesn't think he's starting to consider her as a bride for the prince, does she? Even now, Aaron's thinking about Cassidon, hoping he's not causing another incident. The Crown Prince suddenly frowned, mumbled something, then turned his head. Just as Aaron was about to button up his shirt, the young master finally came to. Leon wanted to know who this girl was, what she was doing here, and how she dared touch his body. Introducing herself as a healer, Aransurcu explained that she had cured him of a poison that had spread throughout his body. The Crown Prince remembered his father mentioning her in conversation. The Circia family is the only one in the Empire with this gift. The girl from this family is the greatest healer of all time. Since his father was talking about her specifically, Leon really wanted to see her abilities. That's impossible since Aaron has already cured his ailment, so there are no more terminally ill patients here. Just as the healer was about to leave, the Crown Prince clutched his heart and claimed he was in terrible pain. Without hesitation, Miss Circia rushed to help him, deciding that some poison must still be lingering. Turns out she couldn't find anything wrong with him. Prince's heartbeat's normal. He's completely healthy. The speed she figured that out cracked Leon up. Now he's convinced she's the real deal as a healer. He's only a year older, but acts like that. Maybe it's growing up royal, or maybe he's just still a kid. Leon's still a little worried about his health, so he asked the healer to stick around for a bit. And while other girls would kill just to talk to him, Aaron just decided to call for the servants. Seriously, this guy's full of himself. We never even spoke in my past life. I had no idea he was like this. She just said not all girls are the same, cause she wants out of here ASAP, had to say something. Leon's met tons of ladies and he'll meet a whole lot more, but everyone's got their own thing going on. He's only got one question for the healer. He wants to know what she thinks of him. Honestly, all she's thinking is that he's the freaking crown prince. Leon just lost it, laughing like a maniac. He sounded like he didn't even know what he was saying. If he somehow gets roughed up again, he's totally hoping the healer will patch him up. That was the end of that conversation. Aaron hoped she'd never see him again. By then, the throne room was empty. Looks like everyone who was there got sent home. She didn't find Cassidy inside, so she went looking for him and found him outside. He was stoked to see her. Turns out he hadn't been waiting long at all. He's got that friendly little brother look on his face, all proper and polite. But just a little while ago, he was looking at his sister like he wanted to take her out. Cassian's not alone. He's with someone who made her heart pound and her breath catch in her chest. That sweet but totally fake voice that she knows way too well. The closer he gets to her, the clearer the memories from her past life become. That evening, she finally met her ex. His name is Damien Kindeus. Aaron tried to calm herself down because she'd been preparing for them to meet again for a long time. She looked uneasy, so the Lord was worried and decided to ask if everything was all right. Aaron's fine, so she just thanked him for his concern and introduced herself. During the conversation, it turned out that Cassidy is her younger brother. Damien was shocked they're siblings. He was held up with some business, but it turned out the banquet was canceled. He met Cassidy on the way here, and he explained everything. Damien can't believe such an incident could happen on the prince's birthday. What a drag. Aaron was sure he was enjoying this, since he's itching to take the throne that doesn't belong to him. There isn't anyone in the Empire who hasn't heard of the Deus family. Knights praise his valor, and he won the last tournament. Last time around, Damien got his butt kicked by Cassidy, and it was Cassidy's first time even being in a Knights tournament. The heroine remembers exactly how wrecked he looked, like it was yesterday. Seeing His Highness get dragged through the mud like that, girls gotta admit there's a certain satisfaction to it. Anyway, the Crown Prince wanted to know why Milady was still hanging around the Imperial Palace so late, since everyone else had left. Just then, the guards rushed up. These huge knights grabbed Damien by the arms and tried to force him to go with them. The Crown Prince freaked out, started yelling and trying to break free, but hey, those were the Emperor's orders. Barely keeping a straight face, Aaron gave him this look of total sympathy, like she actually felt bad for him. She just can't understand what happened or how things got to this point. Truth be told, she knows Cassidy's got something he wants to say to her. And yeah, the kid does have something to say. It's late and he just wants to go home already. On the way home, Miss Circia jumped at the chance to find out why he did what he did and kept it from her. She's not blaming him for anything, though. She's sticking to her clueless little sister act. That's when his mask slipped, and you could see the wild look in his eyes he'd been trying to hide. If Aaron can figure things out, it'll help not just Cassidy, but her family too. Whether he was a prince of Hiran or a slave in the past, his priority needs to be survival. Looks like that's what made him decide to take care of this girl right here and now. No one will ever know it was him. He's hoping Aaron has something she wants to say with those pretty lips before it's too late. In her eyes, Cassidy is just pathetic. He's even lying to himself. She knows exactly what's going on, and she's calling him out on it. The thing is, Cassidy doesn't understand who his real enemy is, and he's trying to hurt the wrong person. 8 years ago, during the conquest of Hiran, Damien's father, Hail Kindeus, led the troops. They even dug up some excuse for war, a dusty old prophecy left behind by Seville's dead prophet. While Erin was digging up dirt on Damien, she stumbled on something new, something Cassidy didn't know. Everything she said was the truth, so there's no point in lying now. Miss Circia doesn't regret saving that gladiator slave, not one bit. Cassidy's hoping she will, but she's not giving him the answer he wants right now. Because no matter what anyone says, that guy's family now. That soothing voice calming Cassidy's worries, even though it's Aaron, it's still unfamiliar to him. Funny how the heroine's using it, but the night was quiet and sad. When Miss Sirkia got home, she told Sasha to draw her a bath. And also, she asked her to bring all the books about the kingdom of Harran. She needs to learn everything she can about it. After that, Arin unexpectedly popped into her brother's room and suggested they talk before bed. Even tea leaves, swirling around like crazy in the water, eventually settle down, just like a lie. And the pain that feels like it'll never end, the kind that poisons your whole life, that'll quiet down eventually too. Life with him, always ready to drag you down, turned out to be pretty messed up. It's not that she's got nothing to say. In her past life, she learned everything about Damien. To make Cassidy's wishes come true, she's gotta achieve her own goals. So he wouldn't worry anymore. Arin promised to ignore it, even if he was stretching the truth. Whatever he did back then, he needs to remember this girl's his family now. If she can do something for him, even if it means getting her hands dirty, she'll make it happen. Hearing what she was saying, Cassidy couldn't figure out what she was even thinking. I wish Arin would just yell at him for being an ungrateful freeloader who doesn't appreciate the favor she's doing him. She didn't even give him a hard time, but she has no idea if he'll pull this crap again. She's just sure that if he really wanted to screw her over, he would have done it a long time ago. Of course, someone who had to become a beast to survive isn't going to give up now. The month they spent together couldn't have been for nothing. Cassidy's already gotten used to his sister. You could say his actions are her fault too, since she's the one who insisted on taking the kid in. Some of Cassidy's bad moves are on her too. Instead of helping him heal, Arin just picked at his old wounds. Without a word, the kid just turned around and went back to his room. Back then, he couldn't shake this weird feeling, like something was squeezing his heart. The girl's face just radiates the calm of a monk, not sad, but not really thoughtful either. She's got this look on her face like she gave up everything. Being pretty was a curse for slaves. People didn't care about the wounds or the blood, just the looks. Cassidy hid who he really was. Just to survive, he couldn't even let himself mourn the past. But now, for some reason, he's starting to doubt himself, and he can't make sense of the mess. His head's pounding from all these weird feelings. The kid feels safe around this shady girl, but along with the doubt comes this weird feeling of failure. Cassidy wants to know more about his sister, apologize to her, and hear her voice. Lately, his whole body's been burning up. Seems to be getting worse, but he doesn't know why it's happening. Arin is gorgeous. Every time he looks at her, she just shines brighter. Without wasting a second, the girl ripped open his robe. She knew right away where the burn was. The second she touched him, she knew it. She also saw the marks from swords and axes. Marks like these show up when a body loses weight fast and stays starved for a long time. Cassidy was a gladiator in the arena, but these scars aren't from fighting. He didn't get them in battle. It's clear he was tortured, and the master didn't hesitate to spill the beans about it. When he sat down next to her, the girl touched his forehead and channeled her healing magic into him. In the blink of an eye, she healed her brother. All his scars and scrapes vanished. It was unbelievable. Miss Sirkia knew this would happen and should have healed him sooner. Cassidy must have been in pain, but he couldn't say. His sister felt guilty that he had suffered. Now this beautiful healer convinced him not to worry about anything, just to get some rest. First thing in the morning, all hell broke loose. Sasha burst into the ladies' chambers and told her to get dressed, ASAP. Turns out the crown prince is here, wants to meet the healer in person, so he's waiting in the drawing room. According to the maid, the prince fell head over heels at first sight. Despite yesterday's situation, he still came to see Lady Sirkia. Probably just showed up out of curiosity. Arin figures he's just got too much time on his hands. It's a wonder Cassidy had the patience to stick around that bonehead for so long. Sasha says things are tense in the Empire. Word is, Archduke Damien tried to, take out the prince. He's locked up now. Rumor has it they're gonna let him go, since they don't have any real proof. The Damien that Arin knew would break out of prison even if he was guilty. Once he's out, he'll definitely start hunting for the real culprit, and then he'll try to bring Cassidy over to his side. The heroine can't miss that, but for now she needs to dig up some dirt on Damien. It wouldn't hurt to play up the drama a little. For this occasion, the girl chose something a bit fancier. Seeing her younger brother in the hallway, Arin told him a guest was waiting in the living room. Cassidy wanted to go with her, but that would be awkward seeing as he'd, caused him some trouble in the past. Looks like this wounded animal wants to show his true colors. Miss Sirkia finally made it to the guest. The young master was practically dying of boredom waiting for her. Apologizing for being late, she greeted the Empire's little son. But Leon wanted to skip the formalities. It wasn't like this was their first time meeting. The Crown Prince showed up bright and early to ask how the healer felt about becoming a princess. He just wants her to be his bride. Even his father's on board with it. A family that managed to fix up the heir to the throne deserves the imperial family's backing. Besides, the emperor himself seems to be thinking about making Auron a princess. That's a very flattering offer, but she's perfectly happy where she is right now. So, Miss Serkia's turning down the chance to be empress? She's happy with just a simple thank you? Cassidon's got zero manners, barging into a room without knocking. After a quick sorry to interrupt, he slammed a plate of sweets down on the table, looking pissed. Guess our guests were hungry, so the kid brought over some cookies. Real thoughtful. Auron introduced him as her younger brother and took the blame for his rude behavior. It's pretty obvious they're not related. She's got light hair and he's got silver. Even their eye color is totally different. Even though they're not blood related, Cassidon is her only little brother. The Crown Prince figured it was time for the handsome little brother to leave so he and his sister could talk about important stuff. The thing is, Leon just offered Cassidon's sister the chance to become the first princess of this whole empire. But when he heard her refusal, he ordered the girl to show up at the palace herself and do it there. Tomorrow, at noon, by the fountain, the Empire's prince will be waiting for her, and she has to come alone. After their meeting, the only thing bugging Cassidon was the question of whether it was actually true. Either way, it wasn't a lie, and Auron couldn't do anything but go to the palace. The guy just wanted to warn her, thinking it might be a trap. The girl herself felt uneasy about being asked to come alone. The way Cassidon sees it, the Crown Prince is a real piece of work. Sometimes looks are all you need to judge what a person's really like. One look at him and you know he's bad news. Auron didn't like him at first sight either, so she must think the same thing. Gossiping about the prince is so exciting. She and Cassidon are an unusual brother and sister. Frankly, when the main character first met them, she thought they were similar, but she can't say why. It wasn't even her looks that got to me. It was the look in her eyes, like they held a whole lifetime. There was this sadness, like the light at sunset, and this bottomless emptiness. When Aaron asked what he thought of her when they first met, he just said it was a secret. Honestly, it was dumb to even ask a liar that question. She's convinced he can tell what kind of person someone is just by looking at them. Cassidon really doesn't know what she's like, but Auron has no reason to hate him. To be honest, he doesn't think she's good, and he doesn't think she's bad, she's just different. Seems like he's telling the truth this time. His face is so red, like he's still got a fever. There's no chapter about Hiron in the book. Looks like Cassidon's been here, even though he didn't leave a trace, just like at the Imperial Palace. That leaves another problem. What do we do if the heroine runs into Damien? She's supposed to expose all his actions, make him hit rock bottom. That's her goal. But Damien's no dummy. Auron figured she'd be better off acting like a clueless girl just dropping by for a visit. Maybe she gets Cassidon. She can't forget the pain she felt the day she bought the farm. Soon, the girl finally visited the Imperial Palace, where the son of the Empire was eagerly waiting for her. Like Leon asked, she was ready to turn down the offer, but he suddenly suggested they sit down and talk. She's sharp, plus she's got the healing touch, so His Majesty popped the question. He doesn't even love her. Arn's a healer, not some plaything for him to mess with. According to the prince, love's not needed in a marriage. Understanding is way more important if she has power and he has the healing ability. It's a win-win for both of them, but right now, Miss Serkia's pretty happy with her life as it is. With the prince's permission, she wanted to ask for something. The girl proposed a different kind of deal. Archduke Damien's a suspect in Leo's poisoning. Auron heard he's cooling his heels behind bars right now. All she's asking for is permission to meet with the Archduke. In return, Miss Serkia promised to show off her healing powers if His Imperial Highness lets her do it right now. She can't use it if there's no one hurt, but she didn't say she could only heal people. The young healer can make a flower the prince steps on bloom like it just opened up. The Empire's strongest healer's power isn't a fairy tale. It's just unbelievable what her hands can do. Watching her bring the flower back to life, Leo thought she was a real-deal sorceress. If the flower stays here, someone might step on it again, so the prince decided to put it in his chambers. I guess being picked is just as bad as getting stomped on. So he decided to find out why she wanted this meeting with Damien. Why go all the way to the slammer just to see him? Auron expected him to ask, but confessing your love to someone locked up in prison felt pretty messed up. Saying it was so the Archduke could see at least one pretty face before he croaked? Even weirder. Leon can't wait for an answer much longer, and honestly, he's not even sure Damien actually committed the crime. Nobody found any real evidence that someone with his status was guilty, which means someone else did it. The Archduke got pinned for the assassination attempt because he was late to the ball and because the poison was made from northern herbs. Arin felt guilty that the Archduke was punished without solid proof. The thought made her sick. But if she was telling the truth, Leon worried things were about to get real bad. For some people, the truth can be a total lie, the prince realized, so he decided to escort her there himself. Suddenly, a knight popped out of the shadows. Kinda weird, wearing a helmet in this heat. The prison's in a tower pretty far from the imperial palace. This knight, still hiding his face, has been tailing them for ages, so Leon's decided to find out what's up. The knight's violet eye clued the prince in. His old man ordered him to report on his every move. The boss wants Arin to come alone, because her little brother's got a real, unique way of looking at things. Leon's not just talking about how Cassidon looked at him, but also how he looks at his own sister. He's never seen anyone look at their sister like that before. Even if they aren't blood-related, it's just off. Cassidon's a cherished member of the family. Talking about him like that puts Arin in a tough spot. She loves her brother a lot. Nobody could ever replace him. She doesn't want to cause any more trouble, so she decides to go on ahead alone. Besides, the Archduke's locked up because of her. It'll be hard to have a real heart-to-heart with him with the prince around. No need to keep watching him, so Leon tells the guard to escort her to cell number 8. Arin promised she'd be quick and come right back, so there's nothing to worry about. Since the prince didn't get to properly celebrate his birthday, he's throwing another huge bash. He's planning on sending her an invitation, so they'll be seeing each other soon, and there's no way she can refuse. Until then, the heir to the empire will keep this forget-me-not brought back to life by the healer. As soon as the crown prince left, Arin immediately asked why Cassidon was here. There's no way she wouldn't recognize him, but he must have borrowed that knight's armor from somewhere. Okay, he didn't exactly borrow it, more like the owner of the armor was indisposed for a day or two. Cassidon barely dodged a bullet last time, and now Arin's worried sick about him. From the moment she opens her eyes in the morning to the moment she closes them at night, she's constantly on edge. But Cassidon came to the palace because he was worried too, otherwise he wouldn't have done something so boneheaded. Right now they gotta figure out how the darkness works, and these prison cells reek. It's a freaking maze, no way out of here. Only the guy who delivers the grub knows the layout. In this prison that runs itself, no guards needed, Archduke Damien's locked up in cell 8. Back in the day, his jet black hair and emerald eyes totally stole the heroine's heart. But now she knows what's really hiding behind that pretty face. Damien recognized the Earl of Circea's daughter right away. One look, and you don't forget her. Seems like he's seen that knight somewhere before, too. According to Arin, he's an imperial knight, just tagging along as her escort. In that case, the Archduke's gotta wonder, what are they doing here? No outsiders allowed. Actually, the Crown Prince gave them the green light. He personally escorted the girl to the tower. The reason she's here is because she knows Damien's innocent. Looking him straight in the eye, Arin confessed she fell for him hard, right away. Let's say that's true, but Damien's gotta figure out why he's even locked up in the first place. This girl took a huge chance coming here to save him, and now it's clear he doesn't trust her. If she knew she was gonna hear that, she wouldn't even be here. Of course, she fell for him instantly. Only a crazy person would come to a place like this otherwise. Arin never believed in love at first sight until she met Damien. His lips were slightly parted, his cheeks flushed, that jet black hair, and eyes that sparkled like stars in the sky. The hero is willing to put up with this crap to achieve her goal. Before they could even talk, Damien was already taken into custody, and Arin was devastated. Playing dumb, like all her feelings are an open book, she went so far she convinced the prince to bring her here. In her past life, she and the prince didn't get along either. Damien tried to connect, but the prince wasn't having it. In that sense, the crown prince's offer was even a bit of a problem, a potential deal-breaker. Gotta factor in the prince's personality, too. If he doesn't get a quick answer, he'll lose interest. Either way, Arin needs to keep her distance and use this situation to her advantage. The prince assigned a knight to escort her, so she suggested the guy ask him. If Damien told her why he was late to that ball, Arin could prove his innocence to the prince. The Archduke agreed to spill what he was up to on the prince's birthday if she'd tell him what's going on between them. He's so petty, even facing the worst he wants to call the shots. So, Damien still doesn't trust her. Miss Circea felt so foolish for falling for a guy like that. She went through all that trouble to help him, and this is how he treats her? Her heart was wrong about him, but now she knows exactly what kind of guy he is. Just so she doesn't leave, Damien's ready to explain why he was late. He won't be so harsh with her again. Actually, he was preparing a special gift for the prince, but it took time to get it delivered from the estate. It'd be good for the Archduke if the prince knew about it, so he decided to explain what it was. It was a slave, brought from far away because of his outstanding abilities. Damien had a hell of a time keeping him from biting off his own tongue and dying. About a month ago, that gladiator slave was sold for 5 billion gold coins. Even if the Empire treats slaves worse than animals, Damien somehow thought buying one as a gift was a good idea. Maybe this is his excuse for being late, which was caused by a personal issue. So Arryn decided to get to the bottom of things and asked him to send her that slave. The poison that hit His Highness was made from a plant that only grows up north, and that's why Damien got locked up. The girl just figured out what was in the poison, and the Archduke just screwed up by being late, 'cause she already told everyone. The master heard something like that, and he thought it was messed up that he was found guilty just for being late. If he hands over that slave to the healer, she'll talk to His Highness and prove that the master is innocent. She feels bad that the Archduke couldn't rely on her before, but she just couldn't let him stay in such a tough spot. He agreed to send her the slave in exchange for her spending some time with him. He definitely thinks he can squeeze some intel about the prince out of her that way. And Arryn was planning to make good use of the opportunity she was given. That evening, Sasha gave the mistress intel about the Kingdom of Hiran, which had been mentioned before. Unfortunately, she couldn't dig up anything new on him, even after searching all over town. Sasha met with a guy who's known for having the inside scoop, and she hit him with a couple of questions. Of course, it wasn't free. She figured she'd put those jewels the madam gave her to good use. She managed to find out who might know about that kingdom. Now all that's left is to check it out. Late at night, under the moonlight, Kassadin finally showed up. Arryn figured he got caught returning the armor, 'cause he looks like he's been through the ringer. Kassadin just thinks the girl doesn't love him because his eyes aren't green. It's obvious to him that she's got a thing for green eyes. That's not how it is at all. Even if his eyes aren't green, it doesn't mean Miss Serkia doesn't love him. Still, she said those things right in front of him. That jet black hair, eyes like stars in the sky, that strong jawline. Arryn loves Kassadin, so she told him not to think otherwise just because his eyes aren't green. No matter what he looks like, that guy's the most precious person in the world to her. In that case, the angry lord decided to find out how many people she said that to. He doesn't believe her. This slave is so ripped, Arryn was even breathless. She swore he was her first. All the handsome guy wants is for her to not look away and repeat what she said while looking him in the eyes. Feeling a strong grip on her neck, the girl made a face he knows all too well. She barely managed to push her brother away any longer, and she would have stopped breathing. An outsider would think Kassadin did something wrong, but he hasn't done anything wrong yet. If it makes him feel better, Miss Serkia lets him act that way whenever he wants. And even though she knows he's not that kind of guy, the young man warned her not to push him. When a slave can't trust, all they can do is bare their teeth, even though you can tell he's a good guy deep down. Arryn will always side with her brother, even though he hates her guts. It's okay if he hates her. It's okay if he uses her. She just doesn't want him to torture himself. As usual, Kassadin didn't say a word and silently left the room. In a way, Miss Serkia agrees with what he said. She really did make him part of the family just to use him later. Turns out the kid's using her too, but he's not willing to talk about his past. The crown prince of a destroyed kingdom must have one hell of a story. He's not willing to talk about the kingdom of Hiran either. Kassadin's homeland was wiped out because of some prophecy. Now the only thing left for our girl to do is find out everything herself. On the road, Sasha worried that her mistress was tired and thought Kassadin should have come with them. Arryn thinks they're together, so everything's cool. Besides, we can't use Kassadin to dig up dirt on himself. Plus, Sasha's the only one who knows about this place, even though it's hard to believe people actually live there. According to the maid, if she gave them the wrong map, the informant's gonna be in a world of hurt. They ended up in a thick forest where there's this old shack that looks like it's haunted as hell. Looks like nobody's home, but Arryn suggested we stick around for a bit just in case. Just then, the door creaked open, and this old dude in ratty clothes shuffled out of the shack. He was wondering how they managed to find their way to a grumpy old hermit's place. Rumor has it he knows a lot about the Hiran Kingdom. It's not usually cool to just show up like this, but it's super important. Since the girls wanted to know his name, the old man introduced himself as Nochios. He could see that Aran was blessed. Despite being blind, he could feel that she'd been touched by the divine. This is the prophet Notios, or at least that's what he used to be called. Now he's just a hermit. Some folks say he kicked the bucket a long time ago, a price he paid for blabbing about the future. Now the old man lives like he's already pushing up daisies. It was fate that brought you ladies here. The peaceful kingdom of Hairan was destroyed because of the prophet's words. A ruler born in the kingdom of Hairan will reign over all kingdoms, empires, everything that lives in this world. According to the prophet, the person in the prophecy is alive, but the prophecy has changed. A hawk with broken wings has found its nest. The black raven, wanting to live in the hawk's nest, flew too high and will be burned alive in the sun's rays for it. That's all Notios can say, confident that the girl knows the answer to all the questions. Then Aran decided to ask one last question. She wants to know what it means to be God's favorite. It means exactly what it sounds like, because nothing in this world happens by accident. The girls couldn't dig up much, but it's insane they even found the so-called prophet. Even though Sasha didn't catch a word, thanks to her, Madam got all the intel she needed. Hail Candaeus is already pushing up daisies, so the black raven from the prophecy has gotta be Damien. The reason Dad wiped out Hairan was to eliminate a rival who could have totally rewritten history. If the guy who wrecked the kingdom is dead, then Kassadin must be cooking up something. It must have been pure revenge that got him through all those years of slavery and hardship. Who knows how he'd react if he found out a member of the family that destroyed his kingdom was still kicking. Poor Arend, she's so glad they have a common enemy. She doesn't deserve whatever weird thing God has for her. The next morning, Kassadin found his sister waiting outside his chambers and figured she wanted something. Maybe she doesn't need an excuse to see her favorite little brother. It'd be rude to talk in the hallway, so the young man nudged the girl forward into his chambers. When he touched her neck, it felt like he was going to choke her again, but this time, he just wanted to know where she'd been. If he's so curious where she went, maybe he should have followed her. Kassadin isn't telling the truth, like he's scared of something, like Aaron might spill the beans about who he really is. No matter what, she won't send him back to the arena to be a gladiator again. Miss Circia wants the young man to not be afraid of her. It would be great if he could just chill out. She let him squeeze her hand harder if he needed to, until he could trust her. Those words just pissed Kassadin off. He couldn't tell if his sister wasn't afraid of dying or if she was just plain nuts. Aran always looks the same, but right now he can't be mad at her. He messed up. My sweet little brother begged her to never do that again. He'd never asked her for anything before, and she felt like she'd already cried all her tears in a past life. But now her eyes welled up again as words of love escaped her lips. Aran confessed her love to Kassadin. The truth is, he was just tired. He couldn't sleep last night because Aran wouldn't leave his head. He knew she was going somewhere this morning, but he decided not to follow her. It annoyed him that he couldn't see her. However, knowing that Aran was somewhere far away made him even angrier. Kassadin feels useless and abandoned just because his sister told the Archduke she was in love with him. That emotion he felt, maybe it was fear or deep sadness. He never thought she was so reckless, but what's even crazier is that he's sinking into this like quicksand. Aran is fading from his embrace, like stars in the night fog, and Kassadin can't let her go. From that day on, he started treating his older sister with more respect. No more lies, no more sneaking around at night. It was like that talk really got to him. Aran didn't regret taking the risk back then. His distrust bothered her, and she was curious how he'd react. Meanwhile, the news was blowing up with the story that the Archduke was suing the imperial family. I mean, they trashed his reputation without real proof, so he filed suit the second he was released. Win or lose, Damien's lawsuit just shows how desperate they are. Only people with something to hide act like that. He's been out for a while now, so he should be asking Aran out on a date any day now. When they meet, she's gonna make damn sure he's on her side. It was super noisy outside when suddenly a maid walked in, saying there was a gift for the lady. The girl doesn't know who sent it, but they said Aran would understand if she mentioned the gift was a slave. Damien finally sent the gift he wanted to give the crown prince, this slave. Even though he's strong and gonna be a handful, Miss Circia ordered us to release him. Besides the gift, the Archduke also sent a message. He wants to meet up with Aaron ASAP. He also sent some tranquilizers. They can turn even a wild beast into a gentle lamb. Of course, they won't affect his abilities. They'll just help calm his ferocious temper for a while. Then Aran realized that this defenseless gladiator was under the influence of something. Kassadin snuck up so quietly and suddenly that he startled her, but he had to sneak up. Otherwise, he wouldn't get to see his sister's surprised face. So they finally got the slave Damien caught, going to such an extreme measure to do it. Looking at this slave with needle marks, locked in a cage, the heroine feels like she's still doing something wrong. This dude was supposed to be a gift, but now she's decided to fix him up and give him a makeover. She ordered 3 strong guys to be ready to carry him and to get some food ready for him. Judging by Cassidon's behavior, it's obvious he's scared another slave will take his place. The truth is, he's Arin's only younger brother, so there's no need to worry about that. If people hear about Leon's decision, they'll think nobody even wants to be the prince's bride anymore. The emperor didn't just tell him to marry Lady Circia for no reason, you know? According to the kid, she turned him down when he asked her to be his bride. This girl's got spunk. If she'd said yes right away, Leon would have lost interest. The palace's reputation took a nosedive after that incident at the ball, and on top of that, Archduke Damien's suing them. The prince wants to know how the emperor screwed up so badly and couldn't find the culprit. That's why everyone's laughing at them. Not caring who saw, the emperor grabbed the young man by the collar. His son's behavior had really ticked him off. The crown prince can't talk like that. The emperor took the throne for him. But even if he pretends it's all for his son, it won't make him any less guilty about what happened to his late mother. The truth is, Leon never wanted any of this, not the crown prince title, not his father's guilt-ridden attention. He just hoped his father would stop calling him over nothing. He was sick of it. Back in his chambers, the crown prince noticed a forget-me-not, and it instantly reminded him of Arin Serke. The servants couldn't find any clothes that fit the slave. There's no way they'd have sizes that big around here. He even makes Miss Serke's room look small. His body is close to perfect, like a mix between a bear and a panther. The maids were supposed to cover the slave up, but instead, they let him appear before their mistress like that. So Arin decided to take care of his clothes herself and, first of all, find out what his name is. The butler says the slave's not talking because he's exhausted, and he's refusing food and new clothes too. He must be wiped out from the long trip, but the mistress has said he can eat all he wants and get some rest now. She told the kid to ignore the servants' chatter and just relax and eat. But the slave kept silent, like Damien was trying to pawn off a problem on the prince. So Arin ordered him to move the couch he was sitting on closer to her. Immediately, the strong gladiator followed the order without question, easily hoisting the heavy couch above his head. He doesn't eat, doesn't talk, just follows orders. It's creepy, like he was born to be a servant. And he's got these weird wounds, look like bite marks, but not from any animal or person I've ever seen. His heart's all over the place from the tranquilizers, like he's bursting with energy but totally powerless at the same time. For all his imposing looks, he's got a ton of internal injuries, and someone actually had the nerve to cut out his tongue. After everything that went down, Arin got serious about experimenting with her healing herbs. She used the tranquilizer they injected the slave with to see how all the herbs reacted. Only the thistle reacted, the one that reacts to poisons. They deliberately didn't tell her what was in the shot. So it's poison disguised as a tranquilizer. My guess is Damien wanted to buy the king's favor by gifting him a poisoned slave. He couldn't let the slave stay near the prince for long, so he made sure to take care of the problem beforehand. Deciding to check something, the girl ordered the slave to lie down on the bed. Even Cassidon wasn't in this bad of shape when she first brought him here. First, she needs to flush the poison out of this guy's system, then get his voice back. That's gonna take a ton of healing energy, but Arin really wants to just talk to him. When he wakes up, he'll definitely be able to tell her what the Archduke did to him. Even with just her fingertips, the young healer can feel how potent this poison is. Nothing like what the crown prince was dosed with. She's barely got enough juice for this healing, but she's focusing all her energy and channeling it into the slave. As soon as the healing magic faded, the guy opened his eyes and asked who the girl was. Looking at the results of her work, Arin hadn't realized it would knock her out so bad. Her eyelids just slammed shut and she was sucked into oblivion. Every time the Earl goes away on business, he brings the mistress back a ton of gifts. He stood for 3 hours in the blazing sun to buy gold and honey because the mistress has such a sweet tooth. The Earl already grabbed this treasure to take it to the mistress. He walked up to his daughter's room and knocked, saying that Daddy's home. But when the Lord didn't hear his daughter's voice, he peeked into the room and saw a huge dude on the bed, and his daughter passed out. Meanwhile, Cassidon's mind was totally consumed with memories of Arin acquiring a new slave. Suddenly, he heard the enraged screams of the Earl, who was hell-bent on taking someone out. Lord Circia won't let anything stand in his way when it comes to his beloved daughter, especially after what that lowlife did to her. Cassidon froze at the entrance at what he saw. Everything inside him just collapsed in that instant. Without hesitation, he jumped on the slave and clocked him good, trying to protect his mistress. From the hit, the naked guy tumbled off the bed, looking like he still hadn't figured out what was going on. Furious, Cassidy decided to off this scumbag. It was only today that his father gave him permission to actually kill someone. It looks like this creep took advantage of Cassidy being gone and helped himself to the girl like that. Terrified, the slave started swearing that nothing like that happened, he doesn't even know who they are. That's when it hit him. He could talk, even though he remembered his tongue being cut out. The kid was about to say his name, but figured he was a goner anyway. Soon enough, Erin finally snapped out of it. Her body healed up and her head cleared. Her dad was stoked to see her alive. He felt like crap for not paying enough attention to his daughter lately. The Earl felt like a total idiot, not even knowing some lowlife had snuck into her room. When the truth came out, Cassidy could barely believe his sister was so beat she just crashed out on top of the guy. And even though he beat the crap out of that dude, at least everyone finally knows what really happened. Since the slave showed up here in such rough shape, Aaron asked him to spill the beans about what went down. Tyr doesn't remember Jack. It's all a blur, his memory's just cut off. The last thing he remembers before blacking out was hearing someone say, "We need more blood." Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, but that's when the guy's tongue got cut out. When he woke up, his tongue was back in his mouth, and he can't explain what happened to him because he doesn't even get it himself. When Tyr's tongue was cut off, he was blindfolded, so he couldn't see who did it, but the voice was male and sounded old. An old dude who also reeked of blood, but was skilled enough to cut out a tongue and not kill the guy. Maybe it was Kendall the butler, Damien's right-hand man, who's been with him since he was a kid. Anyway, that's all Erin managed to find out about him in her past life. At least she's glad the slave shared. From now on, Tyr will never have to face anything like that again, and for now, he's got permission to live in this house and not worry about a thing. The girl promised to sew him some new clothes just a little later. Until then, she hopes the slave isn't thinking about going outside looking like that. Aaron sent the slave back to his room, and Cassidy immediately dipped out of the room too. Even if the Count agreed to adopt Cassidy, he couldn't understand why his daughter brought that slave home. The master thought it would be better if he went back where he came from. One Cassidy is more than enough around here. They say Aaron even brought him to the palace. Rumor has it they're hiding a handsome young man at home and it's causing a stir. No surprise there, seeing as he used to be a slave, but now there's another one in the Count's house. Aaron was planning to ship him off to the Crown Prince. Some aristocrat asked her to at the ball. While her father was away, the girl healed the prince when he was poisoned during a banquet. He kept visiting after he recovered. So, most likely, the letter their father received is addressed to Aaron. It's an invitation to a banquet at the palace. Miss Circia thought the prince's handwriting was elegant, but at least it's even and not too jagged. The imperial family's reputation took a hit because of the Archduke scandal. This banquet is supposed to show that the prince is alive and kicking. Aaron will send him away right after the banquet, once things have calmed down a bit with the imperial family. She's got to get that slave talking, squeeze him for every last detail about Damien. Dinner started out normal enough. Then I see Cassidy practically burning holes through me with his eyes. I tried to play it cool, but then he blurts out that I sent that slave to the bedroom. If I really need a slave in the bedroom, Cassidy's all too willing to step up and fill that role. No matter what, that guy Tyr is just some dirtbag from head to toe. Cassidy's absolutely sure of it. I'm not losing it, I just really don't want Aaron keeping another dude around here. He says it like it's the most natural thing in the world, but I have no idea what he's even talking about. Why he's measuring the slave's worth, talking about him like he's just some object, is beyond me. Aaron saved Cassidy from being a slave, and now he's just casually saying stuff like that. Like he forgot those days when he himself was treated like property, and now it's spread to the Count's mansion. More than anything, she wondered if kissing him would make her tainted too. But for Cassidy, who was feeling this for the first time, if his sister got messed up, the whole damn world would go down with her. But it's like everything's twisted around. First and foremost, he's a decent guy, a hawk with broken wings. So he wouldn't suffer alone with his festering wounds anymore. Erin gave him her safe haven. Truth is, Cassidy lied when he said he hated her. He's only just now got the guts to admit it. From their very first meeting until now, there hasn't been a single moment when he hated his sister. Cassidy didn't say anything else and Aaron didn't push it. She couldn't let him go through what she went through with Damien. To set things right, it was time for our girl to make her play. She'd been waiting for him, and the meeting with the Archduke was finally happening. So Damien's been released, but he hasn't contacted Aaron. She's worried he might be feeling rough after being locked up. Yeah, that could be it, but he's actually prepping a lawsuit. You can tell she's mega relieved everything's cool. She's stoked to see him again. Just like she thought, the Archduke's got a seriously wonky heartbeat. He kept his condition a secret from Miss Circia, but then the attacks started happening so often he'd just black out. And that's about the time Aaron was supposed to heal him. Before the healing, she did a deep dive into the whole thing. One of the big triggers for those attacks is strong emotions, like rage or getting too worked up. The truth is, Aaron's planning to bring a slave to the upcoming banquet and spill the beans to the Crown Prince about Damien. That's awesome that they're going together. Sounds like they'll be seeing each other real soon. Later that day, the butler brought the master the documents he'd asked for. Turns out Damien realized how messed up his brother and sister are. These papers confirm the purchase of the slave Aaron Circe. When Aaron got back, Tyre already had new clothes, and he's digging that they fit him perfectly. Tyr couldn't figure out why his mistress was so nice to a slave like him, and he was super grateful. Milady really wants him to go to the banquet with her, but he'll run into the guy there who did some messed up stuff to him. Tyr swore he could handle it. He wants to pay her back for everything she's done for him, no matter what. Turns out Cassidy heard every single word, and now he knows they're going to the palace. Honestly, he wants his sister to take him with her. The kid promised not to bother her, to be quiet as a mouse, just so she'd take him along. Lady Circe can't bring him to the palace. Cassidy thinks his real enemy is the Crown Prince. The girl agreed to take her brother, but only if he spills what he's hiding, and she promised to tell him something in return. Otherwise, she was going to hit that banquet without him, knowing he couldn't get over his fear and spill the beans. Soon enough, the Earl's carriage was ready to roll. Lady Erin was going to be the belle of the ball tonight. This beauty's got just one flaw, the sadness in her eyes 'cause Cassidy ain't coming to the party. Suddenly, the carriage doors flew open. Cassidy, desperate, barged in with his sister. He's going after all. The Emperor's ball was packed, even more crowded than the Crown Prince's birthday bash. Seems like they invited every big shot in the Empire, but there's one person missing. Just then, the Archduke showed up. You could spot him a mile away. All he wants is for the lady to do him the honor of letting him escort her tonight. Rumor has it the Archduke's about to make some serious accusations against the imperial family, but here he is at the banquet. People could hardly believe he knew the Earl of Circia's daughter. Of course, Aaron agreed, but right then Cassidy grabbed her hand and stopped her. He reminded her that she'd promised him he could escort her to the banquet. The kid figured she'd just forgotten the promise she made. Damien recognized the young master as her ladyship's little brother. Those violet eyes are hard to forget, obviously. This is their third meeting, come to think of it, and Lady Circia was around all 3 times. As far as Erin knows, this is only the second time the Archduke has met her brother. Damien thought she'd brought her brother on purpose that time, but if they don't know each other, then the brother's playing games with his sister. The lady herself invited the Archduke to the banquet, so he asked her to trust him to be her escort. However, Cassidy won't let go of her hand until his sister tells him to. Looks like the lady's having a rough time, so Damien decided to find out how this cheeky servant dares to bother her. Aaron couldn't believe the Archduke just dissed her brother like that. Silence falls as the party's about to kick off. The Empire's little ray of sunshine has arrived on the terrace. Leon didn't think Miss Circia would show. Guess she couldn't turn down his invite. Surprisingly, Damien seems happy to see the Crown Prince looking so healthy. Leon's not feeling the same way, though. He doesn't recall sending the Archduke an invitation. Even though Damien didn't do that thing, the prince still treats him like dirt. The Archduke lost their trust when he filed that claim against the imperial family, even though they never really trusted him anyway. According to the prince, this guy's a chip off the old block. A lot of uninvited guests showed up today. Sounded like he was talking about Aaron's brother too, but he's feeling generous, so he'll let it slide. Still, those two are holding hands because Cassidy promised he'd escort her. If my sister lets me, I'm not letting go of her hand tonight. Leon's been thinking about it lately, and everyone knows they're siblings. But the way Cassidy looks at Aaron, it's not how brothers look at their sisters, you know? To stop this conversation from going any further, she suddenly asked the prince to dance. What an idiot, blurting out such ridiculous assumptions in front of everyone. Milady always exceeds Leon's expectations, it's unbelievable, but hearing that from him is just awful. Guys usually ask for a dance, so the Crown Prince didn't hesitate to ask Aaron to dance with him. Before the dancing starts, the young master wants all the unwanted guests to leave, right now. However, because of an agreement with Lady Circia, the Archduke can't leave just yet. Now's the time to talk to the prince and introduce him to this guy. Tior is a person under contract. Archduke Damien was planning to gift it to the prince at his birthday ball. Before Erin explains why she brought him here, though, she wants to be sure Your Highness will protect her. She's afraid the Archduke will be seriously ticked off at her if she tells the whole truth. Damien took that as an accusation, but Leon shut him down and told him to keep his mouth shut. But even so, the Archduke's the best swordsman in the Empire, which of course doesn't mean he's capable of murder. Looks like locking up an innocent man wasn't enough for the prince. Now he's got to publicly humiliate him. It's all about keeping up appearances in public, which is why the lady made such a request. Arryn, obviously a crow can never become a hawk, especially a guy who wants to snatch the throne that's rightfully his. The heroine thought it'd be a good idea to turn them against each other, but she didn't think the prince would push back on Damien like that. So she could spill the beans, but that's not enough for her. Her revenge is just getting started. Truth is, Miss Circia was totally smitten with the Archduke and decided to visit him in prison. The Archduke tried to use her friendship with the prince. He wanted Arryn to convince His Highness to grant Damien his freedom. The Emperor released the Archduke due to lack of evidence, and still the Archduke decided to file a lawsuit against the imperial family. Arryn couldn't figure out what Damien really wanted. People who already have everything always want more. Everyone knows what else a guy with a title like the Archduke's could possibly want. Insisting it was all slander, Damien practically went ballistic and was about to lay hands on Arryn Circia. But ice-cold Cassadine wasn't about to let that SOB even think about touching his sister. To Damien, he's just a pathetic slave who used to wallow in the dirt of the gladiator arena, and now he's standing in his way. The Archduke seemed like a decent guy to Cassadine, but he talks about the kid like he knows him pretty well. And he was the prime suspect in the prince's poisoning, and then he filed a lawsuit against the imperial family. Damien's going after them so confidently, something Cassadine wouldn't dare do. The Archduke was completely overwhelmed by emotion. His rage just kept building until his heart couldn't take it anymore. He doubled over right in front of everyone. Finally, the heroine's moment had arrived. She pretended to be scared to help him and guessed that he was having heart problems. Through gritted teeth, the Archduke asked for the butler, but Arryn called for Tior's help instead. Damien was his original master, but he couldn't believe it when he heard his voice again. For the first time, the slave can greet his master properly. This isn't the time for explanations. Damien's barely holding on, suffering from terrible chest pain. But Arryn knows a doctor who can heal any wound and any disease. The Crown Prince must have put a lot of effort into organizing this banquet. It's a shame it ended like this. It'd be messed up to keep partying when the Archduke basically face-planted. That's all anyone's talking about. Leon suggested a private chat, but first he wanted to soak up the vibe here. Normally, this rose garden is off-limits to everyone except the royal family. Arryn's brother's waiting for her, but the young master suggested they not dwell on her. Unique. Brother, just yet. Truth is, the prince threw this whole shindig just for Erin. You can imagine how freaked out she was when he said her brother was giving her the stink eye. It's tough to throw a decent bash, and Damien was hiding a bum ticker to boot. There was no salvaging that situation. The butler figured it was better to keep the master's illness under wraps. Rumors wouldn't do anyone any favors. If someone's sick, you gotta speak up. Leon doesn't get why people keep that stuff quiet. That's when Arryn actually started thinking about sending Tior to the prince. Okay, so he's woke enough to be unbiased and treat Cassadine, a freaking slave, like he's part of the inner circle. But we're talking about a slave sent by Damien, rolling out the red carpet for Tior in this situation. Not the smartest move. It sucks when you've got nobody to turn to. Erin's already learned that the hard way. Turns out, the prince couldn't care less about that slave. He asked for him to be sent right back to Damien. But if he didn't mind, Miss Circia decided to keep the slave for herself. Leon figured it was his gift to her. From now on, the prince was going to keep a closer eye on the Archduke to catch anything fishy in his behavior right away. We can't send Tior back to the Archduke's estate. That place was straight up toxic for both Erin and Tior. But keeping him here means breaking the promise I made to my old man. Talk about Cassadine is what brought him here in the first place, though it's kinda weird that he ended up here. The kid came looking for his sister. It's been a while, and she ain't back yet, so he's starting to sweat it. It's getting late, so Cassadine suggested she head home. Just to mess with him, the prince guessed the guy would keep acting like this even after his sister got married. But Cassadine knows that ain't happening. His sister will always be with him, never becoming someone's wife. Since it was time to go, Erin thanked the prince for the day and said goodbye for now. hoping they'd meet again. Leon's always stoked when she visits the palace. On the way home, Miss Serkia didn't even look at her brother, but he was staring way too hard at her. So it's because of the way he looks at her, huh? She's Cassidy's sister, his only sister in the whole damn world. Is she really just a sister to him? Arin wanted to ask, but once she hears the answer, there's no going back. In a real nasty situation full of potential, the sole heir of the Serkia family, their best healer, is getting burned. Everything flipped in a heartbeat. A rebellion started. The commander of the knights turned traitor. The emperor's dead, and the survivors think gods abandoned them in their final moments. The sun set on the empire, time for a new sun to rise. The horrific images flashing through her mind jolted Arin awake in terror, her heart pounding like crazy. Seeing Cassidy next to her, she realized it was just a dream. She was drenched in sweat, had a real nightmare, but her brother's there. He'll always be there for her. They just got back home. Arin was dead asleep, and Cassidy couldn't wake her. He took it upon himself to carry her to her room. But the weird thing is, Milady's in different clothes and her hair's down. Actually, Sasha changed her while he wasn't around. Cassidy trusts his sister, and of course, she trusts him too. She'd be lying if she said Cassidy's smile didn't get to her, but they need to clear the air about something. They made a deal. The kid promised to spill his secrets if he could take his sister to the banquet. So it all started with the kingdom of Haran. They stayed neutral because the king was a total pacifist. Facing a much stronger power, the kingdom fell because their military was weak and they had no good generals. Every member of the royal family died. Only the weak crown prince survived. He lost everything and became a slave. But the one reason he couldn't give up and die was this. The empire that destroyed his kingdom still exists. Cassidy decided to off them all, rip them to shreds. Actually, the Arin family has been under the emperor's thumb for generations. Just in case the archduke tried to screw them over, the girl wanted to gather intel. Her love for him is a total sham. That's why she got close to Damien when he was in prison. She found out his father was the one who destroyed Haran. When the seer Seville prophesied that a new ruler was born in Haran, the previous archduke felt threatened. And that was all the excuse they needed to launch their attack and seize the throne. The guy who wrecked the kingdom of Cassidy is pushing up daisies, and Damien's his only kid. That doesn't erase what the empire did to Cassidy. It's not that Arin doesn't get where he's coming from. On the contrary, she's glad they have a common enemy, and that the kid decided to lay it all on the table. It was just a regular nightmare, but for some reason, she feels weird. One time, when Cassidy came to her early in the morning, his sister healed his wounds. He wasn't happy. He was full of resentment and hatred for that empire, but the healer's help started messing with his head. The kid thought Arin would never touch him again. He was sure she'd ditch him soon. But she accepted him, even though she knew everything. Looks like Cassidy's life goal changed when his sister showed up. He's got a new reason to live. His sister pulled the heir of Haran out of the deepest darkness. She's his salvation. Soon, Lord Damien finally came too, after all the craziness that went down at the banquet. Realizing that Arin Serkia is completely off her rocker, he told the butler to withdraw the lawsuit. Because of that chick, the Archduke's position is shaky. It'll be a disaster if rumors spread that he's plotting something he shouldn't. According to Kindell, Count Serkia is pretty tight with the imperial family. He's been visiting the palace regularly with his daughter. Because of that, there's talk that the girl might become the crown prince's bride. She said she knows someone who can cure anything, so it's either a family friend or someone in the Serkia family. But Kindell's sure they've tried everything to heal the master's heart. If a healer like that existed, they'd know about it. But then, the slave who had his tongue cut off, they sewed it back on, and he could even talk. Like his tongue was never cut off, it's seriously hard to believe. Damien's gotta find that girl again, no matter what it takes. Tyr's got it good here. Comfy clothes, a big bright room, and tons of great food. He barely remembers being a slave, but even that's enough to know how good he's got it now. Hundreds of questions are spinning in his head about how long they'll let him stay. Will he become a slave of the imperial family, or is something else in store for him? Suddenly, Cassidy appeared in his doorway. Tyr didn't know why he was coming to him alone. The young man was just going to ask a question, hoping the slave would answer him. Tyr clearly saw Damien threatening his sister at the banquet, but he still won't say what happened to him at the Archduke's estate. After that, Cassidy can't trust him. If the slave could just remember everything, he'd help them. Lady Arin has been so good to him. That just made Cassidy even angrier. He told the slave not even to mention his sister's name. This whole situation is seriously messed up, but things really kicked off when Lady Arin walked in. Meanwhile, Damien's lost in thought, once again getting sucked into memories of his father. His father lost, but before he died, he ordered his son to take the throne, because he's the only one worthy. That much is obvious, but not as obvious as the fact that Damien would tear his own heart out if he could. Just then, the butler brought in the medicine. They'd also gotten more ingredients. That same slave's still at the Earl's estate, so Kindle sent a spy and he confirmed the slave's healthy. Plus, they're not even using tranquilizers on him anymore. It's wild that they managed to heal such a beast. The butler's got a bad feeling about this. That slave in the girl's hands is a danger. But Damien just sees her as a kid who tamed a beast. It's weird they're even talking about hunches. His last order was for the butler to get rid of the ingredients quietly and without making a fuss. When she met Tyre, Arryn decided to find out what went down between him and Cassidy. Cassidy was really just trying to see if the guy really lost his memory. It's hard to trust a slave. Tyr knows they aren't blood-related, but they're super close, and he's worried he'll ruin their friendship. That slave's been through enough, and Arryn's definitely not handing him back to the Archduke, especially since the prince gave his okay. If it doesn't cause him any trouble, she'll definitely pay him back for his kindness. As soon as Arryn met with Cassidy, it turned out he knew she wanted to keep the slave. My sister said she loved her brother, and now he wanted to hear it again. Love. The heroine realized way too late what that word really meant. That's something lovers say to each other, not siblings. Whatever the case, they weren't connected by blood, and not for a second did Cassidy consider her family. The girl pricked her finger on rose thorns, so the young man started carefully licking the blood off. Furious, Arryn shoved him away. She's seething with rage, but she doesn't know who to direct it at. At Cassidy, who tore apart their family ties, the ones she tried so hard to hold on to. Or at herself for being afraid to push him away, even for a second, but now neither matters. Their weird brother-sister act ended the moment Cassidy admitted he had feelings for Miss Circia. Looking into her eyes in that goddamn gladiatorial arena, he tried not to cross the line and let her into his heart. But he realized too late how much he'd come to treasure just her touch or her kind smile. Arryn once asked him what he wanted, but now Cassidy decided to ask her. For this girl, Cassidy is ready to be her sword, if only he could be the only one for her. Truth is, she didn't want him to think of her as his sister, but that was the deal. They're brother and sister now, and all the paperwork says so. Lost in her mixed emotions, she noticed his smile was like sunshine. She suddenly started shedding real tears because of this relationship she started for revenge. It felt like her whole world was collapsing when Cassidy asked to be cut off from the family. He's sure she thinks he's weird, but if she hates him, she can just kick him out. He's acting like this not because he wants to be kicked out, but because he doesn't want to be her weakness. And that's why he was dead set on having Arryn disown him. Soon an article about Mr. Cassidy hit the papers, and the Earl went ballistic. The family's reputation took a hit, and the lady's locked herself in her room and hasn't come out since yesterday. She couldn't answer Cassidy because she didn't even know what she wanted. Like dye and water, she hoped the young man would take on her colors. But for Lady Circia, it became a curse, because his colors also changed her, and she didn't realize it. What kind of relationship did they have? The girl hadn't considered it before. When he met his daughter, the Earl was stunned to learn that the prince had given her this giant. Because of what happened at the banquet, he has nowhere to return to now, so Arryn asked her father to let him stay here. Her father only hoped that she wasn't going to add him to the family register, but keep him as a servant. It was difficult to do once, but the Earl agreed a second time, and that also proved to be difficult. He didn't expect it to cause such a stir, but he knew that sooner or later it would become known. To be honest, at first everything about Cassidy annoyed her father. He wanted to kick the kid out of the family at the first opportunity. The more he looked at him, though, the more he realized this guy wasn't just some slave. The way Cassidy moves with such grace, his handwriting, how literate he is, he plowed through those documents in a single day. He killed it with the work. If he was just a regular slave, there's no way he could have sized up the family's finances from those papers. That's when the Count started thinking Cassidy might be some fallen noble, sold off and turned into a slave. And still, Father Arryn noticed it too. No surprise, since she felt something weird about him from the start. When Father finds out about Cassidy's background, maybe he'll pity him, or maybe he'll kick him to the curb. Actually, the Count wants to talk because Cassidy came to see him this morning. He asked to be cut off from the family, so the family's reputation wouldn't get dragged through the mud because of this whole thing. He even left a letter, but the Count refused. Turns out the kid wants to take matters into his own hands. Cassidy wants to figure everything out himself, and he wants to pay them back for everything they've done for him. The harsh truth is Cassidon's gone. He's already left. That evening, Kindle stood before the master, his face hidden beneath a black cloak. After confirming it was blood in the vial, Cassidon knew the black slave hadn't lied about it. With trembling hands, Aaron began to read the letter, unable to fully believe he was really gone. Then her father gently took her hand and said that a white bird lives on this tree for a while and then flies away. But with the changing of the seasons, it returns here again. The Count was always happy to see it chirping from his office window. In a way, Cassadon is like that white bird. Actually, at first the master just thought he was a guy down on his luck. He only called the Count father when Aaron was around. One day, her father told the young man about his displeasure, and Cassidon thanked him for even speaking to a slave like that. No way Cassidon would have done that if he didn't have some self-respect. He just really wanted to be near his sister. That's what went down. That's what was going through his head when he was around Aaron. She just wanted to know about his past. She didn't mean to dig so deep into his heart. Even though his dad couldn't talk him out of it, and Cassadon got cut off from the family, he promised he'd be back and left a letter. In the note to his sister, the kid apologized for ditching her without a word and promised to return as soon as he took care of what he needed to. 2 days later, Cassidon showed up at the Archduke's estate. Damien wasn't expecting him. So Kindle's disappearance was the work of Count Circe's slave. Guess he's really gone rogue. Cassidon got disowned a few days back, so he's got nothing to do with them anymore. Finally, that lucky slave got what was coming to him. Can't say I'm not happy about it. He came to offer the Archduke a deal. That just stroked Damien's ego. He said all the kid had to do was say he was done with life. If Cassidon thought getting rid of the butler would stop the Archduke, he was dead wrong. Damien's heard about the shady stuff he's pulled, even though he thinks he's a dumb and disgusting fighter. The kid sold his body to survive, and the Archduke drinks other people's blood to get by, so he's just as bad. Truth is, he's got a whole stash of this stuff. When Damien collapsed from the heart attack, he refused help from the palace healers and immediately called for his butler. He claims this medicine is made from goat's blood, and Kindle knows best how to treat him. The butler had his hands full, helping him study medicine, figuring out treatments, and looking after the sick guy. Cassidon got to him so easily because he was actively hiring new servants for the estate. Young, strong ones, no chronic illnesses, and no ties to anyone. They hired servants pretty often, but there aren't many around. They all just vanished. Realizing he was trapped, Damien grabbed his sword and threatened the slave who dared to menace him. His father used to stand where that slave is now. Back then, the Archduke's patience was wearing thin. He'd heard that the master's heart condition had improved, and he promised a hefty reward for the secret cure. Terrified of being killed, the man agreed to tell everything, but begged him not to tell anyone else. The whole secret is drinking blood. It won't cure the disease itself, but it makes the heart ache a whole lot less. Only human blood works, and even then, the remedy just masks the symptoms. So Damien decided to test it with the master's blood, and it all went horribly wrong. But Cassidon told him to chill out. He doesn't want to become his enemy. The kid swore to forget the secret, and even bring back the butler, in exchange for the Archduke granting him one favor. Okay, so this dirty slave gets on Damien's nerves, but he's quick enough to dodge a sword swing in one move. If Master Kindias can get him on our side, he'll be way more useful than Kindle. The Seville Empire's founding day is coming up, and Cassidon wants to compete in the Knights tournament they're holding. Damien's never entered before, so the slave wants them to fight, and the Archduke's down for it. Every year, they throw a festival to celebrate the founding of the Seville Empire. The Emperor's tournament on that day is the biggest deal, and anyone can enter. The winner gets a sweet prize from the Emperor, and if it's some commoner, they even get a title. Damien's never bothered because he didn't want to waste time dueling with a bunch of lowlifes. But the fact that he'll be fighting a slave during this tournament will be good enough. After meeting with her father, Aaron made a snap decision to have Sasha come with her to a meeting. She can't just sit around doing nothing. She's got a ton to get done. One more person's going with them to her. While Madame gets ready to leave, she told Sasha to fix up his hair. That slave is a real package deal of strength and grace. He's powerful, and his body is close to perfect. Still, Sasha just can't figure out why everyone's always buzzing around him. When she called him to Madame, Turi dropped everything and rushed past her like a blast of cold air. He does so much around the estate. Madame Aaron is so good to him, he wants to help her out somehow. It seemed like the slave was swamped with work, and Sasha started to worry, but she's glad he doesn't mind it. All done. With the new haircut, Tur looks even more manly. A shortcut really suits him. The carriage is here, so Aaron went to get the young men, since it's time for them to head out. It's not as easy to heal a broken heart as it is a broken bone. The Count also buried his wife, and he has a daughter, the same age as the Crown Prince. Leon's mom didn't want to get married, but her feelings didn't matter against the Emperor's power. In every memory he has, his mom's face was always sad and tear-streaked. Leon was about to sneak out without telling anyone, which caught the Emperor's attention. Weird that Dad cares what his son's up to. Shouldn't he be busy like running an empire? The prince can't figure out why his dad doesn't just have kids with his concubines, so he can have heirs that meet his expectations. His mom didn't want this marriage anyway. She didn't give a damn about other women. But Leon's not about to repeat his adoptive father's mistakes. He's got company, and Arin showing up instantly put him in a better mood. She promised to visit the palace, but then he heard nothing, and the prince was about to go to her himself. But now she's here, and he's relieved. He's glad to see Arin's doing okay. Thanks to Leon, Tears settled into life on the estate, and is even helping his dad out with some of the work. Actually, Miss Circia has a request. She wants to visit the Archduke's estate up north. Thing is, even though the prince gave permission, on paper Tears still Archduke Damien's slave. Leon says Damien's already a pretty grumpy dude, but lately he's been extra aggressive. Arin just wants to head off any potential beef with the Archduke over this whole situation. But the Archduke's unpredictable, so we gotta be ready for anything, but she's not gonna ask the prince for help. His Highness could go with her, but that whole near-trial thing after that attempt on his life? It complicated things. Arin was sure his visit to the Archduke would be totally misconstrued. Whether he can go isn't just up to him, but still, Leon can guarantee her protection. Soon, the imperial carriage pulled up to the Archduke's estate. Looks like Arin's about to see if anyone took the bait. She showed up with those imperial knights His Highness assigned to her. But she didn't come here to fight the Archduke, and hopefully he gets that. Damien was already planning to get in touch with her anyway. Every move she makes is calculated. She's just covering her bases. She's not worried about the Archduke's health, so there's gotta be another reason she's here. But Mr. Kindius can't pass up this opportunity. Time to head inside and talk this through. He agreed to see her despite the surprise visit. They had a lot to discuss anyway. Still, the Archduke's wondering why her little brother didn't come with her. He's talking like he knows Cassadine got kicked out of the family. Arin wants to find out if he's been around here. Not wanting to make Damien's job easier if he doesn't know already, she just set her bros away for a while. Even with everything that went down at the banquet, she was super worried after Damien's heart attack. At one point during their talk, Arin asked Tyre to step outside and wait for her. According to the Archduke, both that guy and this one are slaves, so Miss Circe seems to have tamed a wild beast. But she thinks it's really because she managed to heal his wounds. Damien agreed to hear her out, mainly wanting to know where she found such a good doctor who gave the slave back his voice. Actually, he's a healer with special abilities, and he's only allowed to treat the Emperor and his kids. Outsiders aren't even supposed to know these healers exist. Tyre doesn't know how his wounds were healed either. And if anyone finds out Arin told Damien, the Imperial family could really make her pay, so this conversation is top secret. The Archduke said if she's lying, she better be ready to face the music. But it doesn't make sense for her to lie. She was so harsh because she didn't know he was sick, and now she wants to make things right. The guy who can heal Damien is the same one who saved the Crown Prince from poisoning. And that healer is her, Arin Circia. She's the one who got Turu talking again and healed the Crown Prince. What Damien wants more than anything right now is to heal his heart. In the last life, the heroine healed him right away, but she won't make the same mistake twice. She'll just keep his pain manageable. She'll keep coming back every so often, and Damien will cling to that thread of hope, not knowing it's been rotten for ages. Arin spent a lot of time at the palace growing up, so the Emperor called her in right away when the Crown Prince was poisoned. Where the girl could begin treating the Archduke, she will prove her skills and observe for a few days. If Damien believes her and is willing to try, she suggested they bury the hatchet and make peace. Then the master asked her to prove her incredible healing abilities right then and there. The place they were headed was down a long corridor, one that was painfully familiar to the heroine. This is the very spot Damien offed her. Those memories carved a scar deep into her heart. Even after her dad kicked the bucket, Arin couldn't bring herself to ask him. If he was on the battlefield too, why couldn't he protect him? Back then, the thought that Damien could murder her father never even crossed her mind. The Earl's body was so messed up there was no way to ID him. Damien figured Arin would totally lose it at the funeral. All she wanted then was for Damien to let her see her dad one last time. But without his say-so, she couldn't even step outside the mansion. Poor Arin. Now Damien's all she's got left. It's only hitting her now. Fate gave her a do-over, but she can never trust or love anyone again. Since he's the reason she can't shake this anxiety, she's gonna go toe-to-toe with him, because she'll never find happiness living under the same sky as that jerk. The doors swung wide, sunlight flooded the room, and Cassidin's warmth filled the air like a gust of wind. Aaron misses him so damn much. She's craving his smile and those warm hugs. She never should have let him go. That hit her hard the second she got here. If Miss Circia could ever fall for someone again, it'd definitely be Cassidin. Under the cover of night, Cassidin did what he had to do. The Empire's founding day was right around the corner. He's not doing this for revenge, but for him and Aaron. The kid's hurting. He misses Aaron so bad, it feels like he's gonna lose it. Philosophy books, huh? Miss Circia's into that stuff too. Damien loved those kinds of books as well. She memorized everything he liked and hated. She was trying so damn hard to make him love her. According to the Archduke, there's no clear line between right and wrong. This is Section 3, Chapter 4, and it really makes you think. All right, to start your treatment, Aaron's gonna need you to take off your coat and shirt, sir. This might sound a little forward, but does he happen to have a butler? You know, someone who usually puts out the lights around the estate and helps him get changed. Damien's doing all that now. The servant who normally does that is away right now. It's weird Kendall would leave the guy all alone like this. Barely even touching him, Aaron dropped a bomb. Turns out his condition is way worse than they thought. Unfortunately, even for someone as important as him, she can't just fix it all in one go. It's gonna take time. No biggie, but Damien's really hoping to see some of her healing powers in action. Aaron won't actually cure him, she's just gonna make him feel better for a while. When the pain comes back, she'll be back too. Realizing the sickness was gone, Damien felt like a new man. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. So the lady really does have healing powers, huh? She wouldn't lie about something like that, but even seeing it, the Archduke can't believe it. So they made up, and to celebrate, he offered to shake hands. He was too harsh and he feels guilty about it. He wondered what her favorite quote was from The Line Between Good and Evil. Sinners don't know he's a villain, and the righteous don't know he's a good guy. When the time comes, his sins will be weighed, and he'll pay for everything he's done. That's her favorite. Damien loves that passage too. They have a lot in common, so he suggested they talk some more. It's late, so even if they're just talking, if Aaron stays on the estate overnight, rumors could start flying. Since it was late, Damien decided to escort her to another mansion on the estate, but she refused. Like she said, she couldn't cure him all at once. The pain will keep coming back until the treatment is finished. In that case, the Archduke promised to visit her when the pain returns. That's what real friends do, even if it was kinda bold of Aaron to say it. Damien didn't even seem to notice, he just said goodbye to his new friend. It's probably better they started as friends anyway, it'll show how things are gonna go. The Empire's founding day is coming up. Aaron and her dad live near the capital, but she hasn't talked to him about the festival yet. If she comes, Damien promised to show her something special, so he's really hoping to see her there. If he spills the beans now, it won't be interesting anymore. He's just building up the hype. Honestly, most people have a hard time keeping eye contact when they're talking to him. But Lady Circia doesn't shy away from his gaze, and the Archduke's digging it. Because of his cold stare, a lot of people get the wrong idea about him. They immediately jump to the conclusion that he's a real piece of work. But when Aaron first saw him, she thought he was handsome. Damien definitely likes hearing that. Out of the blue, he decided to check out what's in the border between good and evil, 4th section, 4th chapter. It says, don't give your heart away without thinking, but don't doubt someone who reluctantly gave you theirs. Damien will never doubt her again, the one who's healing his heart. He wants her to trust him too. He's begging her to believe in him, begging the one who'll send him straight to hell. The Archduke said it so casually, but it wasn't hard for Aaron to say she believed him. That ended their meeting. They said goodbye until the Empire's founding day. These abilities were given to Aaron by God. Damien thought she was crazy, but she's a golden goose. Drinking blood only relieved the pain, but the heaviness in his chest always remained, but now his chest feels light. And up until now, the imperial family had a monopoly on her abilities, but now her abilities belong to the Archduke. Thanks to His Highness's help, the meeting with Damien went well. He wants to know all the details. Leon would have been happy to escort Aaron all the way home, but it's not that far from her place to the palace. She figured he'd be worried, so she rushed to tell him everything. They could have had tea, but by the time they finished, it would be completely dark. There's just one thing Aaron can't figure out: why the Crown Prince is being so nice to her. Those words just made him laugh, but honestly, he doesn't know the reason himself. Leon leaned in real close just to ruffle her hair good. Then he quickly said goodbye, leaving her with a bird's nest on her head. That prince, he's a real oddball, isn't he? As soon as she got home, she told her dad about how the crown prince had done her a huge favor. As far as her dad remembers, the crown prince never really cared about other people's lives. He's been like this ever since the empress died, so we gotta be thankful for what we got. Truth is, Arin never seemed like the kind of guy who gave a damn about anyone else. In our past lives, we barely exchanged a word. If it wasn't for Cassidon, we never would have even spoken. Speaking of Cassidon, turns out we haven't heard a peep from that jerk. It hasn't been that long since he left. The Count thinks he'll be back if we just wait. This time, Arin asked her dad if she could leave the table first. She's gonna find the guy who bolted without a word. She's gotta take matters into her own hands. Cassidon wrote in his letter that he'd be back as soon as he took care of business. That business is either tied to his past as a slave or the destruction of his home kingdom, Hairan. No clue what Cassidon's trying to pull, but it's clear Damien's mixed up in both of those messes. Damien was dead certain Cassidon was a slave. He wouldn't trash a noble family without proof. First, Arin needs to figure out where and how Damien got the intel on Cassidine. The proof he was a slave is the bill of sale, and the girls got one of the 2 copies. But there's another guy who's holding on to the other document. If the old man knew Lady Circia was coming, he would have prepped for her visit. She showed up on his doorstep ASAP to see if he had anything to say. Turns out he feels bad, 'cause he told Cassidine everything he knew, and now the lady's back to grill him again. Cassidine was already here, but he didn't tell his sister a thing. Since this guy doesn't know Cassidine's been cut off from the family, she decided to switch up her approach. She didn't buy that it was all the info he had, even though she didn't know why she should believe him. According to the guy, the dude was wearing a robe, but from his voice, he was clearly an older guy. He just snatched the bill of sale and bolted. Okay, it's pretty obvious Kindle was behind this. He was doing all of Damien's dirty work. The boss figured Cassidine's past was common knowledge, didn't think the bill of sale was such a big deal to the lady. That guy's only in it for the cash, forgets about principles. He clearly didn't give a damn about what happened to Cassidine. All he understands is money, and Arin hopes he realizes she dropped 5 billion on that slave. That amount doesn't even touch how much Cassidine means to her. She doesn't think that scumbag will get away with exploiting him any further. Cassidine belongs to Miss Circe now. She'll shut down this whole operation once and for all, no problem. After their meeting, the guy had a bad feeling, especially since that slave isn't even her real brother. When he was heading back, he unexpectedly bumped into Cassidine, talk about a surprise encounter. The kid doesn't want to waste time, so he cut right to the chase. He told the guy to just answer the question straight. Under the pressure, they demanded an answer. Had anyone ever tried to verify that Cassidine was a gladiator slave? Word is, that scumbag sold the deed to some old dude in a cloak and monocle about a week back. Okay, the games are over. This dealer ain't messing with the Circia family anymore, or he's gonna seriously regret it. So Cassidine basically told him to watch his step, or he'd never see him again. The owner doesn't know who he was, just that he was old and sold the deed without a second thought, just to make a quick buck. Miss Circia's on her way. She still doesn't know where Cassidine is, but he's probably hooked up with Damien. First things first, she needs to hit up that Empire Day festival. The more Arin hangs with Damien, the easier it'll be for her to find a lead on where Cassidine is hiding. Seeing Sasha, she figured they had company since there's a carriage in the yard. Practically bursting with excitement, the maid called her lady inside to see it for herself. Turns out it was a mountain of gifts sent by Archduke Damien. The gift onslaught went on for days. Damien kept sending expensive spices, gems, and dresses. This has been going on for days, but the Archduke also told her she could ask for anything she wanted as a gift. The Archduke said he was sending these gifts as a sign of their friendship, so he asked her to accept them without holding back. He also promised to meet Miss Circia and escort her to the festival. They'll see each other tomorrow. Then her father decided his daughter liked Damien, but that's not the case at all. He's treating Arin differently because he wants to get better. He's still willing to play games with people's feelings to get what he wants. But he has no idea that this time he's the one who's been played. That night she couldn't sleep. She hadn't seen Cassidine in 10 days. He first came to her room on the night of the full moon. Memories of him get sharper every day. Arin wanted to ask him so much, tell him so much. They don't have to be family, she just wants him to come back. She couldn't stop thinking about him, so she decided to go outside for some fresh night air. Just then, someone called out to her, a voice she knew so well it sent shivers down her spine. Seeing Cassidy behind her, Arin's stomach dropped and she gasped for breath like she'd been punched. Feeling his warmth and strong arms around her after 10 long days felt so unreal, like a dream. Still hurt that Cassidy left without a word, she lashed out at him with accusations and questions. She was so anxious, but she felt better near him. He missed her like crazy. He was really into this girl. He's so into her he can't help himself. Cassidy is head over heels, but he's sure his sister hates him for it. His intense stare felt like a trap, and it felt strange to say she wasn't scared anymore. After the heartbreak of her past life, she thought she'd never be able to love again. But Cassidy's gentle touches and that blinding smile, like it was just for her, she treasured it. The girl realized it when he left. She was actually glad he came back. She doesn't hate him, and call her crazy if you want, but she's letting Cassidy not call her sister anymore. She mistakenly tried to tame him, just to keep up appearances that they were brother and sister. If being with Cassidy is wrong, then Arin's ready to face the music and embrace the biggest temptation of her life. She wanted to confess to him when he returned. Her biggest secret is that she's a descendant of a line of healers. Turns out, Cassidy knew. Later, he reapplied the ointment she used during their first encounter. It didn't do anything for her, and that's when he knew for sure that Arin was the one who healed him. The healing gift is why their family is under the Emperor's protection. This can't get out. When Damien had that attack at the banquet, Arin knew he was terminally ill and would do anything to be healed. The Empire's hungry to expand its reach, so war's pretty much inevitable. Damien would be a real threat if he decided to use it. It'll fall right into Damien's hands. Nobody could protect her then. That's why she brought Cassidy into the family. Damien's just as much her enemy as he is Cassidy's. He'll try to take out her father, then grab her too. There's something else the girl couldn't figure out, but it's all good now. Cassidy doesn't look down on her. He couldn't, not when he was using her for his own revenge too. The guy thought her caring about others was naive, but he stuck around because he understood why she did it. Cassidy never thought the words and touches he got from his sister could calm him down and save him. If it weren't for Arin, he'd be drowning in his misguided desire for revenge. Their anger's aimed at the same target. Their reunion is like a breath of fresh air after being starved of oxygen. Now Cassidy is her sword. Just like Miss Circia said, Damien was drinking human blood to get rid of the pain. He'd hire servants, then off them. If he was doing stuff like that, it makes sense why Tyr remembers him saying he needed more blood. To figure it out, Cassidy used his butler, Kindell, to get to Damien. According to Arin, he's gonna stop the killings now, 'cause he thinks he can heal, but he's gonna pay the price. Cassidy was gonna come back later, but he just couldn't stand seeing mountains of gifts piling up for his girl. I hate to say it, but he didn't want Arin to be his sister anymore, and him her brother. The kid's still got stuff to take care of, but if she trusts him and waits a bit, he'll come back proud and tell her everything. All Arin wants is for him to come back safe and sound. He will come back to her. And so came the morning of the Seville Empire's founding day, the biggest celebration ever. The beautiful lady Arin Circia, the young healer, arrived at the festival with her father, Count Zegan. Archduke Damien asked them to come along and even sent his butler. He'd already reserved a prime spot at the tournament arena. The shining star of the Empire didn't expect to see Count Zegan here, since these seats are for the royal family. Thinking there was some kind of mistake, Zegan was about to leave, but the Emperor said they'd have more fun together. All this made him think the Archduke gave up his spot. Plus, the Emperor heard he's been showering Arin with gifts and assumed she had a thing for him. That's why Damien did all this. But if she denies it, who knows if the Emperor will believe her? The truth is, she likes Cassidy. He gave her courage so she won't be afraid anymore. So she confessed that there is someone she likes, but it's not the Archduke. The Emperor also heard that she and Leon have been hanging out a lot lately, and figured she meant him. Arin knows exactly who he's talking about, though. Count Zegan does have a gorgeous daughter. This tournament's brutal, man. Death in the arena ain't a disgrace or a crime, just part of the game. Whoever can snatch victory, rising above fear and their background, gets everything they ever wanted. People have been waiting for this. The Emperor's 34th tournament, in honor of the Empire's shining sun, starts right now. The Emperor himself will handsomely reward the winner for their strength and courage. All 50 participants are talented warriors who made the cut. The tournament will be a series of one-on-one fights. And the first participant is someone whose name is known to everyone in the Empire. It's the Swordmaster Archduke Kindius Damien. He looks a little nervous stepping into the arena first. Like His Majesty, Arin had no idea the Archduke would be participating. There's gotta be a reason why an archduke, who's already got it made, decided to throw his hat in the ring. Besides, this tournament's the only shot a lot of guys have at grabbing a title and moving up in the world. The match is on. Damien's opponent's already eaten a ton of hits and his stance is all kinds of wrong. So, in just seconds, the guy with the killer fencing skill knocks the weapon right out of his opponent's hand. The dude gave up. Seriously? Giving up at the very start of the fight? No way. Well, that means the Archduke wins. What a joke, not even a fight, just a straight-up embarrassment. Thanks to that woman, Damien's feeling better than he ever has before. Next match is up. This time, the fighters decided to keep his identity a secret. Turns out the nameless warrior in the black cloak is someone Aren knows better than anyone. She had to play dumb in front of the Emperor, but man, it's tough fighting those feelings. He definitely planned this out before entering the tournament. She's gotta trust he'll keep his promise to come back in one piece. Things are different now. She has absolutely nothing to worry about. The crowd's going wild today. They say there's this super talented fighter and his first match was over in under 5 minutes. Sounds like rumors about Archduke Damien, who's competing in the tournament for the first time. But they're not talking about the Archduke. Apparently there's a warrior who made it to the finals with a beat-up old sword. The Emperor's never seen anyone compete with such a worn-out weapon, and his fighting style is completely different from the others. It's pretty wild to think a guy this talented has been living in our empire all this time. He's gotta fight the Archduke now, so this capable warrior is probably doomed. It's time for the final showdown. This is what everyone's been waiting for. Archduke Damien Candias versus the nameless warrior in the black cloak. Let the match begin. Looks like they're clashing on the battlefield, just like Kassadin wanted. This is all about honor. In this duel, Kassadin wasn't going to miss a single chance to win. Surprisingly, the gladiator slave keeps blocking his opponent's attacks, like he's trying to frustrate him. To stir things up, Damien confessed that he liked Aren's little sister, but since Kassadin was exiled from the family, she's not his sister anymore. But if he says that name again, Kassadin will take him out right here. You gotta be pretty damn confident in your skills to say that to a guy you can't beat. Though Damien figured the pup said it for Aren's sake. Just like he promised, Kassadin immediately took off and attacked his opponent with renewed force, defending his sweetheart's name. He suddenly got so fast that Damien didn't even have time to react to his impossible movements. At that moment, the invincible, nameless warrior appeared from ambush and grazed his opponent with his sword. He's hard to keep track of. He definitely could have taken the Archduke's head, but he deliberately held back. Damien was absolutely livid at the thought that Kassadin knew he could win all along and set this whole thing up. And he dares to look down on me. Just watching the Archduke is boring to him. So Kassadin suggested he swallow his pride, since he agreed to participate in the tournament. Without hesitation, the nameless warrior plunged his sword into the weak spot of the enemy who called him a slave. The crowd couldn't believe it. Right before their eyes, Archduke Damien went down. All the Archduke could think about was that girl, who could use her powers again. She looks incredible. Kassadin said that the moment he hurts her, he'll be begging for mercy. The kid forbade that jerk from even wanting her or looking at her, and maybe that'll save him. So the duel is over. Archduke Candias is no longer able to continue the fight, and the winner of the 34th tournament is the Nameless Warrior. This is hands down the best fight the Emperor's ever seen. He wants to know the warrior's name. His name's Kassadin, same as the gladiator the Count adopted. He actually was a slave before becoming part of the Circe family, but he left to protect them. Kassadin could have cashed in and lived the good life, but he did the honorable thing. Now he's decided to enter the tournament. Not to win the title like the Emperor thinks because he's a slave again, but to ask His Majesty for the best thing he can offer. Of all the winner's desires, this is the boldest. The Emperor doesn't think he's driven by greed, though. The kid actually has a real ambition he wants to make happen. Even though he left the family, he really appreciates the kindness they showed him in the Count's household. They helped him escape. So Kassadin wants to repay them in the way he knows best. If war breaks out, he wants to fight in Count Circe's place. If that's what he wants, he can still be part of the family, even like this. Though the Earl's reputation will take a serious hit if a slave gladiator goes to war in his place. The Circia are the only healers in the Empire. Even the Emperor didn't want to send the Earl to war, but he doesn't have special treatment. As things stand, it's impossible. The kid's asking the Emperor for way too much of a favor for the Earl. If the Emperor grants his wish, he wants to know what he's getting in return. In exchange for the chance to fulfill his dream, Kassadin is ready to follow any order he gives. If he doesn't keep his promise, he'll pay for the deception with his life. His skill, which allowed him to confidently defeat Damien, and his unwavering loyalty, he's a valuable asset. This slave was able to see the signs of the coming war, but Elsia, a small country in the northeast, is rapidly building up its forces. If war with Elsia breaks out, the Emperor will need Damien, and that will strengthen his position. But if someone shows up who can keep Damien in check, even if we don't know if he'll be a loyal dog, that's a win for the Emperor. So His Majesty Emperor Seville decided to take a shot and offered the kid the title of Marquise. By then, thank goodness, the Archduke had recovered, and His Majesty assigned people to keep an eye on him. But with what they had, it was really tough to help him out. To Damien, the Emperor's just a pathetic dude who'll never admit he has a healer. Anyway, first he decided to find out what happened after he blacked out. Turns out the winner got the Marquis title, and the palace is prepping for the award ceremony. This whole thing's such a mess that Count Zegan's got no clue how it'll play out, and neither does his daughter. She had no idea Cassadine was even competing. Arn's just glad he's okay. He'll explain everything to them later. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl. The Archduke appeared in the hallway, looking much better. Miss Circia was so worried when he passed out. The pain must have been unbearable. His face was pale and his breathing was ragged. He looked like he was losing it. After introducing himself, Zegan Circia shook the Archduke's hand. Damien wanted to get to know him too. Out of nowhere, her father decided to ask how close they'd gotten with his daughter. It's too early to say they're close. Damien wants to keep the details under wraps for now. He suggested grabbing a cup of tea with the Count next time, but right now he really needed to talk to Lady Erin. The awards ceremony is coming up soon, so Zegan was going to wait for his daughter nearby. There are no palace guards. The Archduke sent them away, but he's still a member of the imperial family, so he's under protection. He's not going to ask for healing right now, knowing that Erin will get in trouble if she heals him right here in the palace. Damien was just thinking about her and wanted to see her. It's a great honor for her to hear that. Arn can't even believe he wanted to see her the second he woke up. According to him, the Emperor's so damn generous, he let a nobody rise all the way to the top. Damien asked Milady to pass on his regards to Cassadine, even though it'll be tough for her. After all, they're not family anymore and not as close as they used to be. The Archduke can't hold back any longer. Moths are drawn to sweet-smelling flowers, but it's not just moths that like them. Dirty flies come buzzing around too, and some of them are nasty enough to ruin the whole thing. Come to think of it, you couldn't call the guy staring daggers at Damien from over there a moth. Though, maybe Cassadine belongs to the poisonous insect family, and the Archduke's betting on that one. Without giving that lowlife a chance to think, the young man snatched his darling right out of his arms. According to Damien, even after getting a title, the former slave still ain't learned any class. Cassadine ain't even Arn's brother anymore, so trusting him or hoping he'll protect her is a bad bet. Sooner or later, he's gonna screw her over. After hearing that, the Marquis knew the Archduke definitely didn't like him, especially since he was so interested in other people's families. But Damien thinks that just because a slave won a tournament, he doesn't get to challenge him like that. He demanded his servant back. Actually, he's not that far from here, so the Archduke could try to find him. Looks like that gladiator slave, forgetting his sister's kindness, decided to join the tournament because he was desperate for the title. And to drag Damien into the tournament too, he took his butler hostage. Arn has no clue about any of this. The Archduke can't believe he could fool the lady who's done so much for him. He feels bad that she had to run into such a dangerous guy, but he's ready to help her escape his clutches. According to the Archduke, this guy's a total psycho, and what's worse, he's got some seriously messed up feelings for his own sister. A guy who's been taking advantage of her kindness all this time has no right to feel that way. Damien sees the guy Erin rescued from the gladiator pit as an animal, not a person. But she thinks it's just a misunderstanding. Cassadine's no beast. The awards ceremony is about to start, so they gotta get moving. Since they're in the palace, Lady Erin suggested they talk in a few days, once the Archduke chills out. Soon, the preparations for the awards ceremony were complete, and Cassadine stood before the Empire's son. The Emperor praised his spirit and performance in the tournament, and right then and there, he granted him the title of Marquis. The young man will receive an estate and land appropriate for his title. He'll get the family name Deus, which will be on his coat of arms, along with a hawk with outstretched wings. After the ceremony, Count Zegan demanded answers from beginning to end in a way everyone could understand. Cassadine said he just happened to hear about the tournament and decided to enter, and Arn was super worried about him. The Count's daughter lost so much sleep over this whole thing. You'd think she'd been crying buckets. Her lips were all swollen this morning, but the truth is a little different. Whether Cassidan became a marquis or a duke, the Count trusted him and let him go, because he promised he'd be back. If choosing to jump in, risking his life, and admitting he was indebted isn't a betrayal, then the Count doesn't know what is. The truth is, Cassidan didn't want to cause him any grief before he won. He even dyed his hair black. He promised to return, but he decided to take a gamble so the Count's reputation wouldn't be ruined. The kid couldn't come back in disgrace. He wanted to return with his head held high, plus the Emperor let him fight in Count Zegan's place. To repay him for his kindness, Cassidan's willing to do anything, even if his reckless actions have got everyone worried sick. Arryn didn't know about this since the Emperor didn't announce the decision. He's really going to war. Even though the kid's got the title of Marquis now, being with the Count is like being in paradise. All he wants is for them to stay as close as they've always been. Cassidan's as tight with his family as ever, but there's a chance the Emperor won't allow it. According to the Count, they don't just hand out Marquis titles. The Emperor will definitely want to know if the kid stays loyal to his family. That's why, if Cassidan leaves for his estate tomorrow, Zegan will treat him like a Marquis, not like family. But tonight, they can still be close. And it's clear the kid cares about them. And the Count believes that care won't disappear when things get political, so the kid's gotta do what he's gotta do. Anyway, it's time for dinner, and Zegan asked them to make Cassidan's favorite dishes tonight. That evening, Arryn realized her father was right. It'd be better if she acted formally with the kid in public. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Cassidan asked if he could come in for a sec. Since it's super late and time for bed, she told him he couldn't come in. So, the guy told her not to open up, he just wanted to thank her. Before she kicked the bucket, Mom told him something: survive at all costs, forget everything, and find happiness. But Cassidan couldn't find happiness after losing everything he had. He just couldn't fulfill her dying wish. That's how he felt until he met Arryn, and now he just wants to be with her. When all this is over, all he needs is for her to finally marry him. But Lady Circia can't answer him. She's still consumed by revenge. She thought that's how it had to be. She figured that reaching her goal and getting revenge would bring her paradise, and she used Cassidan to do it. He was supposed to become captain of the Emperor's Knights and the Crown Prince's right-hand man, to take Damien out in a duel, not just beat him. Arryn messed everything up herself. Even though she knew the future, she made the guy her brother for her own safety. And even knowing all that, there's no guarantee he'll love her. He's gotten so strong, dreaming of a happy life with Arryn, but she's still stuck on her past life and revenge. She's the one who lied from the start, not Cassidan. Now she's wondering why God even bothered to reincarnate her. News arrived at the Imperial Palace this morning from the port on the Northern Sea. The Emperor didn't think he'd get an opportunity like this, not while the kid hadn't even moved to his new territory yet. Since it would be a shame to waste such a chance, the Emperor ordered Marquis Cassidan Deus to be summoned. Arryn felt so heavy inside, she couldn't even get a decent night's sleep. The morning paper had a story about pirates from the Northwest Seas raiding the Empire's merchant fleet. If they're pirates from the Northwest Seas, that means they're from Elsia, but the war's still a ways off. If something like this had happened in her past life, Arryn definitely wouldn't have let it slide. Turns out Cassidan headed to the Imperial Palace early this morning. The Emperor called him in on the double. Okay, so pirates hit these waters a lot, but usually up north, and that's Duke Damien's problem. But this time the Emperors decided to put this dude to the test. The Duke's actually sick right now, so it's the perfect chance to send in the Imperial Guard up north. Since Damien's laid up with this illness, the Emperor figured he'd send the Imperial Guard to protect the people. He ordered Marquis Cassidan Deus to shut down the pirates' operations in the Northwest Seas. Before heading out, Cassidan, ever the gentleman, decided to say goodbye to his family even though they disowned him. Even though it was sudden, Count Zegan's got faith the kid can handle it. But right now, Arryn and how she's feeling is what matters most. He told her not to sweat it too much. He stashed Damien's butler near his estate, so for a while the Duke's gonna be too busy looking for him to cause trouble. Arryn knows he snatched Kindle to drag Damien to the tournament, but that's not why she's worried. She's worried if Cassidan will come back safe and sound. She wants him to take care of himself. The only person he can't beat is Lady Circia. After everything that happened, the cookies Sasha made were finally ready. She didn't think the bucket would be so heavy, but just in time, Tior came to her rescue. The girl could have grabbed it herself, but he decided to give her a hand. Cassidan left during the day, and the maid thought the mistress seemed upset, so she made her a dessert. In that case, Tayur also wanted to be helpful to Lady Erin and help Sasha in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Miss Sakria was stuck on the thought that Damien was drinking human blood for reasons. So Cassidon spilled Damien's big secret, but the problem is that Archduke's slippery as an eel, he'll get away with it. Kendall must have been the only one in the know, and chances are the Archduke's gonna send a whole posse after him. If Cassidon gets back, it'll be too late. This is our only shot. Sasha barged into her ladies' chambers, but she brought tea and some sweets to make up for it. Arin let them both in. She was just thinking about calling a maid to ask her to do something. Turns out there's something going down at Archduke Damien's estate, something pretty messed up. Meanwhile, over in the slums on the edge of the capital, the hall was pretty good today. This arrogant dude doesn't care about begging for mercy. Whatever they see is theirs for the taking. He noticed the girl was lost in thought, probably just admiring the shiny jewels. Those are just rocks compared to her. She deserves way better than this. She's like an angel fallen to earth. The guy finally wanted to drink his fill, until he tasted something weird in the wine and puked his guts out. The leader, blood gushing from his mouth, dropped dead on the floor. His men freaked, thinking it was poison. The kid filling the boss's glass got blamed for trying to off the big man himself. The leader told the girl to grab the safe keys. Everything he owned was now hers, enough for a better life. Amidst all the chaos and panic, the girl quietly took the key, staring at her dying captain. Trying not to draw attention, she vanished into the crowd and left without a word. Lillian told that lowlife to call her Lily. He stole so much, but still didn't stash away enough. She doesn't need this anymore, doesn't need these losers, only someone who can lift her way up. Rumor has it the Emperor rewarded the victor with a Marquis title. He actually beat Archduke Damien. Then Lillian approached the guy spreading the rumors and asked him to repeat what he just said. That same morning, Erin and her servants suddenly showed up at the Archduke's estate for a meeting. Damien's feeling better, plus the Emperor's handling all his duties now. Since Erin came to visit, he had to greet her himself, and he's fresh out of servants. She needs to talk to the Archduke about something urgent, so she told her people to wait in the carriage. This slave seems pretty agreeable to the Archduke. He's not even trying to argue. Thanks to the young healer's amazing skills, the pain vanished like it was never there. But Damien wasn't looking forward to her visit because of his sick heart. It's about Cassidon. He's convinced Arin's putting herself in danger by letting him get so close. The thing is, the Archduke is ready to protect her from that truly awful guy. Damien listed everything Cassidon's been up to concerning Arin, twisting it all to make him seem like a real threat. He probably has his reasons for thinking that, but Miss Saoirse decided to speak up. She actually trusts Cassidon. There's a limit to how holy she is, and Cassidon's not even family, so the Archduke can't figure out why she's taking the monster's hand. Even if the guy isn't family, he's still one of Arin's people. Clearly, she's getting on Damien's nerves. He was hoping she'd fall for his smooth talk. But the longer she drags out the conversation, the more time there is to dig up evidence. Just then, the door burst open. Finally, Sasha and Tyr found the door the key unlocks. There might be nothing behind it, but it's the last place the mistress pointed them to. She gave them the Archduke's mansion layout. She also gave them the key Cassidon swiped from the butler. If there are any clues left, they're behind the door this key opens. According to Arin, the mansion's huge, but access is limited to only a few rooms, including the back part of the mansion. So Sasha and Tyr ended up in a weird storage room where they started searching for answers to all their questions. This is more like a workshop than a storage room. All the shelves are stacked with empty vials and herbs. But Sasha stumbled onto something that changed everything. A secret room, hidden away from prying eyes. The small room was packed with surgical tools, the air thick with the stench of human blood. It became clear then that the mistress was right. The Archduke was taking people out for their blood. The horror of what Tyr saw made his head spin. He felt sick just being there. The fact they're capable of this is terrifying. If it weren't for Lady Erin, he'd be a goner too. Soon the mistress finished her conversation. The guys were already waiting for her, so it was time to head home. If she was just some random girl off the street, Damien wouldn't be so ticked off. Just when it seems like he's got her where he wants her, she slips right through his fingers. Since Arin considers Cassidon one of her own, the Archduke decided to make sure he wasn't her guy anymore. Just then, Marquis Deus came across that very ship. The captain ordered everyone to their stations and to prep the cannons. Cassidon suddenly wondered if they absolutely had to get close to the enemy ship. Those pirates have enough firepower for a solid 30-minute firefight. According to the Marquis, they shouldn't take the risk. Best to leave the ship where it is and launch a boat at night. So, he's suggesting a brawl on the enemy's deck, saying that gives them a shot at taking the pirates alive. But according to Rumen, the first night captain, the Marquis doesn't get that a battlefield and a tournament are two different things. Doesn't matter what authority Kassadin got from the Emperor, the Imperial Knights have been through countless battles. They've racked up win after win because they've got guts. The Marquis probably wants to jump in ASAP, but you can't win on the battlefield with just dumb luck. Kassadin's convinced that winning without losses would be a stroke of luck, but seizing the opportunity means no losses. Too cocky and brash, that kid, and Rumen's got to fight side by side with an ex-slave. Seems like two people can't do much, but the young Marquis only needs one. One guy stays on the boat to signal if the attack's a go, otherwise the boat hauls ass back to the ship. Then Kassadin won't mind if the captain opens fire. He'll board the pirate ship solo. This pirate haul is gonna be insane. They were planning on swimming in gold when they got back. The filthy pirates didn't even know what hit them when their ship was suddenly attacked. A supreme swordsman, a former slave, declared a marquis throughout the Seville Empire. An enemy boarded the pirate ship, so the pirates immediately surrounded him, realizing it was a Seville knight. The captain let the kid act so reckless. Even for the Emperor, sending him with them seems like a stretch. Testing him is the Emperor's order. If his youthful naivete screws over the soldiers, the Emperor will handle it. Time's up like we agreed. Captain, tell him to get ready to board. But right then, the knight signaled the ship was ours. The raid was a success. 42 people all taken alive, including the captain. Kassadin hadn't even checked the hold yet, and this was already huge. It's hard to believe the captain, that this kid really took out the whole crew solo. That's way harder than just killing them. Sure, some are out cold, some are bleeding, but no fatal wounds. With that, Captain Rumen ordered a sweep to make sure nobody else was on board. The soldiers grabbed a few pirates who were hiding, and all their loot. Turns out the enemy was tougher than they thought. They were about to set sail when Kassadin suddenly noticed the wood paneling was different in one spot. Here, in a hidden room, the pirates stashed their most valuable treasure. This is the kind of stuff the Marquis read about in books. On this foreign pirate ship, Brownite, which only comes from the Seville Empire's mines. Brownite's crucial for beefing up the Imperial Army. It's what keeps our national defense strong. So, it's not just metal, it's a super important strategic asset, and it's strictly forbidden to export it. There's no way it should have been on a merchant ship, especially one headed to Elsia. Those guys are getting too powerful. Knowing the biggest Brownite mines in Damien's territory, Kassadin decided to bring him in for questioning. Even staring death in the face, the pirate claimed he just thought they were something valuable when he saw the rocks. The pirates took him from the Seville merchant ship, which was headed to Elsia, carrying a mountain of cargo. In that case, the Imperial Knights decided to head back to port, ASAP. Damien says the northern mines belong to Count Kristen, and they're digging up diamonds, not Brownite. Given the extreme importance of this situation, the Emperor's ordered an immediate inspection of the northern mines. And since all the northern mines are in the Archduke's territory, he won't be able to dodge responsibility either. So Damien suggested detaining Count Kristen and looking into everything, but he's really not supposed to get involved until the results of the investigation are out. His Majesty ordered Count Kristen to be brought to the palace immediately, and a message sent to Elsia. Next up was Marquis Deus. He really proved himself on that mission. The kid not only took control of the ship and intercepted the smuggling of that strategic resource, but he did it without a single casualty. It's pretty unusual, but he really blew the Emperor's expectations out of the water. It's an honor for Kassadin, but he doesn't think he was the biggest contributor to their success. According to him, Sir Rumen controlled the operation, and when he realized how serious things were, he made the call to return to port. Nothing makes the Emperor happier than seeing honor given to commanders. This guy's a real asset. Rumen just did what he had to do. There'll be a banquet soon in honor of their achievement. The Emperor's gonna expect even bigger things from the Marquis, seeing how awesome he was on that first mission. Arin has no clue where Kassadin is right now. She was hoping he'd go to war in her dad's place. But now that he's been ordered to take down those pirates, she's seriously worried about him. Suddenly, Sasha bursts in with great news. A message just arrived from the Imperial Palace. Kassadin's been promoted to second captain of the Knights, and he's headed to their mansion right now. Arin's never been so happy about anything. She didn't realize how much she missed him. Overjoyed, she forgot everything else. The moment they meet feels like time stops, and nothing else matters. But then, facing the young man, the girl suddenly froze and recoiled in fear. The thing is, in public, she still has to pretend they're not as close as they really are. Arin formally greeted the Marquise, saying she's glad he's back safe and sound. You could see how much they missed each other just by looking at their faces, all lovey-dovey and in sync. Count Zegan is pleased to welcome the Marquis. He's heard good things about him. Actually, Cassidon's here for him. His Majesty wants them both to attend the Captain's Award ceremony. Word on the street is, Elsia's having a tough time dealing with pirates. The country's government had absolutely nothing to do with the theft of the Brownite. They apologize and regret the attacks on the Seville Empire's merchant ships. Elsia hopes to maintain friendly relations with the Seville Empire and proposes a solution to the problem. Soon, Count Circia and his daughter, accompanied by Marquis Deus, arrived for a meeting with the Empire's big shots. Since they were the ones who found the precious gem, they have the right to participate in the ceremony. And because they say Arin personally retrieved it from the arena, the Emperor wants to have a word with the former family members. So, the way he sees it, they recognized his swordsmanship talent and decided to make him part of the family. It's like they were invited just to show everyone that the Emperor's got eyes and ears everywhere. His actions shouldn't give the Emperor a reason to question his loyalty, but this could mean that Cassidon's become the Emperor's new favorite. That's why Arin can't screw this up. She has to admit it wasn't about his skill at all. No noble family has ever taken in a slave before, so the Emperor can't understand why they'd risk their reputation for this. Honestly, they don't give a damn what anyone thinks. Lady Circia just felt sorry for him. His bloody face and that blank stare he gave her, he was totally hollowed out. The girl brought Cassidon in to be their weapon, not giving a damn about what he wanted. And the kid became the only one on her side. Arin just wanted to give him a sense of family, that's all. Leon couldn't watch anymore. First the Marquise, then the Captain of the Knights. This is all too convenient. So, Cassidon's way too cocky. He should have picked up on something when Arin was talking. The only reason he's keeping his mouth shut about never seeing Arin as a sister is because the Count's here, if you ask me. To get the kid to spill the beans, Leon decided to tell the Count the whole truth about him. He was practically speechless when he caught Arin's devastated, lost look. That look was full of bitter hope. The prince warned her so many times, but she didn't listen. That's when the young master realized he had nothing to say about the Marquis. He just said he was mistaken. After apologizing, he left the hall, but promised to talk to Cassidon later. They met up again that night to talk. The prince never liked Cassidon from the start. He always looked at his sister weird, though that's between the two of them. The Marquis told him to stay out of their business. He and Arin aren't siblings anymore, and she's going to be his wife. Leon just burst out laughing when he heard that, thought it was totally bizarre. But he decided, no way is that happening. The Archduke, who couldn't care less about the tournament, suddenly wants in. And Cassidon, who was always so obvious about his obsession, decides to ditch the family now that everyone knows he used to be a slave. The prince sees him as an ungrateful mutt, so Leon's gonna make sure those two never have anything to do with each other. As long as Cassidon stays away from Arin, he won't spill the beans to the Earl. But the truth is, His Majesty's got a thing for Arin himself, like he's actually trying to ruin her reputation. The Marquis never liked him from the start, not since he had the nerve to ask his sister to be a princess. Leon could just throw this punk in jail for disrespecting the imperial family and be done with it. The Marquis figures if the prince doesn't have feelings for Arin, he won't care if she hates him or not. Cassidon might be a real piece of work, but it's not up to the Crown Prince to decide that. They told him the place was ready, so he's heading out there. His Majesty granted him land in the capital, so the kid'll be close by. They'll see each other a lot. Even though time's tight, he really wants to stick close to his family. Then it was time to say goodbye and take off. It got cold, whether from the wind or from the lovers drifting apart. Right then, Cassidon ran up to the girl and wrapped his cloak around her, giving her his affection as a farewell. The wind's biting, but this cloak's hers now. It'll keep her warm day after day. Every second, the guy fought for Arin, only aimed for her coming home. She's his guiding light. All he wants is for her to look at him one last time, so he can remember her gorgeous, dreamy eyes. Cassidon loves her. There's a fire raging inside him, burning forever, warming his soul and the joy of loving her. He mouthed it, choosing the one thing that touched his heart and best showed his own feelings for his beloved. And the anxiety Arin felt before just melted away. Maybe that's what helped her chill out a little. Out of nowhere, Dad drops the bomb that he suspects the guy his daughter's got a thing for isn't the Crown Prince. Arin still can't bring herself to spill her guts, but she'll do it for sure when she's ready. Someday she'll explain everything and the Count won't push it, since anyone but Cassidon is fine by him. The big reason is, he was Aron's younger brother, and against all odds, Dad trusts his daughter's judgment. That evening, the heroine decided to dive into the history books and found one about the Elsian Empire. Cassidon uncovered some shady business involving Brownite, while the Elsian ambassadors, all wide-eyed, swore they were clean. Aron doesn't know how this'll shake up relations between the two countries, but in her past life, Elsia threw the first punch in the war. A rapidly expanding country aiming to swallow up smaller kingdoms, so this sudden power-up looks real suspicious. The war wasn't over yet. Cassidon was always by the prince's side, so Damien didn't have the juice to snatch the throne. Damien iced his bride without a second thought, so he definitely had some messed up reason for doing it. Damien probably had a secret deal with Elsie to help him snatch the Emperor's throne. If that's the truth, then we're talking about some heavy-duty scheming here. The Archduke showed up so late and out of the blue, he totally caught Lady Circia off guard. And even though he said he missed her, Aron knew right away he came because he wanted her to ease his suffering. Damien can be straight with her. It's not something to be ashamed of. The more he tries to hide it, the worse it'll get. The second he reached for her, she recoiled like she'd touched a scorching flame. He was stuck with this feeling, like he just couldn't reach her. A feeling like he could almost touch her, but something kept getting in the way, like there was a barrier between them. The reason the Archduke can't pin Aron down and she keeps slipping away is Cassidine. After everything he told her, she still picked that heartless beast. Poison bugs kill even the prettiest flowers? She's gonna suffocate in his poison. It's because he just won't let any other butterflies or beetles near her. As Aron figured, they're talking about Violo, the poison butterfly. She read this book once, about creatures with weird lifestyles. Violo sprays his poison everywhere. But she only does it for one flower, to protect the flower she likes. That's why the butterfly sprays the poison from her wings until it's gone, and then she finally lands on that flower. Damien didn't know it, but it's actually a pretty messed up story. After hearing every word, he knew that was Aron's final answer, but he had to be sure. The Archduke wants to know, does she care about Cassidon now that they're not family anymore? No doubt Aron is precious to her, and she wouldn't heal anyone who dares to hurt him. Sometimes Damien's even jealous. Something crazy took over him when he decided to sink his teeth into her shoulder. Feeling unbearable pain, Lady Circia fearfully pushed him away. She doesn't know what's coming next. Anger and fear flooded her mind. Because of the Archduke's reckless and brutal act, she decided he'd lost it. Enraged, she ordered him to get out. He showed up so late uninvited and then dared to act like that. Then, a never-before-seen confusion appeared in Damien's eyes. He never even imagined it would upset the young lady so much. He didn't know she'd be offended, so he urgently apologized for his behavior. However, Aron's decision is unwavering. She doesn't intend to tolerate such antics and ordered him to get out. The master has no choice but to leave, but he promised to visit the girl when she calms down. After he left, Aron immediately applied ointment to the bite mark, but that won't hide the mark that formed. She's the one who got hurt, but for some reason Damien's acting all pouty. A surge of uncontrollable rage bubbled up inside her at the mere thought of the Archduke daring to call anyone a monster. He's got no room to talk. Speaking of sparring, the Empire's second knight captain decided to challenge the Marquis to a duel. Damien's fencing is top-notch, no frills, which is why Rumen figured his loss was just a fluke. But after seeing this guy fight, he wanted to see what he could really do for himself. Cassidon agreed. His techniques still got a ways to go, so he asked the prince to go easy on him. Landing a fencing master as the new captain is a huge win, no doubt, but the Emperor's still got some concerns. Archduke Damien ruling the north, the Circia healers, Marquis Deus. Gotta keep things balanced between them. The Emperor figured that since the Earl's safety was locked down, he didn't need to sweat the Marquis too much. Everything's falling into place perfectly, so the Emperor ordered the knight captains to come in for a chat. Can you even imagine what Rumen, captain of the knights, felt like getting taken down by a kid who used to be a slave? Soon enough, they were both standing before the shining sun of the Empire. The Emperor summoned them to deliver some good news. Thanks to them, the Empire managed to snag a seriously sweet deal in negotiations with Elsia. At the banquet in December that the Emperor promised to throw in their honor, he wants to see every single Imperial knight there. Also, the Marquis can expect a special something during the celebration. Elsia proposed an international marriage as proof of their friendship. Word is, the princess is a total knockout. So, the Emperor thinks she'd make a fantastic bride for Marquis Deus. Cassidon figured the old fox was trying to split him up with Aaron, but hey, he already hooked him up big time. The kid's grateful, but he was just following orders from Lord Ruman, the first knight captain. And he thinks it'd be way fairer to give that kind of honor to Lord Ruman, not to him, who just joined the knightly order. It all clicked the second their swords crossed. Cassidon's swordsmanship is straight up terrifying. Ruman looked down on him because he thought he was just some nobody, but the kid wiped the floor with him and then gave him all the credit. They might change their tune when they see the princess, but for now, they need to get some rest before the banquet. The Emperor told Cassidon to try and get Count Circea's daughter to come to the banquet too. They'll get the best seats in the house. After talking with the Emperor, Ruman chased after the Marquis to apologize for everything. He was a real jerk to the second captain of the knights, all because of his own ignorance. He's never seen skill like that before, and now he wants to train with Master Cassidon. A title handed out by the Emperor isn't enough to really secure your position. To climb high enough to actually protect Aaron, you gotta have people on your side. Cassidon didn't turn Ruman down. They trained together pretty often. The Emperor invited Aaron to the banquet in December, and until then, he hopes she'll be all right. Now that Cassidon's a Marquis, he's the center of attention for the whole empire. He and Aaron can't just hang out anymore. She's sure he's doing great without her, and soon all the grumbling about where he came from will be gone too. Without even trying, she's seeing all the ladies fawning over him, saying the Marquis is just incredible. He climbed so high without Aaron's help, so high it's blinding. She overheard the seamstress mention Lady Circe's name. They say she's the one who pulled Marquis Deus out of the gladiator arena. This girl who recognized Count Circe's daughter just happened to be here? What are the odds? In her past life, she tormented Aaron with her lies over and over. That's Damien's girl, Lillian. It's like fate brought them together, so Lillian's hoping they can become friends. Lady Circe wasn't thrilled with the dress they made for her for the upcoming ceremony. She asked me to bring something that covers her up, since the banquet's in December, so it's bound to be freezing. Aaron can cure someone else's incurable disease, but she's powerless against her own wounds. Ever since Damien bit her, they haven't seen each other, but the fact that his teeth marks are still on her body freaks her out. Whether it's my past life or this one, the nightmare just never ends. Today's the day she's meeting Lillian Grace. She hasn't made her debut yet, so she's eager to get acquainted. She wants to know so much about Lady Circe, but just one look from her scares Aaron to death. Suddenly, the young lady was called by her mistress. It was time for Lillian to go, so she said they'd chat next time. The seamstress figured it was an acquaintance of Lady Circe, but none of them know what the main character knows. They say after the Viscount Grace's carriage hit that poor girl, the Viscountess felt sorry for her and decided to take her in. Aaron never would have guessed that the lady who just left was the Viscountess Grace. Back in her past life, Lillian moved in with Damien before winter was even over. A lot's different compared to the past she knew. Days turned into nights, winter hit, and the unshakable Seville Empire was blanketed in white snow. By then, Kindle had tracked down everyone who was at the Earl's estate when Cassidon lived there, as well as his owner. The Marquis's behavior and swordsmanship aren't like someone who's been a slave since birth. Based on the clothing description, he could be from Haran, plus the butler found the merchant the Earl's daughter bought a strange sword from. Without even hearing what kind of sword it was, the Archduke told the butler to keep digging. Money's no object. They need to be ready for anything to get to the bottom of this. Cassidon showed up again on the first day of the banquet at the Imperial Palace, his return totally out of the blue. He was running a little late, but he really missed Aaron being around, her smile, her soft hands, and gentle touch. He's not actually late at all. The girl isn't even close to being ready to leave yet. It's no big deal if they miss the first day of the banquet. The Emperor gave him special permission. Instead, Cassidon wanted to take his sweetheart somewhere else. This is his new villa, with a classy Scandinavian design and big windows with blue shutters. Not many people know the Marquis owns this place. He specifically hasn't let anyone in. He wanted to make sure he wouldn't be disturbed when he was here alone with someone. Someone who makes his heart race. Someone like Aaron with her eyes as captivating as the sky and her sweet lips. It seems a little empty here, and he should probably hire some servants, but he insisted his mansion already has plenty of staff. Right next to them is a pantry stocked with food, so Cassidon decided to seize the opportunity and cook something. He wants to see Aaron enjoy the food he makes with her own eyes. He used to do this all the time. No words can describe how gorgeous the Marquise is. She couldn't take her eyes off him for even a second. Or, instead of just eating together, they could finally talk about the things they couldn't before. In one kiss, Milady will learn everything he hasn't said. Their kiss holds an eternity. The young man suggested talking, but he probably meant talking. Aren's skills have improved, but if they talk like that, Cassidy doesn't think he'll be able to make it to the banquet tomorrow, because he doubts he'll be able to stop after just one go-around. Actually, she doesn't need to worry. The Marquise wouldn't even lay a finger on her without her permission. He kissed her because he took the bait, he just couldn't resist. Cassidy's been busy this whole time, but it's weird he hasn't visited her and her father even once. Turns out, 2 months ago, the Elsian Empire proposed an international marriage to the Seville Empire. The Emperor, that old fox, wants the kid to marry the kingdom's youngest princess, but he only wants Aran. The Emperor probably ordered her to be invited to the banquet to get the lowdown on her relationship with Cassidy. Since they're not siblings anymore, there's no other reason to invite them together. The Emperor thinks other people might get in the way of Cassidy becoming his loyal hound. He missed Aran like crazy, but he couldn't see her with the Emperor watching him like a hawk. The truth is, the Marquis won't be gentle with anyone foolish enough to try and tear them apart. Words can't describe how much Aran missed him, counting down the days until they could meet, not even knowing when that day would come. She missed him more than anyone else, and it was like she was testing her lover's willpower. A magical moment shrouded them both in mystery. The passion that had been hidden inside for so long finally burst out. Cassidy barely gave in to his emotions when he suddenly realized he couldn't go through with it. Being this close to someone as pure as Aran just makes him feel tainted. A girl told him once, if he's messed up, the whole world around him gets dragged down with him. Right now, Cassidy's what she needs. She wants him, feels him, sees him, touches him, wants him close for as long as possible. Those words calmed him down, but he still worries his sweetheart might regret this later. They're drawn to each other like magnets. Every obstacle just makes their love stronger, forging an unbreakable bond. Cassidy's wanted this since the day they met. Now that it's happening, it's gonna be damn near impossible for him to stop. Even the way his voice sounds sends Aran's head spinning. Deep down, she's still got this nagging feeling that she doesn't deserve to be with him right now. But she loves how he overlooks all her flaws. That's why she cherishes this moment so much. Cassidy loves Aran. Nothing else in the world matters. Just being near her gives him the strength to keep going. And she loves him endlessly. Every day with him is a celebration. Cassidy's the only one she feels safe with. Her whole world in one person. He makes life brighter. He's her favorite view. Aran felt a strong warmth and a strange scent. All her worries just melted away with that subtle fragrance. Opening her eyes, she saw Cassidy in front of her, the best way to start the day she could ever imagine. I don't think Milady has ever mentioned how crazy she is about Bestia's perfume. She really digs that scent. The young man knew she'd like it, and now they won't be able to make it to the banquet. He's so happy right now, he can't tell if it's a dream or reality. Aran's been visiting him in his dreams every night. And now his wish has finally come true. The young man was worried that someone might steal his beloved during these 2 months apart. Aran didn't even try to hide that she'd been thinking about it too. Late in the evening, Archduke Damien arrived at the palace without warning. All he wants to know right now is where Aran is. Cassidy would love to stay here forever, but it's getting late, so they need to head back. He was going to take her to the mansion, but she was so exhausted her legs suddenly gave out, and she almost collapsed. The kid just wasn't careful enough covering his tracks, but honestly, that's fine by me. Aran was super tired, so he kindly helped her get ready to leave. The only thing Cassidy wants to believe is that Damien didn't do anything to hurt her while he was gone. The scar on her shoulder from Damien's bite healed a long time ago. But if Cassidy ever found out about it, there's no telling what he'd do. Aran doesn't want him stressing over something so minor. He's got enough on his plate as it is. She wants to keep this moment perfect, while her heart's still racing like this. That's what she thought, but wouldn't you know it, that jerk showed up again on her way home. Damien saw them holding hands and it just blew his mind. Miss Circia knew what kind of creep he was and she still let him get close. But what's even weirder is why His Excellency is here at this hour. Damien thought it was strange the Marquis wasn't at the banquet, and it turns out he was with Aran. Poor Aran. The Archduke knew he was a bad egg from the start, but this is even worse than he thought. Truth is, Cassidy didn't expect so many people would get in the Archduke's way. Now he's got to figure out if he should deal with the guy who's been running that shady stuff into Elsia. Marquis Deus isn't about to let blatant crimes slide, not on his watch. Since it was late, he sent Aran home, promising to come by and pick her up tomorrow. Looks like His Excellency's got a whole lot to say to someone he thinks is his slave. But the truth is, he's here to see Aran, and he's got nothing to say to an animal like Cassadine. In that case, this kid's decided the wounds he inflicted during the tournament weren't enough. If the Archduke stays out of his business, Cassadine won't hurt him. He almost killed Kendall last time, so Damien just finds his words laughable. According to him, the Marquis is driven by animal instinct, not human reason. The beast doesn't even know what he's saying. After all, the Archduke knows about the last crown prince and that the kingdom of Hiron's been wiped off the map. Since they couldn't find Cassadine's body, Damien figured he'd croaked in a ditch, but he's been hiding here like a rat. It took the Lord a few months to figure out who this slave was, and turns out he's a noble crown prince. But Marquis Deus either doesn't get it, or he's just too arrogant to care that his secret's out. So, for the Archduke, that means Aran's clueless too, even though he brought it up at the tournament. Cassadine wouldn't even let him say her name. His eyes just blazed up whenever she was mentioned. Damien said it was like he left footprints in fresh snow, but you can't just tarnish that kind of purity so easily. The Marquis must have felt uneasy when they were intimate, but there's no reason to worry about that anymore. Aran's body still bears the marks of his hunger and lack of control. The Archduke thinks the kid put his beloved in danger with his own 2 hands. Since threatening to expose the Marquis's past didn't work, Aran's next on the hit list. If she's in danger, Cassadine will have no choice but to eliminate whatever's threatening her. She's his light after a long life in the dark. He doesn't need anyone but her. All the hero wants is Aran. The next day, just like he promised, Marquis Deus arrived to escort his beloved to the banquet. At the banquet, they gotta keep it civil, talk respectfully, or else they'll look sus. Aran's hoping she has a good time with the Marquis. He'll be escorting Lady Circia. Dude showing up at the banquet just sucked up all the attention from the high society girls. They were all over him. The girls were so bummed when the Marquis didn't show up the first day, descriptions didn't do him justice. Everyone's talking about how he crushed those Elsie pirates. He's gonna be swarmed like crazy tonight. Word is those mines belong to Count Kristen, but everyone knows Kristen's mines are all about the diamonds. After the trial, the amount of diamonds mined matched the amount of that stuff. On that ship, the Count was mining it on the down low. Count Kristen's daughter is at the ball, but nobody knows how she even got in here. Evelie Kristen, out of everyone at this banquet, she's the last person Aran wanted to see. Out of nowhere, one of the ladies asked the Marquis if he wanted to check out the cool ice sculptures in the garden. Cassadine appreciates the invite, but he'd really prefer to enjoy this banquet with his sister. Rumor has it those two are super tight, and as everyone can see, they showed up together for the party. According to Aran, His Majesty insisted they attend the banquet together. He personally made sure of it. Evelie Kristen showing up in the crowd is like a bolt from the blue. All confidence, she told them not to play dumb. Even if it was the Emperor's order, everyone around here can see what's really going on. Those two are way too close, and it doesn't feel like they're just family anymore. Even when they were just siblings, people got the wrong idea. It's understandable with that kind of closeness. Seeing Lady Circia, Lillian was thrilled and couldn't believe her own eyes. Lily recognized the lady right away, even from a distance, and was hoping for a little chat. The girl's so bummed that people don't get it. They've become so close since welcoming the Marquis into their family. She didn't even realize she cut someone off, being in high society for the first time, and she's worried she'll come off as rude. Lillian also wanted to meet Count Kristen's daughter. After all, Evelyn's the belle of the ball this season. Miss Grace heard her name from practically every guest at this banquet. Hearing that, Count Kristen's daughter was consumed with rage. She was furious at what that little twerp said. A deathly silence fell over the hall. It's the first time tensions have gotten this high between two ladies in high society. Evelyn is the star of tonight's banquet. Lillian's sure she said the right thing. That really set off Count Kristen's daughter, so she decided to teach that sassy little brat a lesson for daring to open her mouth. Before she could even touch the girl's hand, Lillian panicked and made a scene in the entire banquet hall. It seems like a silly misunderstanding, but Miss Grace is clutching her hand in pain for everyone to see. She didn't say anything bad, she just wanted to be friends. Evelyn didn't actually squeeze her hand, but this girl just suddenly started screaming. Only people invited by the Emperor are allowed at this banquet, so Rumen told her to keep it down and scram. Aran was speechless. Lillian was the same person in this life as she was in the last. Every time Lillian got hurt or stumbled, Damien blamed Aaron for messing with her again. Aaron hadn't done anything wrong, and she was sure her fiancé only believed that girl. But Damien couldn't believe Lillian would lie. He just couldn't explain the injury on her wrist any other way. If the wound's under that bandage, then the Archduke saw it with his own eyes. But that's not what happened. He took Lillian's word for it and punished Aaron for it without a second thought. The heroine suddenly remembered that day. It was the first time Damien ever hit her. Then, the girl decided to properly introduce herself to everyone. Her name is Lillian Grace. Nobody even knew the Grace family had such a stunning daughter. She was just a little startled, but she's all right now. Actually, the Viscountess Grace told her she looked just like the daughter she lost when she was very young. The Viscountess decided to make her adopted daughter because, since they aren't blood-related, she understands what it's like. Lillian decided to drag Aaron and Cassadine into this so people wouldn't question her past during her high society debut. But if that's all she wanted, it's totally unclear why she's making such a big scene. Probably from the shock, she dropped her fan, but she didn't pick it up because of social etiquette. She's just hoping the Marquis will pick up the fallen fan for her. This girl seems like the most defenseless creature. She just has trouble bending over because of her dress. Then it became clear that Cassadine was her target, but judging from my past life, she's supposed to be with Damien. Seeing how dejected Aaron looks, Cassadine can't do anything that would make her feel even worse. He figures this gentleman deserves a shot at picking up Lady Grace's fan. The lovesick aristocrat snatched up the fallen fan, Lady Grace looking even more stunning up close. This guy promised his sister this evening, doesn't need anyone else, and they're already late. After Evelie Kristen got the boot from the imperial banquet, she ran smack into Archduke Damien. He's completely clueless why a girl who wasn't invited by the emperor would show up. There's no other reason to come. Damien's been giving her the cold shoulder no matter what, so she went to the emperor. Damien personally told Count Kristen to keep his trap shut, so Evelie's being a bonehead and setting up her dad. Her father trusted the Archduke, and he made him look like a traitor. She can't just let that slide. Looks like Evelie Kristen doesn't quite grasp who she's getting loud with. Faced with the Archduke's power, the girl shrunk like a dried-up rosebud. She's just worried sick about her father. According to the paperwork, the mine belongs to the Kristen family, so whoever committed this crime is trying to pin it all on the Archduke. Let's be real, nobody at the imperial banquet is gonna believe Evelie. She acted way too rashly, but the truth is, Damien's the only one who can protect her family. She needs to get her act together, trust the Archduke, and just hang tight. Then Count Kristen will get what's coming to him. Mr. Cassadine's the man of the hour at this banquet. That's why everyone's been so anxious, and even Lady Circia showed up with him tonight. They chatted a bit earlier. The Marquis wanted to know how things were going with that business they discussed. Cassadine doesn't seem bothered by all the attention, not even a little bit shy. He's like a light to moths, drawing them in droves, all wanting to bask in the glow of the brightest star. Just then, His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince arrived at the banquet. The guests greeted the son of the Empire and the young son of the Empire, after which the Emperor allowed them to raise their heads. So, day 2 of the banquet kicks off, and first things first, the Emperor's thanking everyone for showing up. Marquis Cassadine Deos, this whole shindig's for him, so he better enjoy it. And today, they've got another VIP in the house, the King of Elsia's favorite baby girl. Thanks to the valiant Seville Knights and the King of Elsia's initiative, Princess Bella's gracing them with her presence. Her main mission? To seal the deal on an alliance between the two countries. The Emperor's betting there isn't a single guy here who wouldn't jump at the chance to marry her. He's saying this marriage will be a symbol of the friendship between the Empire and the Kingdom of Elsia, and he wants to give this amazing chance to marry the princess to the knight who pulled off the heroic feat, Marquise Cassadine. Auren was trying her best to look as shocked as humanly possible. If Cassadine hadn't given her the heads up, she would have been in a seriously awkward spot with the Emperor. He's playing the princess and Cassadine like pawns. This is a crazy opportunity for him. Back when Cassadine was serving the Crown Prince in my past life, nothing like this ever happened. But the Emperor's mind is way more twisted. In some ways, he's a lot like Damien. He's betting Cassadine's loved ones want him to be happy, but this whole thing could really mess them up too. When the Marquise's old family was about to speak their minds, the Crown Prince suddenly jumped in to shut it down. He's been holding himself back his whole life, just like the Emperor wanted, but he has no clue what His Majesty's up to. That young healer saved Leona's life. They should be grateful, not humiliating her in front of everyone. It's wild that the Crown Prince brought this up right in the middle of the banquet. Plus, he remembers Sir Cassidon nobly giving that reward to the first captain of the knights. It's like the heir to the throne's lost it, but the truth is, he's disgusted by His Majesty's actions. The Emperor was thrown for a loop by his own son's words, and it made things super awkward in front of all the guests. Just then, a loud, nasty laugh echoed through the room, making everyone's hearts clench. Damien said the royal family needs to keep it classy more than anyone else. But they were airing their dirty laundry right there in front of everyone, and he thought it was just precious. The prince said he should probably stay out of it, but the Archduke just couldn't help himself. Even if Leon hates his guts, they're still family, blood of his blood. Especially when you look at those two, acting all chummy when they're not even related. Even if Cassidine and Aaron are tight, Leon and Damien as cousins should have each other's backs. When everyone heard all this, Aaron couldn't wrap her head around why the Archduke was talking about her and Cassidine like that. Damien played it off like he was just jealous, and that's why he said it. Nothing more to it than that. Word is, even though Cassidine's no longer a Circia, he's still trying to stick close to that girl. Everyone took that as the Archduke saying the guy's got a thing for Lady Aaron, and the fact that he's holding her hand while Damien's saying this kinda proves his point. The only thing running through her head is, why is he doing this? Like he's not afraid of kicking the bucket from his heart problem. The odds of him finding some other cure are next to nothing. No way that's possible. I mean, Aaron took a chance and spilled the beans about her abilities, but she made sure not to fully heal him. So the Archduke sees it as friendship. Maybe His Majesty and the other party guests are getting the wrong idea. That cracked Leon up. He already told the Archduke to make his move somewhere more private and be a little more careful. The Emperor can't just let this slide. He's just worried about his knight finding happiness. 'Cause tons of ladies would jump at the chance to marry Mr. Cassidon. He's more than sure of that. Look, Bella and Princess Elsie. She's gorgeous and high class. There's no reason to refuse unless Cassidon's got his eye on someone else. The Emperor wants that girl's name, like, yesterday. Then he might reconsider. Truth is, the Emperor asked them to come together himself. He wants to believe Cassidon. First, the Archduke makes these unpleasant claims. Nobody knew his jealous streak would lead to this. It's tough for him to look Lady Aaron in the eye, but this is his screw-up and he's got to explain everything. They decided to keep things on the down low, so Damien apologized for having to spill the beans. It became clear to Aaron that the Emperor was trying to figure out what's going on between her and Cassidon. Her dad's gonna flip, but dodging the Emperor's constant scrutiny is just not gonna happen. So the Archduke's confession grabbing her hand, it's all just a ploy to box her in. And he's gonna use this lie as an excuse to keep Aaron under his thumb. Looks like Miss Circe's made her choice. She's not into him, they've never even had a moment alone. Is she implying the Archduke's lying? He's too dense to even realize it. Thing is, he couldn't lie about their relationship to the Emperor. That'd be a slap in the face. So Aaron's basically confirming that scandalous thing between her and her little brother is actually happening. And just the other day, they were talking about how close the siblings were. After she managed to explain everything, Cassidon asked if he could say something. The truth is, the girl who stole his heart was his sister all along. This is tough to say, it's the first time he's admitting it, and he's done hiding his feelings. Aaron's been the one for him for ages, and now's finally the time to come clean. Pulling her close, he told her to push him away. The Emperor won't buy their story anymore. Cassidon wanted her to call him a worthless piece of garbage to really tear into him. At least his heart will belong to Aaron now, so she needs to act like she's rejecting him. To escape the Emperor, the heroine has to turn down both him and Damien. Cassidon decided to shut down this whole mess playing out in front of the Emperor by flipping the script himself. Now the whole empire will know about what happened today. The rumors will spread like wildfire. After all, Cassidon fell for the one who took him in and saved him from slavery, and the guy he thought was a friend turned out to be a backstabber. Now Aaron can stand up to the Emperor on her own, because that's the only way she'll be safe. She pushed Cassidon away after his desperate confession, like she's done a million times before. It's unforgivable that he dared to say something like that, in a place like this, in front of everyone. They were once family, and while Aaron wanted to use him too, she never really wanted to be a family. The Emperor could strip the kid of all his power, start treating him even worse, and tighten the screws. But the Marquis decided to throw away everything he's worked for, sacrifice it all for Aaron. Thing is, she doesn't want to be his weakness. Not after he already walked away from his family once. You can see straight through him, he's so genuine, it shines brighter than any diamond. That's why she loves him more than anyone. Her feelings are all-encompassing, everywhere. Lady Circia doesn't love Cassidon like a brother. She's got the hots for him. She doesn't want him facing them all alone, so she asked him to trust her this time. The Emperor's gonna hate this, but she's the one who brought Cassidon, the former slave, into their family. After a life of danger in the gladiator arena, Cassidon developed feelings for her because of her kindness and warmth. That's all understandable, but Arryn falling for him, that's all on her. So, if this whole situation looks like a total mess to the Emperor, then Lady Circe is the one taking the heat. She's always had her little brother's back, even when everyone else thought he was a total jerk for all the good she did. That's when Damien piped up, saying Arryn was only doing it to protect Sir Cassidine. This royal banquet turned into a complete disaster, and the Emperor swore he'd make anyone who lied to him pay the price. Damien thought he'd found the healer's weak spots, but she'd already made up her mind. It's way too crowded in here, so she asked if she could tell him in private. The thing is, the Archduke knows about her healing powers, and that's why he's feeding the Emperor a line of bull. Arryn decided to shift the Emperor's focus. He was trying to control Cassidine, right back onto Damien. Since you can't exactly hash this kind of stuff out at a party, His Majesty cut the conversation short and decided to call it a night. He needs some time to chill, so as soon as the party's over, he told Arryn to come see him right away. Damien was wondering why she decided to complicate things when he'd already figured out a way for her to get out of it. According to Milady, you can't just know which path is hard and which is easy. It all depends on how you see it. It's really hard for the Archduke to understand her, but he doesn't need to because there's someone by her side ready to shield her from all the trouble. Damien thinks the princess, a gift from the Emperor, is more than a worthy gift for someone like Cassidon. She was forced to leave her home country during such an unstable time, all for a marriage she didn't want. Everything that happened put the King of Elsie's youngest daughter in a tough spot. Cassidon promised to try and stop the rumors about their wedding, and told the princess to do what she thought was best. But Bella had already set her mind on becoming his bride. She thought they'd take care of each other. Because of the Emperor's decree, none of the princess's entourage was allowed to set foot on imperial soil. Since they're no longer connected in any way, there's nothing Cassidon can do except talk to the Emperor. Sir Ruman's positive there's nothing to worry about. He's still planning on escorting the princess. The rumors are true. Damien heard those two have gotten real close. An aristocrat-turned-slave is teaching the captain of the knights how to fence. Cassidon's cashing in on his tournament win. Ruman wouldn't even listen to those kinds of nasty remarks. He decided to escort the princess away from the banquet. That's when Arryn told Damien to cut it out and stop trying to contact her. She can't understand the Archduke, and she doesn't want him ever mentioning her or Cassidon again. The Archduke didn't buy it. He's sure she'll regret what she said. Despite what everyone thinks, Arryn doesn't regret confessing everything or the choice she made with her heart. That's what she says, but the Archduke thinks the moment she starts regretting it is definitely coming. Cassidon told her to ignore him. He'll defend his beloved until the day he dies. Besides, Leon's always the first to jump in and help, so Lady Circe shouldn't worry about a thing. Cassidon's already got her back, but the prince made a promise, so he wants to protect her too. Neither of them could decide who'd protect Arryn. Some marquis can't do squat against an archduke. Since they're already going at it, Arryn will just have to protect both of them, seeing as she's a healer. Knowing she's not alone gives her confidence. After the imperial banquet, the Archduke couldn't shake the memory of his conversation with Arryn. Just the thought that she doesn't regret being with that slave twisted the knife in his heart. Right after the face-off with that Hyron slave, Damien's heart started acting up again as punishment. The pain's been eating at him ever since Cassidon touched Arryn's hand. Before meeting her, he'd never felt this intense urge to hold someone's hand. Not long before, he'd chosen the hard road, trying to win that girl over again. The butler told him to use the Earl, her dad, to put the squeeze on her, swearing it'd work. Even though the girl needs to want to heal the master and we can't be hurting her. The Archduke's been stressing about it so much, it's clear he's got a thing for this girl. It was the day he was supposed to meet the young woman, and she just happened to spot Archduke Damien and decided to approach. She saw him at the banquet. The girl's name is Lillian Grace, and she used Evelyn to get his attention. If she's hunting for male attention, Damien told her to look for it at a banquet. He's not falling for such an obvious trick. But Lillian didn't come to him for that. She wanted to talk to him about Lady Circia. Damien wasn't about to hash out what happened in the banquet hall, so he decided to leave. Until he suddenly overheard that this girl knew about his secret feelings for Arryn. Lillian didn't want to upset him, and not knowing if he'd caught it, she mentioned she knew Lady Circia. She figured she could maybe help out Damien a little, even just by having a normal conversation. Lillian was already working hard to keep the peace between the siblings for the Marquise's sake. But now that the Archduke's revealed the truth, it seems like Lady Circia, someone she thought she was close to, stabbed her in the back. Miss Grace wants to know if they're on the same page, so she offered the Archduke a one-time favor. She gave him an out if he didn't trust her, but asked him to believe he wouldn't lose anything. It was clear from the start that Lillian's the kind of person who'll do whatever it takes to get what she wants. She played Emily's dumb stunt like a fiddle, and Damien immediately saw she knew how to twist things to her advantage. When he looks at Aaron, he's driven by something he can't quite put his finger on. Just like that day, she was unbelievably warm and soft, with this faint, sweet scent coming from her skin. Even though the Archduke tried to hold back, tried to stay away from her, his desire just kept getting stronger. If he keeps pushing her into a corner, the question is, will he even see her tears? Will she just end up hating him even more? Finally, Arendt will stop looking at me like I'm just some tool and see Damien for who he is. Thinking about that healer, Damien agreed to trust Lillian, but only if she lives up to his expectations. He ordered her to prove her worth, wanting to get what he's after. After the banquet, Arendt's inner circle was pissed that she had to be alone with the Emperor. According to the butler, the Emperor ordered her to be brought to him quietly. All Lady Circia left behind as she went to meet him was the hope that everything would be all right. Leon's sure his father must have ordered the girl to be taken to the throne room. Suddenly, he had to know why Cassidan decided to spill the beans about something he'd kept secret for so long, and in front of everyone, no less. The kid thought that by showing Arendt that love only came from him, she'd be safe. She said something to the Emperor to smooth things over, but the prince is sure she wasn't doing it for herself. It's obvious she only did it to protect Cassidan. Anyway, they both finally ended up near the throne room, where they decided to eavesdrop on the conversation with the Emperor. The main reason for meeting with him is that Arendt told the Archduke about her healing abilities. According to the Emperor, she's the one who pointed the finger at him as a suspect in the prince's poisoning. The Archduke trying to cover for the girl like that makes total sense if he knew about her abilities. Arendt hates to say it, but the Archduke found out about her abilities because of her slip-up, and she doesn't want to see him anymore. The lady will do whatever it takes to put the Emperor's mind at ease. The Emperor is so wary of those around her because Arendt is a trump card that no one should get their hands on. So now that Damien knows about the Circia family's powers, the Emperor's gonna unleash his fury on him, not her. He figured she accepted the Marquis Cassidan's feelings just to turn down the Duke. That's not how it went down. She really loves Cassidan. Every word she said at the banquet was the truth. Sir Cassidan never forgets a kindness. He's loyal to Arendt, and he'll be a true knight to the Emperor too. If anyone messed up, it was Lady Circia, but she asked His Majesty not to go too hard on Cassidan. From what I've seen these past few months, the Marquis is a genuinely exceptional guy. So he gets why Arendt feels the way she does. When she thinks of the perfect man, she thinks of Cassidan. The kid even won over the Emperor's heart, and she lived under the same roof as him. Of course she got it mixed up with love. Looks like she couldn't tell a simple crush from the real deal. The Circia family's always been loyal to the Empire, with their devotion and their healing abilities. This healer's like barely old enough to drive, but she's showing off some seriously next-level healing powers. The Emperor figured Leon's dumb antics were just because he had a thing for Aaron. That's why he asked the girl to really think about his offer to become a princess, said it'd be the smart move. One time, when Cassidan was playing chess with His Majesty, the Emperor totally cornered him. If the kid had just moved his pawn, he could have won, so it made you wonder if he threw the game on purpose. No way he'd do that. He was just trying to figure out what the Emperor was planning. There can only be one king, but right now, aside from Leon, Archduke Damien's the closest to grabbing the throne. No pawn can ever become king. Even if it gets promoted, it's just a shield for the king. To stop the Archduke, Cassidan suggested the Emperor use him as a tool. So now, looks like Cassidan's heading to the front lines, and the Emperor's itching to see him do something worthy of his title. By imperial law, he can't pull Count Zegan from the war. It's his daughter's worst nightmare. The only reason the Emperor's even considering this request is because a knight's calling in a favor for past deeds. This also matters to Cassidan, but his grace is torn, wondering if he can even be trusted. The Emperor's got dreams of Aaron becoming a princess. Every piece on the chessboard exists for the king. On His Majesty's orders, Count Zegan arrived at the palace. He was informed his daughter would be staying there. Turns out someone found out about Aren's healing abilities, so she's staying here for her own safety for a while. It's for her protection, and she's forbidden from contacting anyone. At the time, all Leon could think about was Aren. At first, she was just interesting to him as a healer. She could say the wildest stuff with a totally straight face. The reason the prince treats her so well is because he's just plain scared to let her go. This girl sees more than just the crown prince in him. Leon's actually happy when she's around. At this rate, Aren's gonna be his fiancé. He wants to make her happy, you know? Truth is, the prince didn't want this. He just didn't have a choice if he wanted to protect Aren. Aren becoming a princess means the count becomes the emperor's hostage and pawn. Since the emperor won't even listen to his own son, according to the Marquis, there's only one way to get through to him. But that means Leon has to trust Aren, maybe even risk his life, and follow the Marquis's plan. Hearing Cassidy's suggestion, the prince thought he was completely out of his mind for even suggesting that. He might not like this plan, but there's seriously no other way out of this mess. Still, Leon's not ready to go that far just to stop this wedding from happening. Even though he kinda suspected it, Cassidy really is nuts in his book. So that means the crown prince of the empires also lost his marbles. After meeting with the Earl, the Emperor decided to tell Aren about her father's sudden visit. If he knew his daughter had feelings for Cassidy, he'd be pretty upset about it. The Emperor thinks it's not worth fleeting feelings. He's given her enough time and wants to hear her decision. Suddenly, the butler and the captain of the guard burst into the room. Something awful had happened. His Majesty thought it was a real nerve, since he'd asked that no one be let in. His anger vanished instantly when he found out Leon was unconscious. He'd taken poison. Furious, the Emperor rushed to his son and demanded an explanation of what happened. According to Cassidy, when he got here, Leon was already in that state, so he called for the palace physician. The poison's spread so far that the antidote's not working anymore, plus the prince is refusing treatment. The Emperor was consumed by rage at what he heard, ordering the courtiers and servants to wait outside. Cornered, His Majesty had no choice but to ask Aren for help. The girl immediately started treatment, not understanding why Leon suddenly drank poison. He was so full of life at the banquet, promising to be the first to help. Barely touching his body, the girl felt something strange and immediately pulled her hands away. Leon looked awful, like he was really dying, but something in his face made Aren keep quiet. So she suddenly stood up and thanked His Highness. The prince kept his promise and risked his life. Maybe it's reckless, or maybe it was a last resort. The Emperor was absolutely livid that the girl disobeyed his order, since he told her to heal his son. In that moment, Leon spoke up. Neither he nor Aren wanted this marriage, so he asked his father to relieve them of this burden. Hard to believe he chugged poison over this. The kid's waiting for his dad's answer, or he's giving up his title. The Emperor unleashed all his fury on Aren Serkia, blaming her for everything that happened to his son. To free Aren, the prince decided to play hardball with his dad, using his own life as leverage. His life, if that's what it takes. In the end, His Majesty caved and promised to leave Aren alone, just so Leon would get treatment. Not wasting a second, the young healer rushed to his side and started pulling the poison out of him. Right before their eyes, Leon started looking better. His skin got some color back, the dark circles vanished, and his breathing evened out. Scared for his son's life, the Emperor begged him never to do that again and to dump out the rest of the poison he drank. But then the Crown Prince asked his dad to guarantee the Serkia family's freedom and the Emperor's protection. Hearing that, the old man thought his son was so naive, because he wanted to make that girl his bride himself. Leon wouldn't do something so selfish, taking away another person's freedom just for his own happiness. That's when Aren's eyes finally lit up again. She's beyond grateful to the Crown Prince. Right after that, she met with Cassidy. The Crown Prince is back to his old self now. Because she stood up for him at the banquet, this was the only way to keep her safe. Cassidy was so worried something bad would happen to her that she'd end up in a really tight spot. Aren means everything to him. Everything she's done up to now, she did for him. After all, she saved the Marquis and did everything so they could be together, because they're destined for each other. Damien once got engaged to a girl just to further his ambitions. Only one person can stop him. He caught the prince's eye, and through his incredible talent and hard work, he managed to become captain of the Imperial Knights. The captain of the Imperial Knights never even talked to his fiancée. And when he didn't need her anymore, he took her out of the picture. Cassidy figured all this happened while he was on duty, but it's a story that feels like a dream. But that girl 4 years ago on her birthday, she closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, she met a guy who wasn't yet captain of the Knights, and she took him into her family. The truth is, for her own sake, she robbed him of his future. Now, after all that, Aaron decided to see if Cassidy could believe this story was about them. Looks like the heavens punished her for it. The one she was supposed to use, she ended up loving more than herself. Cassidy might not believe what she just said, but the whole time she felt like she was deceiving him. That evening at the marquisate, Sir Rumen interrupted the young man's thoughts. He showed up unannounced. The first captain dropped by for a chat without any prying ears. Today really was a tough day. Princess Bella is staying at the Imperial Palace. He's supposed to escort her again tomorrow. The roses are still in full bloom. The Marquis has a beautiful garden, but for some reason all the flowers are blue. That's because Cassidy likes the color of purity, the blue sky and the ocean waves. If the Marquis is such a recluse, a man who secretly built a mansion, Rumen decided to find out why he didn't keep it a secret. According to Cassidy, if he was sure it would stay secret, he would have kept it that way. Suddenly, he asked what Sir Rumen thought about whether it was possible to go back to your past. The great prophet Notios once wrote about something similar, but the meaning of his words is hard to interpret. But they say that when the gears of life intersect, the present fades, and the past takes its place. The first captain started thinking about this after hearing Cassidy's words. They say every prophecy of Notios has come true, but they can't figure out what it all means, since unfortunately he's already passed on. The great prophet Notios left a prophecy that a great king would be born in Hyrun. So Aaron couldn't tell me everything back then. The present fades, and the past comes rushing back. Cassidy's got a lot of questions, but that girl with the blue rose eyes, she helped him understand a lot. Like always, she's walking a tough road, even though it was dangerous, even though she remembered what happened to her. She remembered what happened to her family, but she always seemed so chill. Aaron was able to heal Cassidy's scars because of her incredible power. She accepted him with so much warmth, even though he was complicated. And the kid didn't even realize that his desire to be with her was what it was. Now the Marquis has to decide, does he trust Lady Circia or not? His beloved Aaron, she makes him feel so peaceful and warm, his only star in the dark sky, one of a kind. The next morning, Sasha rushed into her mistress's chambers in a panic, not believing what the paper said was true. Of course, the news was in the papers the very next day. Irene kinda expected a backlash. Hotshot Marquis Cassidy Deus is officially dating the Earl Circia's daughter. There's no confirmation she made a public announcement, though. Maybe Cassidy pulled some strings. Sasha was thrilled that Madame and Sir Cassidy were finally together. It's such a fairy tale. Honestly, when Cassidy lived at the Earl's estate, the maid knew right away he was into Madame. She saw him burning letters that were sent to Irene. He only burned the letters and invitations that young lords sent Madame. They locked eyes for a second. Right after that, he left the house, so Sasha was in a bind. She didn't know whether to say anything or not. Now she's happy, they're happy, and she's sure Cassidy feels the same way. Soon after all that went down, Irene had to go talk to her father and hash things out. Okay, so he's clearly bummed. Not only did the girl let him down, but the Count found out about it like this. Lord Zegan heard from the Emperor that someone's trying to exploit her healing powers. Aaron's in such a precarious spot, they won't even let her see anyone. The Count doesn't know when he'll see her again. Ever since she was a kid, his daughter's been forced to spend way too much time all by herself. But at the end of the day, titles and what other people think don't matter. He just wants his daughter to be healthy. He wants her to be free of trouble, to be happy, and not to be lonely. Cassidy's sharp and reliable enough to climb the ladder. Looks like the Count trusts him. But the main thing is, he knows this guy will protect his daughter. You can't imagine how stoked Erin was, and how grateful she is to her dad. Zegan just can't bring himself to separate her from the guy who's about to go to war in his place. The party's gonna run till tonight, and she's betting everyone's gonna be hooked on their story. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the Marquis struts in from the hallway looking extra sharp today. Judging by what he's wearing, he's heading to that shindig, but Aaron would rather just skip it altogether. Everyone's gonna be staring, and Cassidy figures that's exactly why they should show up. People's imaginations will run wild if they don't go. Rumors will spread like wildfire, so they're better off showing everyone the truth. The guy promised everything would be cool and suggested they hit the party together as a couple. When you think about it, Aren's got nothing to sweat, not with someone close by her side. Just like she figured, all eyes in the ballroom were glued to them, 'cause, they used to be brother and sister. I mean, Lady Circia spilled the beans about their relationship publicly, and today's paper even said they're an item. Even with all those eyeballs on them, Cassidy just kept chatting with Aaron in his usual calm voice. The article's on the level, that's why he agreed to the interview. And that's his girl right there, the one he's head over heels for. That night, the lovebirds found some alone time out on the balcony, where they could be by themselves. Aaron was afraid he was gonna ditch her, 'cause everything she told Cassidy probably sounded like a load of bull. This girl's all he's got, so there's no way this dude can't believe her. Now it hit him just how much pain Aaron had been carrying around all this time, all alone. She doesn't even know how she managed to go back in time, but Cassidy still took her word for it. But even the worst pain eventually fades, so he told his girl not to sweat it. Cassidy's gonna stick with her till the bitter end, till his last breath. Life ain't worth living without Aaron. He's gonna make her happy no matter what, happier than anyone else on this planet. Up until now, she figured if this whole time travel thing was just to meet him, then this moment is priceless. Thing is, if revenge hadn't been her goal from the start, Aaron wouldn't know if they could have ever been this happy. If the Marquis's marriage proposal still stands after all this, she's ready to answer now. Young Miss Circia agrees she will marry Marquis Cassidy Deus. But one person didn't share their joy, someone who desperately craves to be in that cursed slave's place. Aaron thought someone was over there. The atmosphere suddenly got eerily strange. Just then, a spine-chilling sound echoed, and everything went pitch black. So Cassidy decided to check it out and come right back, telling her to wait there. The imperial banquet was plunged into total darkness, leaving the terrified guests in danger and clueless. Princess Bella wasn't hurt, but she had no idea what was happening. It's way too dark in here. At that moment, Cassidy entered the hall, but no one present can see a thing that's going on. Turns out the chandelier just fell. It happened so fast, nobody can figure out why. Evely saw the Marquise and, scared stiff, ran to him, grabbing his arm for support. It all happened so quick. The girl got spooked and, I think, twisted her ankle. It's too dark in here. She wants to get outside, so she's asking the Marquise for help. Realizing how messed up things were, Cassidy bolted from the banquet hall, spotting someone outside. The guy who came back to Aaron isn't Cassidy. She needs to know who he really is. The Archduke told her not to be afraid. He came because he was worried about her. He figured Aaron was here with the Marquis, but it turns out he left her alone in this mess. Truth is, Damien can protect her better than her boyfriend. But the real truth is, she's in way more danger being around the Archduke. The reason she's so sure of herself is because the dude brought a sword to the Emperor's banquet, for crying out loud. To Damien, these accusations just mean she's afraid he'll use that sword to hurt her precious boyfriend. Looks like he's completely recovered from his sickness even without the healer, judging by the way he's talking. That's not really true. Damien's heart still aches, and to prove it, he pressed her hand against his chest. She and Cassidy are together, so Miss Circia told him to not come near her with those kinds of intentions, or even talk to her. Seems like she was the one who tried to get close to the Archduke first. She came to him when he was locked up. She came to his mansion, and now she's rejecting him. It's hard to believe Damien just happened to show up right when Cassidy left. According to him, the masquerade turned into a total mess without any lights. If someone sneaks in now, they'll be hard to spot. Just like last time, when the Empire's prince got a little something that made him feel unwell. Looks like this time, the perp actually knew what they were doing. If Aaron turns down the Archduke, Cassidy's gonna be public enemy #1 for offing a royal. All Damien wants is for that beautiful young lady to become his fiancé. The girl was horrified by what she heard. It seemed like the Archduke was trying to screw over the prince by framing Cassidy. Aaron told him not to forget who was sitting in jail as the prime suspect in the prince's poisoning. Damien doesn't know if the Emperor will buy it, but thinking about it, it just feels so wrong. But there's someone out there with more reason to off the prince than anyone else. And the Archduke thinks that person is the crown prince of the destroyed kingdom of Hiran, Aaron's lover. Once the truth comes out, Cassidy's a dead man walking. No matter how many times Miss Circia rejects the Archduke, even if she's with Cassidy, he's not gonna let that stop him. Truth be told, Damien always gets what he wants. But even if he gets what he wants, Aaron figures it still won't be enough for him. She talks like she knows him well, and she does. The girl knows just how much dirt Damien's got on his hands. His butler's hands are stained from doing some pretty shady stuff to try and fix Damien's problems. Aron wouldn't be so quick to point fingers without having something solid to back it up. Sending Tyre after her, the way the Archduke let Aron into his mansion full of, shall we say, compromising materials. All those attempts to use her healing powers, that's all on him. Of course, if Damien were to, deal with Lady Erin right here, no one could spill the beans on him. According to her, the Emperor also suspects the Archduke wants to use her healing abilities. The Emperor, who's already got his eye on him, will know exactly who's responsible if something were to happen to the prince. So the second Damien lays a finger on Cassadine, the last defense protecting him will crumble. Even so, the master can't just let Erin go that easily. He's not asking her to forgive him. Even if he went back in time, he'd make the same choices. Damien says all this sincerely, but Aron's words were just as heartfelt. Suddenly she bit him, sinking her teeth into his arm so the Archduke would let her go and she could bolt. She tore through the empty palace corridors like a bat out of hell, when suddenly she felt Cassadine's gentle touch. He smelled like blood, but he reassured Aron that she wasn't the target. There were some shady characters around. She immediately told him Damien was behind it, but it's best to keep it under wraps until they figure out the whole situation. Damien knows about Cassadine's origins, so they need to know where they went. Suddenly, the main hall lit up. All the candles ignited like magic and restored peace to the banquet. That's when our heroes finally came face to face with their common enemy, and Damien was quieter than ever. All the ladies and gentlemen present were asked to step away from the chandelier. The guests hoped it was just an accident. Just then, Lillian suddenly panicked, realizing she hadn't seen the crown prince anywhere. With the hall erupting in noise, Damien decided to go look for the prince right away. But at that moment, Leon suddenly announced he was here. His blonde hair was easy to spot in the crowd. His sudden appearance made Lillian and Damien both pale, like they weren't expecting to see him there. Turns out the crown prince was feeling tired, so he stepped out for a bit to get some fresh air. Shortly after the hall went dark, Sir Cassadine found him out in the garden. Since it was too dangerous out there, the Marquis suggested the prince return to the banquet hall immediately. So many people were worried about the prince today, Cassadine and Damien both, and they're not exactly the friendliest guys. Hard to believe Damien was cocky enough to pull such a crazy stunt. Cassadine vouched for the prince, and now the prince has confirmed he's innocent. Now the question is, did Cassadine see anyone suspicious nearby? All the suspicions falling on Damien, so Erin decided to really think through her next move. She's torn, not sure if she should start a fight right now or try for a quick truce. Damien said he was really shaken up by what happened and super worried, but he's glad the prince is okay. Then Aron breathed a sigh of relief, probably their last time playing nice. After everything that went down, the Archduke was livid. He slammed his carnival mask on the floor in a rage. But Lillian, who saw him, thinks you just don't throw a mask on the floor like that. She decided to ask what happened. The Archduke didn't really explain, and ultimately nothing important came of it. Sir Cassadine just bailed out of here, out of nowhere, but he's usually glued to Lady Circea's side. Damien shut her down hard, told her to keep her hands to herself, said she was useless. Lillian's acting like a kid, especially with all the eyes on them. She did everything she could, but Damien warned her, cross the line and she'd regret it. Big time. He might be an Archduke, but he's a total knucklehead when it comes to women. Well, that's all wrapped up, so I guess it's time for our heroes to head home. Lillian was surprised they were leaving. The party's still going. She suggested they stick around and have some fun. Besides, Miss Grace finally had a chance to chat with Lady Erin. It's too loud in the hall to actually talk. Lillian just wanted to hang out with her for a bit. But Erin blew her off, saying she wasn't interested in becoming friends. Getting cozy with the Archduke isn't on her to-do list either, but Lillian's missing the point. What's that got to do with anything? She's just trying to be nice. Lady Circea gets it, though. Took Cassadine to spell it out for her, like being adopted by the Viscount wasn't enough of a leg up. Lillian orchestrated the whole thing so the Crown Prince would be in danger. And that just happened to line up perfectly with the Archduke's plans. Aron told her to just be straight with her. The truth is, Lillian's jealous. After all, Lady Grace was born into a high-class family. She's got the looks and an awesome little brother, even if things are a little weird between them now. But Lady Grace isn't about to hand anything over to her, not a single thing. She clawed her way up from nothing, and now she gets to talk to the Earl's daughter like they're equals. So Aron asked her, how does it feel riding on other people's coattails like this, and does she even know what kind of guy Damien really is? All of Lillian's success has just been dumb luck this whole time. Lady Luck's been on her side so far, so she's betting it'll stay that way. Cassidon's worried about Aaron being okay, and he's starting to think this girl's a real pain in the neck. She's done with this whole mess, enough for one day. All she wants is to go home, where it's just the two of them. Finally alone with his love, the Marquis started wondering what kind of guy he was in her past life. According to Aaron, about 6 months from then, the prince noticed him. As his right-hand man, he was always on the battlefield. That's how Cassidon became captain of the knights. Still, it's weird for him to think he could have been that jerk's right-hand man. Then, about 6 months after Aaron and Damien got engaged, her father passed away around the same time. The two of them went to see the emperor for an audience. The Archduke thought it was bothering him that Aaron, like a goddess, was now his. She probably came here a lot as a kid, holding her dad's hand. This place is like a second home to her. Damien thought she'd be happy to be here, so he asked her to smile. That's when her one and only meeting with Cassidon happened, the one she always remembered. Seeing that guy, she knew right away he was the Cassidon, the one causing all the buzz with the upper crust. Now she thinks the reason she was reborn was for another chance to meet him. Cassidon is beyond grateful to his darling sweetheart for finding him. Before changing, she needs a bath, so he suggested they take one together. It's not that Aaron doesn't want to, she's just nervous. But how can she resist a hottie like that? But as soon as she took off her dress, baring her body, the guy noticed a strange bite mark on her. Miss Circia said it was Damien when Cassidon stepped away from the terrace for a moment. Marquis Deus, consumed by vengeance and brutal rage, will waste no time taking him out. Just then, Tyru felt a sharp wave of sickness, his condition worsening as he struggled to stay upright. His head suddenly felt like it was splitting open. It's the memories flooding back. The next beautiful morning, Aaron woke up to a gentle kiss from her sweetheart. Cassidon was up early today. She doesn't remember falling asleep, but her love figured she'd be hungry, so he made her breakfast. Cassidon's hands are so soft, she wants to feel their warmth on her skin again and again. For a moment, bathed in the warm sunlight, she imagined how incredibly happy she'd be if she married him. When the emperor heard that barbarians dared to set foot in the Seville Empire, he absolutely lost it. But he ordered the attack to stand down, counting on the second captain of the knights, Marquis Deus, to handle the Buran barbarian incursion. The kingdom of Hiran borders the great Seville Empire. Its fertile lands were conquered following an invasion by the empire. Now it's part of the empire's eastern region. Cassidon's heading there on behalf of the Seville Empire. Sir Ruman was supposed to go on a military mission, but rumor has it the emperor forbade it. Aaron thinks the emperor did it on purpose. If she can't do anything about it, she'll have to let Cassidon go. The kids said it before, this damn empire keeps them under its thumb, stomping on them and using them. They're trying to tear two people apart, and Cassidon's not going to stand for it anymore. Every nation, including the empire, will bow before him. He'll rule them all. That's the prophet's word. Marquis Cassidon Deus has made his decision. He's going to be the one running this empire. The prophet Nodios wasn't wrong. That guy said during his meeting with Aaron that the prophecy had entered a new stage. And all of this means to her that Cassidon's planning a coup. But that's not it. He'd never upset her or hurt her. He's not about to betray anyone. From now on, for their future together, the Marquis will stick by Aaron's side. The second captain of the knights will be away for a bit, so Sir Ruman will be in charge for now. The first captain knows these are just some regular barbarians from overseas. They should be easy to handle, but there's one annoying snag. They've got way too many hostages. They're making demands, but being barbarians, well, things might get messy. The Emperor's betting no one will risk it, which makes Sir Cassidon perfect for the job. Just like Ruman figured, turning down the princess really screwed things up for the Marquis. That's why even such a talented warrior is getting treated like this. Soon, Marquis Deus found himself on the Empire's eastern border, where the kingdom of Hiran used to be. Now it's part of the Empire. The Eastern Knights Division also arrived to assist him. 4 days ago, armed thugs crossed the border and took hostages. According to the soldier, this is going to be a mess. People got hurt, but no one's dead. Cassidon's heard of the Bioran warriors. The Empire just calls them barbarians to put them down. They've got their own way of doing things. They've never had any beef with Chiron before. There's gotta be a reason they attacked. First things first, the Marquis needs to get those hostages safe. We gotta figure out what they want, send a message asking to meet their leader, and then get them fed. The captain's planning to set up the meet where it's most advantageous for us. He wants to go into their camp. The Empire sent their guys to the Bioran warriors, and Cassidon met with their chief himself. They gotta have a reason for grabbing civilians. So the captain decided to find out what they're after. What's weird is, the Byoran people are some seriously skilled hunters. Still, some of them aren't ready for a fight. Does the emperor really think the empire will give them what they want? The barons are here to take back what was stolen from them. They're not as power-hungry as the empire. The power difference between them and the empire is huge. If these talks fail, it'll mean the end of their people. But they're ready for that. Their people are on the brink, and their leader is too old to lead them. Then it came out that the empire invaded the barons' lands, slaughtered their young warriors, and took their leader. The empire's soldiers came to snatch their chief, and they're treating him like some kind of animal. They turned him into a slave, then did everything they could to make him forget where he came from. That's when Kassadin guessed that the chief they're looking for is named Tyr. Among those who kidnapped him was a green-eyed, dark-haired guy. The kid knows this, but not because he's in on it. He's about to spill everything, but first he said he comes from a count's family who's done a lot for him. So, the leader of the people decided they could let their chief go. Truth is, they were drugging the chief with some seriously potent stuff. The side effects are what wiped his memory. The earl's family saved him and nursed him back to health. They let the chief stay at the mansion since he couldn't remember anything. Just because Kassadin had been a slave himself, he promised Buren's people he'd get their chief back. They snatched him right off the gladiator arena floor. Even the knights outside know about it. Now that it turned out the chief was safe, the leader couldn't contain his emotions. The sun was dipping below the horizon, but the Archduke wasn't even tired of standing outside the mansion. Looks like he'll be out there till sundown again. Aron thinks it's just plain pathetic. Damien's already seen Lillian, but he's bothering Miss Circia instead of spending time with her. The girl puts up with it and never opens the door for him. She can't believe he won't listen to her. So, Lady Circia ordered a servant to escort the Archduke to the furthest corner of the garden, way away from the mansion. Aron decided she'd go out and ask the Imperial Palace for help if he didn't listen to her. But first, she asked her maid to get that cloak ready. The Archduke had ticked her off too much to just go outside as she was. The girl went out to meet Damien, but she put on Kassadin's cloak. It's not against the rules to wear your loved one's clothes, right? She'd thought the Archduke was stubbornly waiting under her windows to say something important, but it was a waste of time coming out since he's just standing there like a dummy. Actually, Damien's glad. If he hadn't done this, he wouldn't have been able to see Aron. Last night, she was in his dream, holding a book. In the dream, she was sweet to him, just like she is with Kassadin. Then she suddenly vanished. Damien tried to find any trace of her everywhere. Even now, he doesn't know what he's even saying. Aron figures he didn't just come here because of that dream, especially not while Kassadin's away. The answer's staring us in the face, even now that young healer's got so much fight in her eyes. And even if the Archduke can't see she's not into him, Lady Circia totally despises him. She was so kind to the slave, but she can't even stand him touching her hand. Damien's only thinking about what he needs to do to make her stop hating him. Now it's all clear. He promised her a future that could make her happy in this world. That's why Aron would rather die than be with the Archduke. He's just got one question on his mind. Why does she hate everything he's doing for her? He doesn't know how much further he has to stoop. Looking right into the eyes of this unbelievably gorgeous woman, Damien gave in to his feelings and grabbed her by the throat. His awful move didn't go unnoticed. Tyre showed up just in time and told him to get his hands off her. Desperate, the Archduke swore he wasn't going to do anything. Looks like Aron fell into the same trap. She shouldn't have even started seeing him in the first place. If she hadn't, she wouldn't be going through all this crap again. She's done with him. Time to bail and get the guards. The girl Damien falls for breaks his heart. She just ruins his whole pathetic life. Thanks to Tyre showing up, Milady's okay and didn't get hurt. It's the least he can do for her. A messenger from the palace was waiting for Lady Circia at the entrance, and he bowed low when he saw her. Turns out the second captain of the knights sent her a message through the palace. Thinking something was up, Aron read the letter, but what she read completely floored her. Looks like Tyre's finally been located. He needs to head to a certain place. It's not all back yet, but his memories are actually starting to come back to him bit by bit. The chief's people are waiting for him, and he will be back. Buren pays for what he gets, good or bad. If Tyre returns, they'll pay for everything. Good for him if that's what he wants, because it's his path and his choice. Until he and Aron meet again, they promised to take care of themselves. Word of his sudden departure even reached Sasha. She baked him cookies for the road in case he gets hungry. Tyre is so grateful to Lady Sasha that he asked her to teach him how to bake cookies too, when he comes back. They say a guy who beats pirates without a single loss is something else, so everyone's waiting to see him deal with the barbarians. Somehow, he even managed to bring all the concubines home alive. The second captain of the Seville Empire's knights freed everyone who'd suffered from starvation for so long. Old clothes on a skinny body, old scars. She must have been a slave. This woman's been through hell, but she wasn't scared. Being a hostage or a slave in the Seville Empire, it's all the same to her. The captain recognized her accent right away. She was probably from Chiron. After her homeland was destroyed, Cassidin was the first knight to help those people. For now, he can't reveal his identity to them, for the safety of Aaron and for these people's sake. That just fueled the kid's dream even more. He's totally gonna become the emperor of this country. That evening, Princess Bella wasn't doing so hot. She started having a really bad hacking cough. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A servant announced that the captain of the knights was requesting a meeting with her. Just then, Rumen walked into the room. He wanted to say goodnight, but he heard the cough and started to worry. Bella's glad he came to see her, but she's had weak health since birth, so she's plagued by coughing fits every now and then. Nevertheless, she expressed her sincere gratitude to the captain for his concern. The real reason for her awful coughing fits at night remained a secret. Only the princess knows the truth. That night, Arendt tossed and turned, worried sick about whether Tyr made it back okay. Tyr's got every reason to want revenge on Damien, so she's not the one to stop him. But now that Tyr's gone, there's a real risk Damien might take advantage and try to off her. Still, not everything from the past is repeating itself this time around. Because of his condition, the Archduke's fixated on Arendt, not Lillian. But today, he didn't mention his bad ticker once, and he had this weird look on his face. The very thought of Damien falling for her makes her skin crawl. Like a ray of sunshine, she's barged into his life, planting this seed of fear in his soul that she'll turn away from him. That'll never happen. Her smile gives him hope, warming his sick heart even without some miracle cure. Arendt will always love him, wrapping his heart in a blanket of her sweet affection. Those beautiful feelings, the sensation of Arendt's love, all that's left is a memory from Damien's dream. All he wanted was to use her to heal his broken heart, but now he can't get her out of his head. He's so pissed that Arendt's messing with him, 'cause he's used to always calling the shots. So Damien snapped and grabbed her, but it freaked him out and he pulled back, the realization hitting him hard. Now he can't bring himself to off this girl, and that just makes things even more complicated. Lillian's late-night visit threw the Archduke for a loop, 'cause he thought they were done talking. Since they're in this together, she's on edge and worried about him. Damien thinks it's just her old habits kicking in, so he suggested they pretend the deal never happened. Now, whether Lillian Cassidine falls for his pretty boy act is totally up to her. But she's not giving up that easy and asked the Archduke to trust her one last time. She came to set up a meeting with Lady Circia since he clearly has some things he still needs to say to her. Damien wants to trust her, but this is seriously the last time. Lillian found out Lady Circia ordered a dress from the boutique and told the master to schedule a suit fitting 2 days from now. Truth is, Damien wants to give Arendt a choice before he has to resort to drastic measures. The thing is, everything that girl says stirs up hope inside him. False hope, which the Archduke knows all too well. If Damien hears the words from her that he heard in his dream, then everything will be clear. Arendt already said they'd never meet again. Back then, she said she regretted meeting Damien. Maybe someone hurt Aaron without him knowing. Maybe she's not rejecting him because of Cassidine at all. However, the girl has nothing to say to someone who didn't even grant her request to never see her again. Damien would never do that. He's more interested in Arendt telling him how he can help her. Lady Circe doesn't want anything from him, except for him to get lost and never darken her doorstep again. In that moment of total despair, the Archduke dropped to his knee, humbly bowing his head and taking the full force of her scorn. He's guilty for what he did back in the garden. He screwed up, but he's sure something else he doesn't know about is really what pissed Aaron off. More than anything, he just wants her to forgive him. He can't let others exploit her abilities. He actually thought she'd just obey him like a good little girl. Damien's ready to do anything for the Count's daughter to forgive him, but the truth is, she's completely disgusted by him. She doesn't even get mad when she sees him anymore. It's hate and contempt that the lady feels when he messes with her. And now all the girl wants is to meet up with Cassidine. Just hearing that name filled Damien with rage. He's ready to take that guy out of the picture so Miss Circe comes crawling back. It's pretty clear that human life doesn't mean squat to the Archduke. He clearly never understood the desperation of people begging him to spare their lives. He and Aaron would have killed them just the same. A girl would sooner off herself than be with a guy like that. Seeing how seriously he took her words, she quickly said she was just kidding. Clinging to people who want nothing to do with him isn't worthy of an archduke. He'll never get Aaron anyway. She wants nothing to do with him. Figuring it was because of his condition, Damien decided to confess his feelings, forcing out each word. Just then, she felt a gentle touch. Soft hands covered her ears. Cassidy finally came back and told her not to listen to any of it. He wasn't thrilled that Aaron had gone out on such a nasty day. Coming back earlier than planned, he went straight to the Earl's mansion, but they said she'd gone to get a gift. The kid rushed after her, but looks like she walked right into a mess. Damien figured the dude bolted the second he saw them together, or he came here to ice him. Aaron originally belonged to the Archduke, so this is the perfect chance to off him with that sword he's got strapped to his waist. The captain ain't gonna kill him now, not until he can give him the ending Damien deserves. Like the rest of the kingdom, Cassidy should have gone up in flames. That way he could have avoided death at the hands of the Archduke. For a lord, Kindius has committed way too many shady crimes. This is gonna end with a lot more than just losing his title. Dislike and hatred twisted together, a brutal obsession. Fighting through the disgusting feelings inside, Aaron found the strength to smile and move forward. From now on, it all depends on Damien. So, she'd rather die than be with the Archduke. Now Lillian was wondering what she needed to do to make everything go her way. So Sasha decided to head to the Earl's mansion. They'll catch up later, and Aaron will ride in Cassidy's carriage. The kid missed her like crazy. Seeing her again gave him this unbelievable rush. She figured she should have been there to greet him properly, but he was already back anyway. Though the captain was supposed to arrive earlier, even before Damien came up to her. Since Cassidy's probably beat, Lady Circia suggested they head over to his place. But first he wants to swing by Sir Rumen's. He said they need to talk about Princess Bella. Of course, Aaron can tag along too. That means he'll see Sir Rumen as well. The first captain greeted them all geared up. Hard to believe he'd been hitting the bottle earlier. This is the first time the three of them have hung out together. Sir Rumen decided to crack open some wine to celebrate Cassidy's achievements. Honestly, booze is the only thing that makes him happy, but the Marquis has never had a drink with him. Surprisingly, Aaron agreed to drink, so Rumen decided to crack open their best bottle of wine. It wouldn't hurt for her to see Cassidy hammered just once. He was hoping to drink with her alone, just the two of them, but that's not happening tonight. The first captain gave the Marquis's work a thumbs up. Good thing everything worked out great. Drinking with both of them just makes the wine taste even better. Actually, Rumen wanted to talk about how Princess Belle's been feeling down at the palace, like she can't even make friends. Elsia's pushing for an international marriage because her own marriage with Cassidy fell through. This is just a rumor, of course, but the princess's health isn't great either. Not only doesn't she know who she's gonna marry, but she's also not feeling well. The princess says it's just a cough, but the servants say she's been hacking away all night. Cassidy says Elsia could raise hell, claiming the princess is being mistreated. Rumen figured he could bring her to the mansion to recover and wanted to ask the emperor's permission. Of course, the princess's wishes come first, but he thought he should check with the Marquis beforehand. Cassidy has no objections, and he's letting the master do what he thinks is best. The next morning, the princess's preparations were in full swing, maids helping pack her things. A simple question from the maid about her belongings startled Bella so much, she got flustered. It's weird that the princess can't look her in the eye and speaks to her, a maid, with such respect. Word is the international marriage is on hold, but the princess is moving in with the first night captain. Bella's coughing extra hard today, so the maid decided to call the palace doctor. But the princess freaked, grabbed the girl, and forbade her from calling a doctor, saying she just felt a little under the weather. The carriage is ready. Time to leave. Sir Rumen will be escorting the princess on her journey. Suddenly, Bella started shaking all over. She felt sick, and her bloody secret was revealed for everyone to see. This seriously freaked out the captain, so he started yelling for someone to get a doctor ASAP. With her last bit of strength, Bella tried to stop him, but her condition was getting worse every second. Calling a doctor is pointless. Only her father's physician can stop the bleeding. The unconscious princess was rushed back to the palace, and the doctor was summoned immediately. She's in rough shape, but the doctor can't diagnose her until she tells him what's been going on. Unfortunately, while she's in this state, there's not much we can do about it. Of course, the doctor will try something, but this ailment is extremely difficult to treat. There's a good chance that cough is contagious, so we need to quarantine her immediately. Rumen immediately ordered everyone out and put restrictions on visitation. He can't believe this kind of misfortune has struck the princess, who came here for a marriage alliance. The disease hasn't been identified yet, but a lot of people already know about it, so the captain decided to report everything to the emperor. The doctor couldn't do anything. She's in bad shape. This unknown disease is progressing rapidly. This is Elsie's youngest princess, dearly loved by the king. If she had serious health issues, they wouldn't have put her through this. They found Elsie's brownite on the ship, the alliance Elsie was after. There's nothing strange about that. In Lillian's eyes, Damien is just a fool, so blinded by a woman who doesn't even give him the time of day. The way she sees it, he should have found another way instead of fighting a losing battle. At that banquet where the chandelier fell, Lillian realized she couldn't sway Aaron and Cassadine to her side. It would be stupid to rely on just one person. That's not gonna cut it. Power, good looks, Damien ain't the only one who's got 'em. So, when his doomed love burns out, someone's gotta step up and take Aaron's place. The Archduke would never hold Lillian's hand willingly. To him, she's just an accomplice. It pisses her off that guys of all ranks fall for Aaron, not Lillian. Lady Circia is setting Damien up for a really bad end. She doesn't give a damn about him, but she hates how he treats Lillian. The master opened his eyes at the warm touch of her hand, and for the first time, their eyes met this close. Lillian thought he'd be pissed, but Damien asked her to come closer and pulled her in tight. It was like he was so desperate he just decided to grab the girl like that. When his hands touched Lillian's lips and her young face, it was like he became a different person, staring deep into her eyes. Their kiss sounded like the first breath of spring. The world stood still when Damien's lips met hers. Today, his beloved isn't fading away, not even when he touches her, his precious Aaron. The master's acting this way because he mistook Lillian for Aaron, but honestly, that doesn't change a thing. If it's his mistake, let him make it. Then Lady Grace can use the fact that they, spent the night together to ask for something bigger in return. Yeah, well, Lillian felt so disgusted that she screamed. The Archduke has so much power and he still can't be satisfied with what he's got. A guy with the title of Archduke is chasing after one girl like a total maniac. Everything revolves around her. Lillian tried to tell him that Aaron wouldn't understand if she found out about this. Now Damien knows exactly who he's with, but he doesn't remember letting her into his bedroom. Wrapping his thick hands around her neck, he channeled all his anger to choke her. This psycho is squeezing with such force and unbelievable brutality, it's like he really wants to kill her. Seducing people was a piece of cake, because they were all over Lily, even when she wasn't even trying. No guy could resist her looks, that's what set her apart. Then Aaron's words flashed through Lily's mind. Don't let your beauty go to your head. And don't forget, you've only been safe so far because of dumb luck. Lillian thought that was just a load of crap. Spoiled aristocrats couldn't understand her at all. That's what she figured. She ignored the lady's advice, it was all just hot air anyway. Damien can't shake the feeling that Kindle deliberately let that girl into his chambers. The butler probably just thought another girl would make him forget about that damn Circia. If that happens again, the Archduke will be the one doing the offing. Time's almost up, the boss needs to pull himself together, but Kindle's got some important news. When word got out that the princess from Elsia had collapsed, Damien didn't even flinch. About damn time. Lately, the common folk have been saying he's acting like a total psycho. Now Damien wants everyone to know he's lost it so bad he offed this woman in a way that'll really stick it to Aaron. It wasn't long before Cassadine heard that Princess Bella had collapsed yesterday. He needs to meet with Sir Rumen ASAP to get the full story, but it's probably just a health thing. This arranged marriage, even if it's for an alliance, was Elsia's idea to make amends with the Empire. Basically, she's a hostage here. Plus, the princess is way too young to be married, and that cough Rumen mentioned is probably something she's had since birth. So Princess Bella's just a pawn, or at least that's what Elsia was banking on. If news gets back to them that the princess is gone, the conflict's gonna blow up, it's just a matter of time. So Elsia deliberately sent a sick princess here. Even in her past life, Aaron Elsia was the first to attack the Empire, starting the war. The princess's death is the perfect excuse to kick things off again. The only question is who's behind it all, but the heroine knows damn well it's Damien. Thing is, Lillian Grace was found dead, and the killer hasn't been caught yet. Some say she might have offed herself, but Aaron says there's just no way. Lillian just wasn't the type to take her own life. Word on the street is the Archduke's been acting like a total psycho. So Aaron figures Damien did it, and damn it, Lillian died in her place, again, this time around. As far as Kasadin's concerned, whether the Archduke's gone completely nuts or it's all part of his messed up plan, he hasn't changed. The important thing is, it's time for him to pay the piper. As for Princess Bella, the responsibility for her death will fall on whoever owns the territory where it happened. But for now, she's in the palace. So Aaron told Kassadin to tell Sir Ruman to stick to the original plan. She's suggesting moving the princess to Sir Ruman's estate. They've got a healer there, she can fix her right up. Kassadin was totally against it, scared she'd faint like Tur did or catch something nasty. She doesn't need to take such a risk and he'll be fine. He always says that, constantly turning down everything for Aaron, totally forgetting about himself. It became clear when he went on that mission. Serkia wasn't calm when he risked his neck all alone. If the Marquis really cares about his girl, he should give her a shot. They could go together. Late that evening, Lady Erin, with Kassadin in tow, paid Ruman County a visit. Sir Ruman just wasn't expecting them to show up together. The Marquis said he'd be coming with a royal physician. She brought a really valuable family remedy and asked permission to check on the princess's condition. The royal physician said it's too late, and the illness is probably contagious. So Ruman suggested she give him the medicine so he could get a doctor. But that's not necessary, since this is a private family formula. Aaron needs to assess the patient and give the medicine. Since a healer can do better than any doctor, Ruman showed her the room where the princess is. Before entering, Kassadin asked her not to be in there for more than 10 minutes. He's coming in after 10 minutes. As soon as Aaron touched Bella, she could feel how incredibly thin she was. The king's favorite daughter is in terrible shape. No wonder her breathing is so ragged. So, the rumor that she's Elsie's favorite princess is a lie, since they're not even feeding her properly. Pity for the princess gave the healer even more desire to help her. She focused all her energy on healing. A cold, dark dungeon. Ever since the doctor told Bella she was sick, they've locked her in here. She knows what she did wrong, and now she's living with crushing loneliness, feeling like a prisoner. The girl begged to see her father, just to get out of here for a little while, swearing she wasn't sick anymore. But her hacking cough wouldn't even let her rest. She was just waiting to die in that dark dungeon. The sick princess couldn't even remember the last time she saw another human face. It seemed like she was destined to die alone in that dark, damp dungeon. Before Bella kicks the bucket, if only she could feel a little bit of warmth. Like a light at the end of the tunnel, the first ray of spring sunshine, Lady Aaron was the first person the princess saw when she woke up. Bella didn't know where she was, but the first thing Aaron asked her to do was try to stand up carefully. Soon the girl won't be sick at all, and honestly, she doesn't hurt anywhere anymore. The thing is, Lady Serkia gave her some family medicine, or maybe the sickness wasn't that bad to begin with. Out of nowhere, the princess apologized, just for maybe seeming ungrateful. The main thing is, everything's okay now, she doesn't have to worry about anything else. Apologizing for even asking, Aaron asked her to talk about what happened in the kingdom of Elsia. After that question, the princess just clammed up and went quiet. She really doesn't want to talk about it. To give her a break, Serkia decided to leave, but leaving the poor girl alone turned out to be not so easy. She decided to find out what Bella wanted, to be alone or to hang out a little longer. Actually, at her first banquet after arriving in the Empire, the princess heard everything. She's jealous of Aaron, not knowing how she could so confidently state her difficult situation. Bella doesn't know if she'll ever meet someone she loves, someone who'd want to marry her. Just then, Kassadin peeked into the room. 10 minutes had passed and he was starting to get worried. Turns out everything's cool, the princess is gonna be okay soon. This sickness was totally curable, it just needed the right healer. After a few days, the princess stopped shivering. She's not waking up at night anymore, feels lighter than ever. Truth is, she's never been this close to anyone. She was locked up in a dungeon when she got sick. The girl doesn't know what she had, and barely remembers anything about the royal family. King Elsie's youngest daughter was shut off from the world since she was a kid, and now she's alone in a strange country. She's gotta be freaked out by everything that's hit her, and all Aaron can do is hold her hand. Bella was supposed to avoid all doctors, hide her illness, and visit the palace as much as possible, even after getting married. She was told she needed to make as many friends as she could. She's got something else she wants to share. She fought through so much fear to tell me this. Bella's not locked up anymore. Nobody's gonna hurt her, and yeah, she might be freaked out, but Aaron's got her back now. Lady Serkia did an amazing job. She really enjoyed chatting with Bella. They still have stuff to talk about, so she's gonna come back again, but for now, they gotta head back. As a thank you, Sir Ruman gave her a gift, but of course it doesn't compare to how grateful he is to Arin. She might not be much of a drinker, but booze is all the captain's got to offer. The lady's a real good person, and maybe it's late to say it, but Ruman promised to look after the Marquise. He means it. You can trust him. Serki is super happy that someone's gonna protect Cassidon. Right before leaving, Princess Bella suddenly came into the hall. She's looking way better now. After that heart-to-heart with Arin, she finally found some courage. Marquis Deus and his companion got back to the Marquisate late that night. They were almost there. All these blue roses around them, these flowers remind Cassidine of Arin, especially the color of her eyes. Sometimes she gets anxious, like maybe she's dreaming all this and she'll wake up back on that cold floor coughing up blood. It all started the same way as in her past life, but now her life is headed towards an ending she doesn't know at all. And even though she's really looking forward to it and wants to be happy, she can't help but worry, because she doesn't know what's coming. Even if it's just a dream, when Arin wakes up, Cassidine will be right there with her. As long as he's by her side, it doesn't matter what the future holds. She won't be afraid, because he loves her. In the morning, Lady Serkia decided to travel separately. She doesn't know how the conversation will go, but she needs to meet with someone. Suddenly, a man's shout rang out. A messenger from the palace arrived, yelling that it was urgent. His Majesty has summoned the second captain of the Knights, and he also has a message for Sir Ruman. Cassidine was already planning to visit His Majesty, but he wasn't expecting to hear that Elsian warships are approaching the coast. That's when it clicked for Arin. War was kicking off way sooner than she thought. The Emperor ordered the Knights to mobilize and head north, link up with Archduke Damien. Before long, Marquis Deus, Sir Ruman, and their knights showed up in the northern Seville Empire. Looks like His Majesty's really pushing this. Damien noticed that Cassidine looked healthy. The kid was worried about him too. He'd heard the Archduke was having some episodes, but he looks all right. He requested permission to pass through, planning to head straight for the coast. Out of nowhere, Damien asked about Arin, and Cassidine got seriously ticked that he'd even bring up his girl. The Archduke wasn't trying to cause trouble, but he stated that the knights had the nerve to trespass on his land. He'd already told the Emperor he could handle the Elsie Knights himself. That's when the Imperial Knights all drew their swords at once and threatened the Archduke. Everyone turned on him. It seemed to him like the second captain was trying to pull off a coup. The thing is, Damien Keen Deus is under arrest, charged with murder, concealing a body, and treason. He thinks these lowlifes have finally lost it, daring to arrest him like they don't know what they're doing. But the truth is, it's the Emperor's orders. They've got all the witnesses and evidence. Not long ago, Arin Serkia paid a visit to Countess Kristen's daughter to suggest she accuse Archduke Damien. Evely thought it was ridiculous, until she heard her father had taken the blame for Damien's sins. Arin doesn't believe the Count decided to get involved in smuggling military supplies on his own, risking his neck like that. She's not asking Evely to take her side since she deserved the punishment she got. But there's no need to pay for Damien's crimes. The Archduke is the one who doesn't keep his promises. The Archduke's betrayal won't succeed. Other witnesses have already been gathered. If Evely wants to stop him from using her, she's got a shot to go to the Emperor and spill everything. She finally confessed she had secret documents about the mine ownership rights. Soon after, those secret documents and proof of the Archduke's crimes landed on the Emperor's desk. Princess Bella was told that because of her condition, she could only be of use if she stayed in the Empire. One of the documents in her father's hands had a crest with a black raven on it. The secret document had a seal that was a dead ringer for Count Kristen's. So the Emperor figured out it was Damien's doing, but this time he left a pretty obvious trail. Then he ordered the Elsie troop landing to be halted and commanded the knights to move out. They're to head north and link up with Archduke Damien and immediately arrest Damien Kin Deus. He's accused of, well, let's just say he was taking advantage of some commoners in a very serious way, and plotting treason by funneling military supplies to Elsie. The first captain's bummed that he used to respect the Archduke back in the day. 6 months ago, Damien never would have guessed that a little punk like him would turn out like this. Still, he told them to open the gates and let them arrest him, since they have the right. Just then, Cassidine spotted an arrow flying their way and instantly shattered it mid-air. They're already too late. Damien already said he's gonna get what he wants no matter what. Even if the Imperial Knights came by order of the Emperor, the North belongs to him. It's a trap! Captain Deus ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. The Elsie army has already landed. Head first, the desperate Archduke jumped from the tower, staring his main enemy right in the eyes. Even though he didn't want to leave Kassadin alive, his main goal is to win without a sword. Down below, his loyal butler was waiting, saying the preparations were complete. Right now, pushing forward is the top priority, so they're heading straight for the capital. Meanwhile, Erin got a surprise visitor, and she figured it was Eveli. Turns out it was the Crown Prince, the Empire's golden boy, and he's here with some urgent news. The thing is, they've kicked off a war with Elsia, and Damien started a rebellion. Kassadin already filled Arin in on that. But Leon was supposed to be guarding the borders as Archduke, but Kassadin can handle that. But the Archduke's gone off the deep end, so the prince has a bad feeling about this whole thing. Either way, good that Arin's in the loop. Now the prince thinks she'd be better off finding a safer place to hide out. Leon left like he just came to drop that bomb, didn't even touch his tea. And now he looks all bummed out, walking away like that, so Arin decided to check if he's okay. Even if he looks rough, I bet she can't do anything, can't take responsibility for it. In that case, she's better off not worrying about him, 'cause it just gives him false hope. Arin's with Kassadin now, but nobody said Leon doesn't know that. He was just messing around. All that matters to him is Arin's happiness, and she's happy 'cause Kassadin's coming back safe and sound. Truth is, Leon wants to be happy too, but by some twist of fate, he's the Crown Prince. That title's taken more from him than it's given. He just wants to ditch it. Arin says if he really wants to, he can make it happen. For those without a roof over their heads and those trapped underground, the sky means different things. Everyone's got their own values, and that goes for the places they hold dear. The clothes that fit one person perfectly might feel like chains to another. You might stumble upon unexpected happiness when you're blazing your own trail. That's why Arin thinks he can take the path that feels right to him. Living a life without regrets should be easy enough for a prince, right? The way she talks, it's like she's died and come back to life already. Maybe she has. Thanks to her, Leon's got a lot clearer about things. Their conversation got cut short by some dude showing up. The prince recognized him right away, a knight from the palace. The knight came to tell him about the chaos back at the palace, because they couldn't find the crown prince anywhere. He was just about to head out anyway, he just needed to talk something over first. Actually, the guy came to see Count Serkaya and his daughter, and to tell them that the Elsian army had taken the north. Hearing that the enemy was headed for the capital, the emperor just couldn't wrap his head around it. He couldn't figure out how the empire's knights could have let Elsia's soldiers land. It was a setup. They were waiting in ambush until the empire's defenses were weakened. The fact the enemy knew the emperor would send troops north meant we had to slam those palace gates shut, ASAP. Our knights are already holding off Elsie's attacks at the palace walls, but her army's got brownie weapons thanks to some shady deals. They held the line, never backing down, even though fate was dealing them a bad hand. That was the empire's last stand. That's why Count Serkia and his daughter got summoned to the palace on the double, and they're not allowed to leave the grounds. Until then, by the emperor's orders, they gotta stick close, protect him and Leon until this whole war blows over. Arin gets it now. They're totally stuck here unless the emperor gives them the green light. As the sun came up, the fighting started to die down. Elsie's army pulled back for now. Kassadin Deus was right in the thick of it. Even the enemy's allies were scared stiff of him. Since the captain was leading the charge, we didn't take as many casualties as we could have, but the wounded still need tending to. Honestly, the knights felt like the god of war himself had descended to fight alongside them. Judging by the way things look, the young knight was sure they'd won the battle. During the lull, the captain suddenly took a turn for the worse, and Kassadin immediately figured he was wounded. But seeing Rumen coughing up blood like that, it was clear he'd caught something. And looking at the situation, Kassadin knew things had gone past the point of no return. Soon, word reached the emperor that the Imperial Knights were infected with a contagious disease. The first symptoms started showing up mostly among the wounded, and Sir Rumen started coughing. Bella was ordered to hide her sickness and mingle with the court as much as possible. She was supposed to be the reason for starting a war, and to dig up secrets in the palace. But if the disease turned out to be more contagious than they thought, she wasn't just an excuse for war, she was the weapon. That's when Arin finally understood why Evely sent Bella here. The infected are showing the exact same symptoms as Princess Bella. Kassadin thinks they sent her because they knew how contagious the disease was. There's no better way to win. The knights are really feeling the heat from their wounds and the exhaustion from the long fight. Even if Rumen has trouble breathing for a second, it could get him killed on the battlefield. The captain asked the Marquis to find out the recipe for the medicine Lady Serkia gave the princess. Kassadin has to tell him this, but there's another side to the story. The emperor thinks it's impossible. He already said Lady Circia couldn't do it. For the sake of the people of the empire who might be in danger, Arryn begged him to let her go. But the emperor won't even hear about letting her go to the knights. All she does is harp on about the safety of the empire. He says her abilities have a limit too. She can't cure everyone who's sick and wounded. It would just be a pointless risk. If she went around blabbing about her powers, even after the war, she'd have a mob of people chasing her down. If Arryn can't use her abilities when it actually matters, then what's the point? So she decided to figure out when that moment would be, when she needed to use her powers. This girl can only do it when the Emperor and the Empire need her to. Nothing's more important than his well-being. If Circia uses her abilities on anyone not in the royal family, she's gonna face the music big time. The Emperor's a real piece of work. The assassins and knights are in danger, and he's keeping Arryn here just for his own skin. That day brought urgent news to the palace. There was trouble brewing with Elsia. Turns out, their knights took advantage of the chaos in the Empire's army and busted through the fortress wall. You'd think more time would be better, but Damien's got his reasons for rushing things. There was a screw-up with the Princess Bella plan, so he wants to grab Arryn Circia no matter what it takes. Damien already sent his guy after her. His mission? Sneak into the palace and snatch that healer nice and quiet. Even though the Archduke gave the order, Kindle doesn't think he can pull it off. He finally sees his chance to get rid of the one who's got his boss all twisted up. Elsie's knights stormed the capital, taking advantage of the Empire's weakened forces. The other gates in the fortress wall are sealed, so Damien ordered everyone who escaped to be captured. The enemy's closing in on the Imperial Palace. It's too risky to stay here any longer. Even though Arryn can only hear the Emperor screaming, she can still sense them. Desperate voices begging for help, from places in even more danger than the palace. So, thinking about helping them, Arryn ran into the first wounded knight inside the palace. In that moment, it didn't click that they wouldn't be evacuating if there were already casualties inside. It all happened so fast, without a sound. Arryn barely even caught a glimpse of her kidnapper's face. She couldn't even figure out how she'd walked right into this trap. Seeing Kindle, the girl wondered what he was doing there, figuring Damien had sent him. She wasn't even scared. To the butler, she was just some lowlife who didn't deserve his master's attention. At the last second, Kindle apologized to his master, figuring he'd get over it quick, even if this girl kicked the bucket. Like a shot, Tyr was on that son of a gun, grabbing the knife with his bare hands. Mr. Cassidan sent him. Thank God he got here when he did. He promised to explain later, but right now he had to deal with this lowlife. Tyr said he'd be back to repay his savior and get revenge for his people. Seizing her chance, Arryn took off running, promising to get help. Tyr had the nerve to screw up a plan that was going so smoothly. He just can't wrap his head around why we gotta ice a stand-up guy like that. Kindle thinks that Chick deserves to be pushing up daisies, and a guy like Tyr can't understand why he's doing this for his boss. The Archduke's got a lot of blood on his hands. Tyr's mom and dad, they bit the dust because of their screw-ups. Kendall's gonna make sure this kid joins them. His blade's coated in poison that could drop an elephant. He's betting the kid can feel his body shutting down. That's why he told the girl to scram. Truth is, Tyr feels for this dude. He needs to learn to serve people, not monsters. Just because that slave feels sorry for him, Kindle's made up his mind to put him down. This kid's the chief of the Boran Hunter tribe, and his name's Tyr. Even if he eats dirt, he won't forgive them for wiping out his tribe and turning him into a slave. He's gonna be brown bread soon, but he's fighting like a beast. Kindell figures he'll croak because of that dame. Truth is, if it weren't for her, this dude would have been 6 feet under a long time ago. There's no better way to go than paying back what I owe her. Even if it costs Tyr his life, he's gonna take down this scumbag. Even as he was dying, Kindle was pissed he couldn't let himself be killed by a slave. Just then, Tyr's condition took a nosedive, and he collapsed unconscious onto the cold ground. Finally, that creep is feeling the effects of the poison. Now the butlers decided to finish him off himself. No way was he gonna let a slave do it. That's what he thought until he met the Marquis, the god of war, whose story started in a gladiatorial slave arena. Looked like it was gonna end right there, like this guy wasn't gonna show any mercy to a killer. Maybe we should start this story with how the invasion of a more powerful force led to the kingdom's downfall. Or maybe it started when the entire royal family was wiped out, except for one weak surviving prince. That's not as important right now as the fact that this all looks like the end, but it's really just the beginning. When the captain of the knights silently hoisted his wounded buddy onto his shoulder, Kindle was surprised he didn't just off him. It's actually simpler than it looks, and it's not up to Cassidan to judge the guy anyway. After the healing, Tyr's wound vanished instantly. He's totally fine now. His body's not paralyzed anymore, and the cut on his palm is gone. Tyr couldn't believe who Lady Circia actually was. Suddenly, knights burst into the chambers. His Imperial Majesty was furious. He made himself perfectly clear. Arryn isn't even allowed to leave the Emperor's side for a second. Seeing the Marquis in the palace, the Lord figured Elsie's troops had made it all the way here. According to Kassadin, the knights are in terrible shape. The battlefield's a mess. The line of attack's been torn apart, and the soldiers are totally demoralized. But that's exactly why the Emperor's making him second in command of the knights. That's why he ordered him to get back to the battlefield ASAP and defend the palace. In that moment, Arryn's heart skipped a beat. As he said goodbye, Kassadin told her to find somewhere safe to hide. Out of nowhere, she announced she was going with him. Her head was filled with thoughts of the soldiers in the field. She couldn't think straight. That's how she fell for Kindle's trick, and why she wants to heal those who need her help. She dared to interrupt a conversation with the royal family, disobeying the Emperor's orders. By His Majesty's will, her duty is to protect the royal family, especially him. Truth be told, Lady Circia hated her healing powers because she was forbidden to heal anyone except the royal family. And that's why she had no choice but to watch others suffer for real. Now, the brave healer is heading where her abilities are truly needed. Thing is, Kassadin noticed she's got more than just healing powers. Nothing scares me more than the thought of her getting hurt, but I can't go against the will of the one who saved me. This knight in shining armor will definitely protect Arryn, so she can achieve her goal. Damien's positive he told the butler to bring Arryn back safe and sound, but she's not here. Kindell explained the blood on his clothes by saying he ran into a knight. But he didn't think the Archduke knew just how much he despises Arryn. The butler doesn't regret trying to off her. That girl deserves to be pushing up daisies. For his master, he'd try it again and again, because Damien's putting himself through hell. The Lord of the North doesn't need people who don't follow orders. He's giving Kindle one last shot to prove his loyalty. His master's order to grab a sword and end it all seems totally insane. After all that, Damien ordered the body cleared away, said it was cramping his style. Guess he's got to get used to not being called Kindell anymore. First thing Arryn did was heal Sir Rumen. He felt like he'd been given a brand new lease on life. That's her magic gift. It's how she was able to heal Princess Bella. And that's how everyone found out that Lady Circia, daughter of Count Circia, is a healer. Turns out they're real. Because of a deal with the royal family, she was forced to keep her abilities a secret. Hearing that, the wounded knight figured she couldn't patch up guys like them. Right then, Arryn grabbed his hand and channeled her power into healing him. Like magic, it worked. All his wounds closed up. Her incredible abilities got the knight back on his feet. It's not really a miracle. The girl was just a scaredy cat and a dummy, only now working up the guts to show what she can do. As long as there are people who need healing, Arryn will heal as many as she can. The battlefield should be like a chessboard, where Kassadin moves the pieces with a flick of his wrist. Even with the appearance of the healer, news of this miracle hadn't reached every corner yet. And the Emperor's terrifying fear quickly spread to the others. Since the Emperor wasn't here, it became clear to everyone that he'd bolted from the capital. And then Damien, who'd sown fear in the knight's eyes, returned. He found where they were hiding. Because of the panic and fear among the knights, the front line shifted, and that's how they fell into Elsie's hands. But Marquis Deus wouldn't dare instill fear of His Majesty, and took on the Archduke himself. He doesn't even realize how badly Damien wants to tear apart the guy who took Arryn from him. Then Kassadin pounced on him with renewed force. His beloved never belonged to that monster. Now the Archduke has ordered the knights to forget about those gnats and kill the sole heir of Hiren. The boss will do anything to ice him. This is gonna be his grave. Actually, Damien's gonna have a hard time, cause he's up against a warrior blessed by God, not some former slave. Like an invisible, untouchable knight, Kassadin snuck up from behind and whacked him with the flat of his blade. Eyes closed, that damn Damien crashed to the ground, and his whole genius plan went down with him. Now, facing the hero, he'll live to pay for what he's done. Victory, filling the heroes' hearts with hope, was so close they could almost reach out and grab it. It's time for the soldiers to line up, raise their swords. A new son of the Empire will rise in this land. Thanks to Kassadin leading the knights, the war ended in victory. And when it was all over, the Seville Empire was in ruins. There's terrible chaos all around, but honestly, things have always been this way. Now they gotta rebuild everything from scratch, resurrect the Empire from the ashes. If Kassadin and Arryn hadn't been there, that traitor would be running the whole show. The news that there was a snake in the imperial family spread like wildfire. The captain of the guard sees the Marquis as the guy who saved us all from total destruction, from being wiped out by Damien. They still can't find the emperor anywhere, and the soldiers have lost faith in the imperial family, so they're following the Marquis' orders now. After the battle, Lady Erin was non-stop helping the injured. She even healed a woman from the common folk. Without her, that woman would never walk again, and up until now, only the imperial family could do that kind of stuff. One of the villagers lost his brother to wounds he took defending the emperor. Hearing their desperate words, Erin felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't been helping them all this time. But the truth is, to the people of the empire, she's a savior, giving them a shot at a future. The temple's the only place a girl can speak her mind. There's just nothing you can be sure of anymore. All she asks of the Almighty is that he protect Kassadin. Truth is, she's reached a point of no return, and Arin heard those words as clear as day. Standing before her was a man who could see right through her, the great elder Notios. He suddenly asked if she wanted to hear the truth, if she wanted to know what path led her here. The old man told her to close her eyes, and if she really wanted to see it, she would. Year 830 of the Empire, Kassadin had way too much talent to waste it in the gladiator arena. That day, Kassadin managed to impress the prince, who offered him a place in the palace and to become his right-hand man. Chasing a better life, the young man agreed to become the crown prince's loyal dog. One fine day, he barely found His Highness in the garden, and a banquet was supposed to start soon. Leon wasn't about to head over there just to entertain those guests again. That's all they ever want him for. The crown prince, who felt like some hothouse flower, was really just a lonely dude. Even though it was the emperor's order, Kassadin gave the prince an out. He couldn't track him down because he was too green and clueless. And he sure as hell can't go where the prince tells him not to. In this power game, the crown prince's orders mean more to him than the emperor's. Sometimes Kassadin was his confidant, other times like a friend or brother. He really wormed his way in. For the sake of revenge, he let them trust him, let them rely on him, promised to be on the front lines in the war. He crushed it in battle after battle and climbed the ranks to become commander of the Imperial Knights. The guy had serious talent, even with his background. Sometimes the guys he'd been with back when he was a slave would come around. Whether it was the gladiator arena or some fancy palace, you found scumbags everywhere. Then one day, a certain person showed up on the side of the Archduke who was hungry for power just like the Emperor. A girl with blue eyes, she was sad, lonely, and worn out. But there was something missing in her gaze, a spark. So, out of the blue, this girl stumbles across a guy sitting in the bushes and decides to check if he's okay. Kassadin figured she was just another stuck-up noblewoman, not letting him catch a break for even 5 minutes. But when he peeked out from behind the bushes, she was already gone, just vanished. The beautiful stranger left behind a handkerchief with the scent of a beast. Breathing in the scent of the handkerchief, the commander felt like he could breathe again, just for a moment. At the same time, Lillian felt betrayed by the Archduke. He promised to make her the lady of the manor, but he changed his mind. Even the Count's daughter from a respected family couldn't get this place. Thinking Damien would give the estate to a lowlife like Lillian was just dumb. He ordered her tongue cut out and tossed her to the curb. After that punishment, the girl wasn't about to die alone. She decided to get even for him looking down on her. When word got out that the Archduke had offed a healer, the Emperor stripped him of his title as punishment for killing a Circia family member. Right then, for reasons he couldn't explain, Kassadin had a flashback to someone he'd only seen a couple of times. Soon after, all hell broke loose in the palace. The captain of the Imperial Knights started a revolt, and the Emperor was already gone. The old sun set on the Empire forever. A new sun's gonna rise over the Empire now. The Marquis' influence grew way too much. They gave a slave way too much power. But now it was too late to fix the screw-up. The captain of the Knights, the guy who pulled off the win, used everything he had to boost his own power. The revolt was a total win, and first things first, the Marquis offed the Emperor. The guy he saved for last looked chill, not pissed off at all. Kassadin betrayed the Crown Prince, and Leon's first question was why. Truth is, this was payback for what this country did to his, and the Marquis had to make the prince pay the price. The revenge he craved so bad was finally done. This was the picture he wanted to see. But the kid couldn't figure out why he felt so empty, why his life was such a drag. He iced so many people just to wipe this pathetic empire off the map. So Kassadin decided to hit up the temple, the only place that hadn't been touched. And the dude he met there called him a hawk with clipped wings and asked if he regretted his choices. "You can tell God all your regrets here." The old guy talked like he knew my business, which pissed Cassidon off, so he demanded the dude introduce himself. Turns out the old man was blind and called himself a messenger of the divine. He claimed the big guy upstairs was talking to him, and the old man felt bad that the White Hawk had lost everything and taken revenge, but was still just empty inside. Cassidon didn't buy the god stuff, so he told the old man to spill the real truth before he shut him up for good. The truth is, Marquis' kingdom was burned to the ground, nothing but ruins left, and he's the last heir to the throne of Hairan. The divine messenger was sure the hawk regretted what he'd done and that the emptiness inside him could never be filled. By killing the crown prince, Cassidon was supposed to feel some kind of remorse. Before he died, Leon apologized for not understanding that sooner. Cassidon had killed a lot of people, but he just killed a guy who trusted him, who didn't even put up a fight. He crushed that whole empire, so now he's got zero regrets. It was his mother's last wish: survive, forget everything, and be happy. So, the old guy wanted to know, if the kid got another shot, would he go back? They'll forget everything, and he'll be thrown back to the worst time of his life. In that life, he can pay for all the stuff he did that hurt so many people. Only there will Cassidon meet someone special who can stop this future from happening. It all sounded like total BS to him. He didn't know what to say to the old man. Nodius swore that the kid would meet someone who'd accept him and save everyone. This world will vanish, and those who died will live. Those lost in the past will open their eyes again, and those separated will be reunited. And that'll be the reason Cassidon can finally live. He agreed to go back to a place where only one person would remember everything. So, the kid's back in the gladiator arena, where his miserable life started after losing everything. Even though his memories are gone, he recognized that girl instantly. Suddenly, Auron's eyes snapped open again. The vision was so vivid, it definitely wasn't a dream. Now it's clear, Cassidon turned back time, not her. Guess that saying's true, nothing's ever simple. Her being reborn, keeping all her memories, it was all so Cassidon could find her. Out of nowhere, Elder Nodios showed up, even though everyone thought he was dead. It's been a while. Cassidon found the place he was meant to be, a ruler's seat. It's over. The Emperor's back to his scheming, but it's too late. Turns out the Imperial family's been hogging all the healers for generations. And even with the war going on, the Emperor betrayed his people and ran. This completely destroyed the Imperial family's support from the people. So the Emperor was left with one last straw to clutch at. He urgently called a meeting to gauge the general sentiment. Today, he wants to discuss two things. First, the Archduke's misdeeds, and second, suppressing this attempted power grab. The Seville Empire, as a religious nation, believes that divine blessing descends upon the ruler during coronation. The High Priest has named Cassidon Deus as the next ruler. According to the Earl, this will split the court into factions. Marquis Cassidon led the empire to victory in the war. Plus, the High Priest backed him, and now everyone's more eager than ever to replace the Emperor. Knights led by Sir Ruman are also following the Marquis, but that's not all. Lady Erin saved a lot of citizens, so most people support both of them. But there are those who oppose it, a faction loyal to Marquis Cassidon. Some support the Crown Prince, but others don't want to get involved in the succession debate. Opinions are divided. Some think it's obvious the throne should go to the Crown Prince. But others point to the old sage's blessing, saying Marquis Deus protected the empire. The debate raged on until Cassidon demanded they announce the decision. First, those who believe the throne should go to the Crown Prince raised their hands, and then those who support Marquis Cassidon's candidacy. The votes were tied, and then the Crown Prince cast his vote for Cassidon. The Emperor thought his son had lost his mind, but the candidates have the right to vote too. He thinks Cassidon is the best fit to be emperor, instead of the irresponsible members of the royal family. The second those aristocrats realized Cassidon was tapped out, they flipped their script faster than you can blink. The Emperor didn't see it coming. Even his closest ministers, who were always sucking up, bailed on him and sided with the prince's plan. It's just like the knight said, Sir Cassidon has saved this empire from total collapse more than once. There's no one more deserving of the title of emperor than Marquis Cassidon Deus. Meanwhile, locked up in his cell, the Archduke asked the guard to check out his nasty wound. He swore that if he kicked the bucket before they decided to patch him up, the knights would be in a world of hurt. As the guard leaned in close to get a look at the wound, Damien grabbed him by the collar and slammed his head against the bars. The idiot fell for the oldest trick in the book, and now the prisoner was about to separate his head from his shoulders. Just then, Auron ordered him to stop. Even if he managed to escape, he'd have nowhere to run. Damien never thought she'd come to him. The girl told him that Cassidy was going to be the new emperor. So, looks like the Archduke's not getting cured, he's getting executed. Turns out, he wasn't planning on escaping at all. He just wanted to see Aren's face one last time, even if she's lying to him. His feelings for her were the real deal. According to the girl, everyone he offed were people just like him, with feelings and all. Aren's gonna pretend she didn't see him try to bolt, so it's time for Damien to face the music. If she remembers him with love even once, he's ready to do whatever she asks. Lady Circia has no idea how lucky Damien is that her face will be the last thing he sees. Soon, the date was set for Damien Kindeus's execution. By popular demand, they took him on the long road to the execution site. The people's scorn and humiliation rained down on him like a tidal wave, including Countess Grace's. Cliff ahead, so the knights warned their guys to be careful. This is a rocky, precipitous area. The execution will happen at the end of this road. At some point, desperate Damien shoved a guard and bolted. The knights tried to stop him, but he wasn't trying to hurt them. He threw himself off the cliff. Now it's clear why he did it. It's gonna be a pain to get his body out of there. Soon after, the news reached Lady Arryn that the Archduke had ended it all. Arryn felt a strange calm. This time it was definitely over. When Damien opened his eyes again, he heard a voice beckoning him like the fleeting chime of bells. In the middle of a clearing covered in red roses, he saw the beautiful Arryn, the girl who so captivated the cruel Archduke. She missed him so much. For him, it would always be her. He told her not to go outside so carelessly. Damien felt like he was watching himself, but this other him was pissed that she went into the garden without his permission. Such beautiful flowers have bloomed here, so Arryn suggested they look at them together. If she likes flowers, the master can give them to her, but she doesn't have to go outside. A shadow crossed the girl's face. He's never given her flowers, not once. So she broke her fiancé's rules just for that? Just because he doesn't get her flowers? He hates it when things don't go his way. His bride, Arryn, should know that better than anyone. The master told her to go to her room, and then he'd fill it with flowers. The girl with the wounded heart never got her flowers. All of Damien's attention and gifts went to Lillian. In that moment, more than anything, the Archduke didn't want her to leave. He thought it was all a twisted fantasy. He desperately tried to call out to Arryn, unable to believe he could ever have treated her that way. But then, a sharp sword pierced the poor girl's body. The one who burdened her with suffering finally ended it. Everything seemed to vanish, and Damien opened his eyes again, seeing an old man before him. Nodios is just wondering how the boss could off himself without paying the piper. Damien survived, and he ain't gonna die until he's paid for what he's done. Both in his past life and this one, he's taken out so many innocents, including his own fiancée. All he's seeing now are memories from his past life. In this life, he's gotta atone for his sins. But the Archduke just can't wrap his head around the fact that he killed Arryn with his own hands. He's convinced it's just not possible. There's no way he could have done that. A huge crowd gathered for the big event, 'cause it's the Empress's first wedding. Count Circia trained himself not to cry, but it was all for nothing. Now he's walking his beloved daughter down the aisle. Cassidy will take care of his sweetheart. He'll always be grateful to her father and will definitely make her the happiest. The mighty Emperor stole Count Circia's daughter, but the Count can't bring himself to hate the guy. Cassidy will love only her for the rest of his life. He swore it to the heavens. There were guests who came secretly. Leon just had to see their wedding after all. Thanks to Arryn, he understood what he really wanted to do, and he's grateful for that. Finally, he asked permission to shake the hand of this beautiful lady. Cassidy was giving him such a death glare for holding Arryn's hand longer than he should. Anyway, Leon got to see them, and now it's time for him to go. He was really happy to see them today. Sometimes people have no idea what amazing things fate has in store for them, waiting with open arms. This magical and fairy tale day will be the start of something new, and their love will grow stronger every year. No matter how many lives Cassidy has to relive, he will love Arryn every single moment. From the moment their eyes met in the gladiator arena, he already belonged to her. And Arryn's gonna love him just as much no matter how many years go by. She'll love him forever.